Paris, la ville lumière, et surtout pour nous, l'endroit de la finale mondiale de cette année. Cependant, n'allons pas trop vite. Sur la route de la gloire, il est important d'avancer pas à pas. Un chef-d'œuvre n'est pas sculpté en une nuit, ou peint en un jour. De la même façon, un champion n'est pas né en une seule partie.
Into Diana, here we go.
The robo right now, you have AoE strip, you have AoE stunts, you have AoE resets, you have AoE slows, there's so much going on.
Tous les joueurs espèrent atteindre la finale mondiale, mais que quelques-uns y parviendront. Leur parcours ne sera pas facile. Mais s'ils ont ce qu'il faut, ils finiront par l'emporter. Certains pourraient même entrer dans la légende, leurs histoires racontées pendant des années. Mais il est encore trop tôt pour y penser. Si nos joueurs veulent une chance d'aller aussi loin, ils vont devoir relever de nombreux défis avec des risques d'échec à chaque tournant.
That is so unlucky for Timber.
You could just proc. And he'd stun her with a Bellio.
No resisted Zane.
Leur détermination devra être à toute épreuve lorsqu'ils se battront dans les préliminaires européens pour se rapprocher de leur but et d'affronter l'élite dans la Coupe d'Europe. Il est temps pour nos joueurs de poser les bases de leur rêve de devenir champion du monde.
We see a huge proc from Diana. My team is right, or was that a despair, Oliver?
For that skill 3, you have to land a lot of deeper. He lands all of them. Bravo.
Very well placed by PINKROID. The branding, the addition of turn is just doing so much damage.
Leur chemin vers la gloire commence maintenant.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2025 Europe Preliminaries Day number 3. Here we are bringing you all the action. Myself, Sam, joined by Mr. Seishizuna. How are you doing? How have you recovered from last week, sir?
Well, doing absolutely well, but it's not about how I recovered, it's how about these players playing in the lower bracket of today did recover. And we did already see who's playing who at the end of day 2, we will showcase that soon again. But we have some potential very good matches coming up.
Exactly, that's why we're here. We're here for all of these great matches that are still going to be happening today. A total of 8 matches right now for our last, well, 12 players, I think, technically, if my maths are correct right there, in order to see if they can get through to that Europe Cup, which is going to be happening later next month. And why are we all here? SWC season is here to stay in Europe and for the rest of the world right now. Our current overview of the tournament, of what is happening right now, as we know, August 16th and 17th, last weekend, we already saw 4 players qualify for that Europe Cup, and now on day 3 are the last 4 to see who will join them. Still doing all best of 5s, that double elimination process, so you need to win at least 2 matches in this preliminaries phase in order to make it through to that Europe Cup. With the prize pool there at that Europe Cup being 10,000 for the winner and split a nice little juicy 216,000 US dollars for the total of our SWC. Now, obviously, it's not all just happening in Europe. We have all of the other regions as well competing, vying for their opportunity to join us in the World Finals in Paris in November later this year. And obviously, Guts the Berserk is already there. He is the Open Qualifier from France winner and will be joining whoever manages to get through from those other regions. We are going to be rounding things off here in Europe today, and the rest of the Asia Pacific Cup will be rounded off by tomorrow, so we'll see who is going to be taking place in the SWC. Predictions, though, prediction event is currently happening right now in the game. Make sure you're predicting to see who is going to be qualifying through these different tournaments. You can get your prediction points and get even more rewards, whether it's some emblems, some Devilmons, some legendary attribute scrolls. Let's see what you can get there. And those emblems are going to be shown during the course of our stream and all the other streams through some different coupon codes. And make sure you are ready to exchange them for some amazing rewards that are in-game. I think we'll speak about it later, say, but I think you're beating me at the moment with the current predictions as well. But Summoners War is meeting Tekken 8. The ultimate showdown is happening right now on the Sky Island. So log in and enjoy the collab exclusive Nat5 Hihachi giveaway event, collab scrolls, and plenty more. Said earlier, say as well to you, did manage to pull myself a Fire Paul Phoenix. His haircut is still inspiring me right now. But what is inspiring for you? Maybe these qualified players?
Well, definitely the qualified players. Well, if we're looking just purely at the collab, I'm still looking for that light Huarang. That unit is doing so well. But today, these units cannot be used yet. Also, for any of the other regions in the qualifiers, they cannot be used yet. But the moment we go into the cups, all of these units can be used. And currently, we're looking at the 4 players that already qualified. What's interesting to see, you may have seen America's Cup, and there you saw everyone being qualified in a shirt of SWC. In this case, all of the players you see here on the screen, none of them qualified last year. So all of them have pictures from some other time taken, which does mean we're gonna see a lot of new faces in the cup. Also, by looking once again at this insane bracket, it does already show that we're gonna have for sure 2 new faces, because the match 2 and the match 4 will for sure result in a new player qualifying for SWC. However, we do have the match 1 and the match 3 potentially resulting in glorious PINKROID and Neff and ISMOO playing against one another. But can CYBERNINJA or SMOKEZZZ put something in front of that they might not even make it there?
Exactly. Are they going to be able to ruin the party for these guys as they try and make their way through to that Europe Cup? I mean, those matches say. A Neff versus an ISMOO was a semi-final in our Europe Cup last year. Right now, it could be the decider of whether you even get to go to that Europe Cup in the first place. Even all those other names as well. A stacked bracket in our preliminaries, day 3 right here. Is it too early to say maybe some fireworks are in order?
Well, I definitely do expect a lot of fireworks. I also did talk to a bunch of the contestants. Some of them actually pulled new LD5s. Some of them might have them very usable. Some of them might not that much. Definitely, we're looking out for the meta units. We have seen it in most of the regions. They're definitely playing the meta on the Oliver, the Shiho, the Okeanos, the Josephines, but also fitting in their own units where so fit.
Exactly. How are you going to work that out? You might have a new unit, but right now it's the pressure zone. You're in that place where you have to win. You have to keep that momentum going to qualify all the way through to that Europe Cup. And somebody who's going to have to deal with that pressure on top of being a previous champion is Neff here. Say, we were speaking about it off stream as well. Look at that most picked unit. I'll let you take over on that one.
Yeah, we have a Chow sitting at most picked, and I literally asked like the backend, like, guys, is this correct? Are you not like just messing with me? No, actually, in 4 out of the 4 matches that Neff played, Chow was being picked up. The only time that he did not pick Chow himself was when FAMICOM actually locked in the Chow. So Neff actually had 3 matches on Chow. Fun fact, we did see a whole bunch of statistics. Chow is sitting at a stellar 0% win rate from day 1 and day 2 thus far. He was banned out like half of the times. Fair is fair on that one, but he was losing all of them. So that's definitely an interesting statistic to look at. However, I would still say Chow in current meta, I give him more credits than I did in previous meta. On the other side, we have Smoke sitting over there. Lost a 0-3 to Raxus. Could not really show where he came for in SWC thus far. But let's see if he can make that work against Neff.
Yeah, I could hear the happiness in your voice, say, around that Chow decision right there. But maybe on the other side of the table here with Smokes, you can see his most picked being that Joe gun. And right now, most times he's trying to partner it up with that Ciara as well. I think for him, it's going to be whether or not he can use that to great effect against Neff. Again, Neff picking a Chow is probably not good into the bombs that are damaged that could be supplied through a Smokes right here. And it's whether or not Neff can bring it to the table. Interestingly enough, say, these two, over the past 2 seasons, never played each other. 0-0. So who are you thinking maybe favoured going into this one?
I would give the upper hand to Neff, and that is what we always do talk about: tournament experience, pre-ban experience, reading the draft, going from match 1 to match 2, or even match 1 to match 3. How do you change up your draft to get those victories in? So let's see how that works out for these 2 gentlemen right here.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let us down, never gonna turn around and smoke you. Let's see if he does in this one. Neff versus Smokes right here, and you all just got rolled.
Let's see what we have for the pre-bans. We have the respectable pre-bans of Gianna and Hey Gang. That's also good timing on the pre-ban for Neff, because every time you have Gianna in the off pre-ban where they can have a Hey Gang or a Hey Gang pre-ban, that's always a free pick of the Gianna for the Gianna owner. So in this case, Neff had that locked out, and we'll probably see a repeat of that in match 3. So let's first look at this match. First pick goes to the Shiho.
Yeah, Shiho getting used right here. We've seen a lot of Shiho in all of the SWC actions right now. Actually has a pretty good win rate, if I remember as well, say.
Yeah, correct. He's sitting at like a 61-62 win rate while being the most picked unit throughout all of Europe preliminaries thus far. Oliver sitting at the comfortable second position for the most picked unit. So that's also what we definitely do tend to see a lot. Is he going to go towards an Okeanos? Yes, Okeanos. But then on the other side, do you right away go for a Josephine? Or are you going to go towards a Megameat? Most of the time, these are kind of the options that you do want to be looking for. Or are you already locking in something else?
Oh, he's looking at the moment then into that Ciara, getting a speed lead as well. Has that Yonhong as well, so can seem to try and take that turn one and really make it stick with an advantageous unit right there. I mean, third and fourth pick right now for Neff. Does he want to keep on competing for some speed?
Probably has to focus more on turn 2 kind of scenarios. This is normally where you would like to lock in a Heigang, but Heigang is already removed. Going for a 100% resistance unit, such as an Annabelle, is a really good take as well. I'm not too sure about a Jogun, because in the end, your enemy has already showed 2 units that are on speed awakening. Now also 2 speed leads.
Exactly, maybe as well that Jogun is the sign of stealing the unit away from a Ciara, so she can't get an attack buff bomb going off right now. A Megumi and a Layla coming out to try and disrupt then.
Yeah, definitely 2 good picks from Smokes over there. It's very single target focused except for that Layla. So there's a good all round over there. But let's see if Neff can make a good 5th to decide to work against all of those. Once again, we have seen Chow in the 5th position. Chow in the 5th position over here is not great. It's bad into the Layla and it's also pretty bad into a Ciara. So let's see if he can find a good 5th. Because of the Jogun, he's having a little bit of an awkward draft right now because it's speed contesting at the moment. We don't care too much for speed contesting. Goes for Seimei. I have seen a fair bit of Seimei on the Japan region this morning. It did not do that much, so let's hope it does more for Neff.
Yeah, maybe signaling that he is going to try and let that Layla through as well right now, or at least some mind games going into those bans, or even like trying to take away some of the damage coming out from Smokes' side.
Yeah, there's a bunch of options that you could go for that Seimei. Maybe it will be respected because Smokes is thinking that his Layla's not going to do anything. But in the end, you have a lot of slows working against that. Sierra's taken away, no attack bar absorb, no bombs. So let's see if this will work for Neff.
Let's find out speed leads for both Neff and Smokes at our SWC 2025 Europe Preliminaries. This is their final chance to get through. Yonhong is going to take that first turn. Who are you going to go into, though?
In this case, you definitely go for skill 2 right away because your Shio is moving right after. Does go for the Jogun, good damage right there, but did not remove anything. Does remove it right there. And let's see, Layla, can you land your skills?
Gets pretty much everything apart from that Okeanos right now, so he is going to be looking pretty with all skills available because he's not going to get silenced out.
I'm not going to get silenced. Also, a little bit of healing from that Seimei in this case. Do you go for skill 2 rotation? Your Oliver cannot follow up. No, actually goes right away for the skill 3. Does not care about those immunities that are still sitting on the enemy side.
No, you've got this skill 2 with the Megumi right now. Maybe need to try and get some control and stun. Resisted against that Oliver right now, but with that silence, he's going to be preventing.
Ooh, that's big preventing, but this is also kind of the awkward moment. You want to reset that Yonhong, but if you do anything else, you might not have the potential to reset that Yonhong later because she still has the charge vitality, and we have Monkey stunning both units.
Yeah, Monkey getting 3 stuns out there right now. Obviously, all of these debuffs are going to provide that healing from the Seimei, but how quickly can Smokes get rid of a unit before Neff can really get in control?
Well, currently you have the charge vitality again. If you give the charge vitality towards the Monkey, we have seen good damage on this Monkey thus far. Probably goes back into the Jogun. I think you might take it out on this point with just a little bit of chip damage from the Yonhong later. Ooh, actually is looking at minus water. Not that much damage dealt.
No, not that much right now, and Oliver can look to get his skill 2 off. Maybe he's looking to push back that Lily. Gets the cool time onto that Fire Megumi right now, and a great additional turn.
Great additional turns. Let's see, this skill 1 will definitely not do enough. Does not take it out. Also, that does mean that Jogun does have the skills up. And this Oliver is taking double turn every turn he had so far, which is definitely beneficial for Neff. But Smokes is not liking any of those. Is he gonna scroll trap the Megumi right now? Yes, he is. We're going for a Blossom Pain.
Big resisted right there on the Shiho right now. But he can look to get it at least rid of that invincibility.
The invisibility is gone, but that's not fully what you're looking for. You are looking for the resets. Managed to strip with the Seimei, so still we can go for a rotation of resetting.
Yeah, manages to get it right there. And just this Jogun just staying on the field right now is really annoying for Smokes. He's targeting all that damage, but he's not getting rid of it.
Not getting rid of it. Can he go for a double skill 1 right now to take it out? No, actually decides to go for a silence on that Oliver and does get that silence. Okeanos is still pretty far away from skill, so we're not going to see anything as of yet. Ooh, taking it out. We have a second or a semi-second life potential from this unit right here from the Seimei. But do you want to do it? No, actually gives it towards the Okeanos to give the Okeanos the cooldowns back.
Yeah, he does, but then he gets stunned out from that Shiho, and that silence going back onto the Oliver right now. You can just keep on stunning in and pushing that attack bar back of the Okeanos. Oh!
Ooh, good 5k per hit damage. We're gonna go for the alter ego. In this case, no minus water, so we're dealing 2.7ks on those crits. And this is pretty much a done match. Neff probably taking his time to analyze the draft. Where did it go wrong, and what can he do better next time?
Yeah, you could see how much that Smokes were getting to prevent with that Layla being on the field, getting those silences in. I think it's all about timing when he's facing off against that Seimei right there. Just waiting for that opportunity for a monkey to come through.
Yeah, that's the thing with the Seimei. Like, sure, it's really good for the amount of healing, and sure, you can get a lot of healing and cooldown, or like just the duration lowered. But in the end, you still have to make your own kills, and that is what Seimei is not really providing in this whole draft. And that's still something you do need. It's very important to make your own kills.
Definitely important. You've got to set yourself up. If you're getting rid of units, you're likely more to win the game right now. Skill 3 with this Yonhong. Boost up that monkey. We're going to be getting out another skill 2 if you need.
Skill 2, but we also have a skill 2 coming up from this one right now. We did 5k damage without anything. He doesn't even want to send the skill 2 right now. He could have easily sent it over there because this match is over.
There you go. Smokes taking a 1-0 lead against Neff, our previous Europe Cup champion, mind you, and was at the World Finals last year. Say, is it something where pressure is different now that you're not the underdog?
Maybe a little bit, but I think it's also certain people prefer certain metas, and this might be the meta that Neff doesn't really prefer because he cannot log in the secret. He cannot really log in the ragdoll. Those kind of units really did help him a lot get all the way to the World Finals last year. So this year he kind of has to find his way what works for him.
Yeah, this is his moment. He's currently 1 set down here against Smokes. Can he look to pivot and get another point on the board, maybe reverse sweep it as we see these pre-bans coming in, Yonhong being taken out, and that Jogun as well.
Let's see what Neff wants to go for the first pick, because he can go for an Oliver right now. But no, actually is opting also for the Shiho. I'm liking that.
Yeah, coming in with that Shiho, stealing it across. We've got a Ciara instantly out on the board from Smokes there. He can't partner it with a Jogun, but you can bring a Josephine who's going to eat up those stuns.
Yep, but also those two units are very open to Oliver, so this is a super easy Oliver pick right there. Can pair it up with maybe a Heigang early. No, it's actually going to go for an Assure just to have more of a good bruiser fight coming in at it. So it might be a position where Smokes at some point goes for Gianna. That's definitely a potential that you have to keep in mind with locking in that third. But in the end, an Assure is not that bad into Gianna as well, because the moment you take that additional turn, you go for cleanses.
Yeah, you can cleanse up the rest of the field right there. And I mean, there's still even a potential of a Heigang coming out if you really need it in that 4th and 5th pick. Smokes right now with that 3rd pick. Are we going to see more aggression coming out? Double Oracles potentially. Or a Fire Megumi, get another speed lead and go back to what worked last time.
Ooh, going back to what worked last time. This time around, I feel like the draft for Seimei is a lot more interesting because you also reduce the shields of a Josephine to 1 turn. You also have the potential where normally a 2-turn provoke could happen. It's just 1 turn. So a Seimei plus maybe a Windnobara right here feels a little bit tricky, or maybe a Juno kind of does the similar thing. I think that those kind of units might do incredibly strong over here, but goes for an Anavel and a Juno.
Yeah, so cleansing in 2 kind of separate ways, right? With the skill 2 of an Anavel to really get the cleanse on your whole team. Juno's going to eat those up and see how much damage can really go into her. Smokes maybe needs another kind of damage dealer to come through.
Ooh, that's kind of a semi-damage dealer, but definitely also a CC unit. Gianna's on the field, plus already has 2 forms of outspeeding with speed lead. Is he gonna go for a ban on the Shio and hoping that he outspeeds?
Yep, is he going to be able to take that first turn? There'd still be a 33 lead with Oliver if he does manage to do that, but for the side of Smokes, say?
For the side of Smokes, there's a lot of options you could remove. The Layla has potential to be very annoying, but so does that Sierra. That is where the main damage will come from. So, but in the end, we're gonna take out that Gianna.
Yeah, 2 Oracles leaving the field there. We've got speed leads for both Neff and Smokes here in our Europe preliminaries. Day number 3, this is set 2. Neff currently 1-0 down to Smokes. Can he get a point back? And that Shiho is going to be going first.
Are we gonna go for the potential stun on the Sierra? Like, if you don't land the stun on the Sierra, you do a good amount of damage. No, we're actually gonna go for a Megami, which is a lot more like a guaranteed stun right there. But let's see how much this Josephine can do right now, because she has a little bit of an awkward turn because the NFL is moving right after.
It is. I mean, Layla's coming in right now, looking for some silences, get some big stuns there as well.
Ooh, those are really big silences, really big slows, and really big stuns. The only thing she did not land on is the wrong element. So in this case, you could go for a potential cleanse, but your cleanse will go towards your lowest HP ally, which in this case is the Shiho, which you don't really care that much about. It's gonna go for the... who did not manage to land the silence over there.
Yeah, going for the silence, trying to prevent this bomb, which is going to be coming in from Ciara right now. Neff's going to be hoping for some resistance, but it does land. And with the bomb explosion, how much damage are we potentially looking at here to kill an Oliver?
Well, I think you can cycle one rotation on the water unit because you have the NFL sitting at a slow. I think he is still fine. We still have to keep in mind that the bike can also perform a cleanse, but that cleanse will go another unit and is also being stunned right now. So let's see if he decides to explode it at this next turn, because then also can rotate again for attack mark exhaustion. Do we gonna go for stuns over here? Oh, actually just saving the stun because we do expect an NFL to cleanse later.
Oh, 24k was that?
That was some good damage, but also the attack bar of the NFL is absorbed, which does also mean it's not going to take a turn anytime soon. We also have a full rotation on that Sierra, and we have more skill 2 coming in from that Layla.
Yeah, he's managing to control right now. I mean, technically Annabelle will be taking that 10x, but wow, stunned at the perfect moment for Smokes.
Oh, this is that we currently are looking at one player playing the game and the other player just waiting to take his turns. Does manage to resist this stun, but it might be a little bit too late already.
Yeah, definitely, because right now Monkey is going to have to do a massive amount of work with a bomb going off that next round. And Annabelle's not been helping so far.
Oh, but this Monkey's also not helping himself that much. There was one potential which you did not want to stun because that cleanse on itself. That is the Josephine. The only thing this Monkey stunned was that Josephine.
Yeah, there you go. Now Megumi taking control. Layla's going to be eating up all with those debuffs right there. I mean, again, control coming out from Smokes, and he's managing to get the job done against the previous champions, eh?
Yeah, Smokes is definitely sitting in the driver's seats in his matchups, but also I would say the draft on the side of Smokes looked better. He had that Layla in twice as a key pivotal moment, which made it very hard for Neff to actually play his game. Sure, he was taking that very first turn, but afterwards, it was just Smokes taking over.
Taking over it is, and Neff is going to be looking to have to start this reverse sweep right now. Otherwise, our last year's champion could be saying goodbye this early in the Europe preliminaries right now. So, I mean, pre-bans coming in. Are we going to go back to those Gianna and Hagang?
It does make sense to go for a Gianna Hagang position, but in the end, neither of the two units made it to the draft itself yet. Gianna was in the draft last time, but it was post-banned. So let's see if Smokes once again instantly goes back for a Shiho, because Neff, if I'm not mistaken, does also have a Yeonhong. He could go for that Yeonhong steal, but does he feel comfortable with that? Because he banned it out last match, so maybe he doesn't have as great fruit. It's actually stealing both of the common speed leads out there.
Wow, taking both of them there right now. Making sure that Smokes is probably going to have to be bringing some sort of Fire Megumi potentially if he does want a speed lead still in this kind of second and third split right now. But there we go, stealing that Jogun, not allowing the partnership to come through on Neff's side.
Well, we actually have seen it a bunch of times so far. Every time that the Sierra is paired with the Jogun, it does very well. Every time that the Jogun is meant as a steal into the Sierra, it doesn't really perform that well. But in this case, we have all of the fast units sitting on the side of Smokes. All of those 3 units are pretty much a guaranteed on Swift. However, Neff has the speed leads, but he does maybe not have like any other fast units to contest with it right now. That could be maybe an Atna, there could maybe be a Sonya, but does Neff have those ruined up as well?
Yeah, there's also, I mean, even a Sekhmet right there, but that looks more like a pivot to me on the side of Neff, bringing that Okeanos, bringing the Josephine, just again to be as disruptive as possible. Smokes probably needs to bring some sort of... Whoa!
Okay, that's a unit we definitely do not see all too much. It is the light weapon master known as Benedict. And it's going to lock it in with just 1 speed lead, but that just 1 speed lead is enough because Neff is not showing any units that awaken into base speed. So is he going to take it away? No, it's actually going to go for a different unit. Still a lead over there, but that's a 24 lead with a Pontus.
Pontos coming in right there. I mean, we're definitely trending away from the meta picks right now on the side of Smokes with 3 of those light units. Say Neff has that 5th pick. Juno, good response.
Good response, but I'm not too sure about it. I think he's hoping where the enemy is not gonna deal enough damage. Shio plus attack buff can do a good amount of damage. Yeon Hong, we've seen good damage, but let's see if it's good enough.
Let's find out. It's our match 1, set 3 of the Europe Preliminaries day number 3. Neff 0, Smokes 2 right now. Yeon Hong, it's your time to shine.
Yeon Hong, do we go for a boost up on anything? Yes, we are gonna go for a boost up, so we cannot go for a scroll trap just yet, but that does mean that we're gonna have a lot more damage. However, ooh, this is a little bit awkward. If the Yeon Hong moved first, then you could have guaranteed your S2 Yeon Hong into S3 of the monkey, but in this case, you can still do it because it's not stunning.
Oh wow, look at that speed tuning right now, say. Has full invincibility on the side of Smokes, and these additional turns are going to be such a waste for Neff here.
Yeah, those are 100% the waste right there, but maybe he can come back. Does land his bomb right there. There's no potential for any shield given by Josephine the moment you do take out this monkey. Therefore decides, okay, I hope this monkey just goes for a simple skill 1, because with the skill 1, at least I can get some shields in, because that is your sustain that Neff has to be looking at.
Yep, and right now Jogun has that scroll trap available. He goes into that Josephine and gets it as well. It's looking very abysmal.
It looks difficult. Ooh, does also manage to get the stun on the Sierra, which would have had the skill up in that next rotation. However, Pontus is moving right after, and if Pontus moves, you might be ending up with a 2-turn silence.
Exactly. Can he land these silences right now? Does get them as well. I mean, Monkey has gone, but these 3 units are still looking strong.
They're looking very strong, especially we have seen the damage on that Yeon Hong. The Yeon Hong damage is very impactful in this match. However, we do come back. We don't come back, however, with enough attack bar to make it work. And we have the turns going to this Yeon Hong with all skills available. Skill 2 will probably take out this Sierra. Skill 3 has potential for the cycling on the Pontus. What do we go for? Pontus cycling is what we go for. No skills as of yet, but 1 turn away right now. 0 turns away right now. Goes for another Holy Ground, 2-turn immunity, 2-turn invisibility.
Exactly, and that's just preventing these wind units from getting any control from the side of Neff. Like we said, this skill 2 is 5k hits, taking out that Ciara, and wow, Smokes has come to play.
Smokes has definitely come to play, and I was giving the upper hand to Neff quite comfortably at the start of like this match, but right now, Smokes has been showing he's here to play, he's here to stay, and he wants to make it to the Europe Cup.
Definitely does. I mean, Neff, you're going to need a miracle with Oliver right now. The silence is thrown out on him. Realistically, that's still not enough right now. I mean, Smokes coming out against the previous champion from last year, say. Like, how much confidence can he take going into this next match for him later today?
Yeah, that's going to be an absolute very well take right there, but then again, he still has to play against ISMOO next. But I also did not expect this victory, especially not in a 3-0 fashion, which we are almost looking at right now, unless Oliver can do some absolute Oliver miracle works. We have seen Josephine do 1v3s before, but the Josephine 1v3 is mostly based on any of the enemy units is giving you some kind of random stunts. If that is going to happen over here, I'm not sure, but that is a little bit of a start.
Yeah, maybe I spoke a little bit too early here, sir, because right now, Josephine, I think we saw it from last week as well, did manage to mount a massive comeback.
Let's see, we can actually, does not manage to, well, in the end, that doesn't really matter, it's just for the rotation. Ooh, that's big though, that's big. Skill 1 does not stun additional turn. Yeah, those are the 2 things. And I think Charge Vitality once again is available. Yeon Hong skills. Can you imagine that this unit used to have 1 turn less cooldown on the skill 3? Because it looked like she always had that skill available.
Wow, Smokes taking the win against the last year's SWC Europe Cup champion, Neff, in a 3-0 victory, say. I think a few people's predictions might have been smoked out of the water right there.
Well, with a few people, I am included in a few people on that one. I absolutely did not expect that, but also in the fashion of, like, if it would have been, like, similar to what we had last week somewhere, it's like, oh, the other person won. It's like, oh, that was a close best of 5. No, it was a 3-0. And actually, all 3 of the matches also looked very convincing for Smokes. None of those matches were actually somewhat favorable in Neff any given point. So that was definitely well played right there. I did like the draft switch up for stealing both of the fast or like the speed leads with the Oliver and the Sierra. But you have to keep in mind, you still need an Ethna, you still need a Sonya, you still need maybe an Asher, maybe a Segment if you do want to play those kind of things, because all of the speedy units ended up on the side of Smokes.
Exactly, and he managed to take it into that first turn, control it through, and really dominate against Neff right there. Again, something you said during the actual cast there as well, say, how do you deal with that current meta? People who are used to these units that are doing really strong right now within the current ladder leaderboard, you've got to make sure you're understanding how they're working and how they fit into your specific draft. And there we see confirmation that Smokes beat Neff 3-0 and will be going into that lower round bracket 2 against ISMOO, the friend, very much best friend of Neff as well in Summoner's War. Say, I mean, is it going to be a tale of revenge going into that one?
Well, let's see how that one works out. But first, we're going to have the match of TITOGOFLETTE against TAYFUN, which is the potential only match where we can have a French player going to, well, maybe not just French. French speaking is the right term in this one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that cast is going to be split. They're definitely wanting Tito to get through and then see if he can match up against Mina. But TAYFUN, if he's got anything to say about it, let's find out here. This is his chance now to try and really push through into our Europe Cup. Obviously, as well, TITOGOFLETTE last week did lose to Obaba, who did qualify. And I believe TAYFUN also lost to the eventual qualifier from that week as well, say. I mean, tell me a little bit more about Tito.
Well, Tito is definitely known for his Ragdoll plus Diana playstyle. Ragdoll's currently not shown as much, but what's also very interesting is where a lot of people are contesting for the Shiho, are contesting for maybe a Sonya or an Ethna. Tito says, no, I'm going to play slightly different. I'm going to be contesting for that Segment. Was his most picked, also his most banned. I'm still not super confident in her style in the current meta, because all of the units, or at least a lot of units, have pretty short cooldown. So an impactful skill 3 from a Segment isn't as strong. But then again, if it is fast enough to outspeed something, it might actually disrupt that match, and therefore it was banned. So let's see if that works out, or is it just all back to that Gianna?
Let's find out. I mean, Tito and TAYFUN, who's now on the screen, they've played each other a total of 4 times over the past 2 seasons, and it's currently split 2 apiece between both of them. I mentioned it before, you had Tito against Obaba last week who qualified. TAYFUN lost to Pafix, but he also qualified through to the Europe Cup. So both these guys did face off against very strong competition in that first match right here. Most pick coming through. Alayla's out on the field as well, so is it another thing where she's going to be prominent in today's action?
It's going to be interesting for what this match will bring, because TAYFUN in the end also has a lot of LDs, does have the Tian Lang. I'm pretty sure he also has a Zera too. So those kind of units normally are very strong in this current meta. So let's see if he wants to utilize those, or are we just going to go back to those normal comfortable meta units out there? We're going to find that out.
Exactly. Both of these guys, like you said, we're guaranteed through this line of matches a new participant in our SWC Europe Cup 2025. So this is all going to be interesting. They've never been here before. Realistically, they've got no more pressure. You know, they've managed to make it here. Let's see if they can go all the way through, as it is the battle of the T's. But who will be Tito top or taking all the fun? Let's find out in this one. TITOGOFLETTE versus TAYFUN, Okeanos, and a Gianna pre-banned out. Ooh.
I think that's one of the first Okeanos we see pre-banned. We see Okeanos be very contested within the draft, but in a pre-ban, not that much just yet. Main reason for that is a lot of the people like to use that for themselves as well. So let's see what TAYFUN is going to play around. The Oliver is up for grabs, and so is the Jogan. Once again, splitting up the Jogan and the Sierra.
Yeah, it seems like just an instant response, to be honest, now in any of these SWC matches that we're casting, say. You see a Sierra on the other side, you're like, I have to steal it. But again, is it always the perfect answer?
I'm not too sure about it. Definitely what I could see right now is a Shiho being picked up by Tito. And then on the other side, we're definitely going to see something along the lines of a Josephine. So those are the kind of things. If you put this position right now on that character, you're going to know what you're going to see on the other side, which is definitely a Josephine as a response.
Yeah, it very much seems like through all of these drafts, like, you can kind of tell whoever gets that first pick in whichever direction they're going, the answer is currently sitting within the meta as well, say. Is there anyone that can change this up?
Yeah, let's see how that works out, because right now it's definitely very reactive picks. It's like the first 2, maybe 3 are kind of like comfortable picks. After that, it's full-on reactive picks. But actually, interesting enough, we do not see a Josephine just yet. We're rather going for the Layla and for an Annabelle, which does actually give the Shiho a free first turn. But if that Annabelle is faster than all of the other units, TAYFUN does have a cleanse right there.
Exactly, and wow, Wind Twin Angels coming out to play right there, or at least being shown through there. Could have been interesting, but here he is back again.
I'm not too sure about the Misty in this position. The hardest counter to Misty is either pushbacks, not giving a turn. We have the Oliver. Being in the scroll trap, we have the Jogun. Or slows. And there's 2 very strong slow units in the meta sitting on the side of TAYFUN right now. So I'm not too sure about that Misty. But probably Tito is going to be banning one of the 2 slow units. On the other side, we do see a Shizuka being picked up. So that might potentially take all of those invisibilities and give that to their own team.
Exactly, using that Shiho against himself from the very first turn right there. Bans coming out. Do you even have to respect that that could be the case?
I think you have to respect that that could be the case. Also, besides the Shiho, you don't have any form of strips in your whole team. So for Sierra to land the bombs, well, you still have the Assure skill too, but it's also not one of the most reliable because mostly it's not super high on accuracy. What do we have banned out? We got the Light Pony being banned out and that Jogun.
There we go. So we are going to be taking speed leads into our match number 2 of the Europe Preliminaries, day number 3 here between TITOGOFLETTE and TAYFUN, who can look to get a point on the board against their opponent here right now. And that Monkey, let's see if you can get a strip and stun, because that Annabelle will cleanse after.
Annabelle is moving right after, so the only viable target right now is actually Annabelle itself. But Annabelle is almost always 100 resistance. Does land it elsewhere, but then again, the result is very simple. Girls Payer, and we're back to full HP.
Yeah, we are getting that additional turn. It's not going to do too much with all that immunity, but what does Layla have to come here?
Ooh, we have a good amount of silence. It's also a silence wrong element, but also landing the stun, which does mean that Shizuka's skill 3 has stun in her repertoire right now as well. So she can be utilizing the stuns, the silence, and everything. But since there is silence on the enemy time, oh, he's still gonna use it.
Yeah, he's gone for it right there. I mean, with that silence, he gets up the immunity, so he's going to prevent any Ciara, and maybe can now just keep targeting into the Ashura.
Yeah, can go for the Ashura, but I think he wants to be taking out... I think he's going to use the Oliver to control all of the cooldowns, which you definitely have to do, because you still have to keep in mind Ciara has cooldowns available, but he wants to take out that Misty as fast as possible. Also, Layla in combination with an Annabelle is just doing so much work, because she simply gets so many turns.
Yeah, she's getting a lot of turns right now, and just preventing Tito from even getting anything going through. You can see the partnership even with that Oliver as well, sir.
Yeah, there's a lot of partnership going on the side of TAYFUN, and he's having a very strong draft right now. Also, simply not enough damage just there yet. Skill 1, not enough to take it out. Oliver, do you go for the cycling right now? Does go for the cycling, does absorb fully. If you did not fully absorb right there, you could not have went for the skill on the Misty with a crit. Definitely will take out the Misty.
Yeah, taking out an even Monkey right now with that defense break on, trying to just get rid of this Ciara off the field. While TAYFUN, is it honestly the battle of Layla today, say? We've seen it in that previous match, and she's here to stay in this one.
Yeah, I definitely do feel like that Layla's doing a lot of work between these matches. Can we get some stunts? 2 activation checks, resisted on that NFL, did land on the Oliver right there, but we're looking at no skills on that Assure, so therefore not going to be doing anything just yet. But as you mentioned, Layla's doing a lot of work, has been having very strong pairs. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to get to the point somewhere today where Layla's in the pre-ban position.
Exactly. Do you have to respect some trauma bans coming out to play against their opponents right here? You've got even that skill 2 going for the skill 1, just trying to confirm the kill, and does. And Monkey versus the world is not going to happen for TITOGOFLETTE here. TAYFUN really being in control from that very first turn that Tito took, right?
Yeah, 100% in control right there. We only had the Shio taking that 1 turn, but the 1 turn was utilized by that Annabelle. The only thing you could have maybe went for is trying to get that stun on the Annabelle. Even if you're low on accuracy, there is still a slight chance where you can get that. Sure, from there, still the enemy would have taken all the turns, but at least it wouldn't have been instantly cleansed away.
Yeah, let's find out then how they're going to work around it. Is there going to be a trauma ban coming in right here with a Layla, or are we going to see a different kind of play of how you're going to attack it from the side of TITOGOFLETTE here? I mean, currently 1-0 down, reverse sweep time can happen. I actually think that's the first point on the board for TAYFUN as well in this year's SWC.
Yes, that very much is the first point on the board. And what we also do not have on the board this time around is that Yeonhong neither for that Ciara. So that mostly does signal into, I'm taking that Oliver. So the most comfortable speed leads out there are Oliver and Ciara. We have a secondary tier on the Megami and then a few others. But banning one, picking one is always very comfortable, but you're definitely going to be playing against the Megami in most cases. Or Vanessa.
Vanessa coming out instead then, so Tito looking to answer with another 33 lead and partnering it up straight away with the Okeanos right here. I mean, Josephine?
Yeah, interesting style for still having the Okeanos, because I expected Tito, because Tito banned out the Okeanos in the last match, to not have an Okeanos rune top, which is definitely a choice you can make. However, he still has it, so it's interesting to see that he banned out something that he's also utilizing himself. And that's maybe also with the Layla potential ban. You maybe want to not play against it on the enemy side, but you still want to have the chance to pick it yourself.
There we go. I mean, Josephine being stolen on this side from Tito right here has the monkey, which is going to provide some stuns if you can get that skill 3 off to a good effect. But who are you looking to partner that up with right here if you're Tito? Going back in for that Misty?
I'm once again not too sure about the Misty, because there's still a 4 and 5 sitting on the side of TAYFUN. We have a Annabelle being good against all 4 units on the field, because they're either wrong element or lower in accuracy, so works very strong. And a Masha, so I'm once again really liking the draft on the side of TAYFUN. And the side of Tito's draft, I would say the 3 of the Josephine was very good, but the 4 on the Misty, when there's already a scroll trap potential, there's still a slow potential, it's going to be a difficult one.
Yep, I mean, it's what you've ruined prior to these matches as well, say. Could be in the bit of a corner right here, having to select that Misty coming through, but who do you look in that 5th pick to try and resolve that draft for you? Fire Megumi coming in then.
Here's an option right there. It does enable you on the double speed lead where your enemy only has 1 speed lead. Is that the play that you're just going to take out the speed lead on the other side? No, we're actually going to take away that Annabelle. Too many slows.
Here we are then, 33 speed lead for both TITOGOFLETTE and TAYFUN as we're getting into our Europe Preliminaries Day 3, Match 2, Set 2. TITOGOFLETTE 0, TAYFUN 1 up.
Let's see what we have. Well, the interesting thing is your Misty can be on Will Runes, but it doesn't really matter if your Monkey can strip it first, can never stun it, and then you still remove it off the field. We're going to be looking at a Masha with attack buff, but 0 out of 3 strips? What is even this?
Wow, I mean, that's huge resisted right there. It's going to prevent a Marsh from getting a defense breakout. Is this the moment where TITOGOFLETTE can turn it around, get a strip, get a defense break?
Well, this is the perfect moment you're gonna get from the game, so you definitely have to utilize this right now. Is he gonna go for a Masha hit right now? Because the moment you remove the Masha from the immunity, you stun it later, she's not gonna get like immunity every turn she will do. So in this case, if she takes a turn, she's not gonna get that free immunity.
Wow, 3 stuns coming out. I mean, he gets his own stuns, TAYFUN, from that Shiho right there. But things are definitely falling into place for Tito.
Ooh, not looking at a stun over there on the side of TAYFUN. Also looking at a Misty almost taking a turn. Misty on the skills. I don't think it is stacked much yet because it was in the scroll right there. But it's still probably enough to take out this unit right here with the additional turn on that Josephine, locking the Marsha down for 2 more turns.
Yeah, taking out the Oliver as well, Misty right there. It just shows how important that missed strip was from the Jogun here, say.
Yeah, definitely. But also the interesting thing is, like, sure, you maybe miss like 1 or 2, but you're here to let either on the Okeanos or either on the Vanessa to at least make the Marsha have some use. In this case, she had 0 use because she wants to work with an enemy that is not on immunity.
Yeah, and right now Josephine can just get out some of these S1s, provide some damage coming through. Skills have been cool timed on that monkey as well, and I mean, Misty's just going to keep stacking and stacking.
Yep, that's just this is one of those positions I don't see a Misty lose anymore. There's just way too many cooldowns on the enemy side. HP bars are not looking that healthy. Even the attack bars are not looking that great. You're not taking any turns anytime soon to maybe cycle. Plus, for cycling, you actually need violence. You can once again put something in the scroll trap, but is that going to be just enough?
Exactly, because he doesn't have that skill 3 either right here. Can look to try and get a stun, but not going to happen, and Vanessa can come in and clean up with this Misty.
Cleaning up with the ghost appearance of the Misty, doing enough damage to taking out that unit. So we have a 1-to-1 matchup right here.
Wow, bringing it back there. TITOGOFLETTE 1 apiece against TAYFUN right here. Maybe going into that, we thought Tito had a bit of a weaker draft, say, but I mean, those resistances provided hugely for Tito in that last set.
Yeah, that's one of those things you always hope that your enemy does. Is like, as long as they land nothing, I have a very comfortable position with no matter what kind of draft you do. But in the end, either how your draft works, sometimes RNG just happens a little bit, and sometimes some drafts are better to overcome RNG than others. With Jogun, it's definitely one of those all or nothing drafts. Even though the Jogun did absolutely nothing in the previous match against Tito, he still respects that unit, because if it lands, it's always dangerous.
Yeah, maybe he feels like it's due that it could happen during that next set right here, so he is going to be banning it out. And we see immediate responses then, Oliver, Ciara, and Okeanos.
Very fast lock-in of the units. Are we going to see a Shio to the side of Tito? Is he going to go for a Josephine, which is also a common pick into those two things on the enemy side? It's going to go for Shio. Mostly it's not paired with the Josephine right away, but it's definitely an option right here with the two units on the side of TAYFUN.
Let's see who he goes for. We've seen Ashos as well in this similar position with a few other matches right here to provide some sort of cleanse damage coming out, and he is going to go for it.
Yeah, then I would see a potential for Josephine on the side of TAYFUN right now. However, there is already an Oliver on your enemy side, and that is the one thing that Josephine mostly doesn't really like to play into. We also see Layla a bunch of times being picked up, plus Annabelle.
There we go. I mean, it worked very well in that very first set for TAYFUN. Layla really providing a lot, and that Annabelle just being so fast, it was kind of a disruptor for Tito because he didn't know where to put his damage, and he is going to lock it in.
I was second thinking maybe a little bit of a different style draft. Ooh, we're going to go back to a Seimei. Seimei is very good against the Annabelle AoE, the Layla AoE, but I see potential where you're just getting too many slows. There's two units on the side that have attack bar reduce. Seimei needs to take turns, or the allies need to take turns of Seimei to actually go for the proper healing. I could see a world where you go for Seimei plus Nobara, but I would rather see Nobara plus maybe a Juno or something else.
Devaraja coming out to play, then get some provokes going out on the side of TAYFUN.
Interesting style right there, because in this case, I do still see a setup for TAYFUN where TAYFUN can just simply control the whole match, and none of these units are going to be taking that many turns. We're going to go in for Trevor. Haven't seen that one just yet. I did check it yesterday, actually. He's sitting at the lowest win rate in G3 on normal ladder, sitting at 40% win rate, but maybe TAYFUN has a better one than the rest of G3.
Yeah, let's see. Is he? Oh, the content has been banned out here, say, during this one, along with the Shiho. So we're going to get speed leads for both Tito and TAYFUN going into our Europe preliminaries. Day 3, set 3 between TITOGOFLETTE and TAYFUN, 1 apiece. Rip the content.
Yep, rip the content. And also, oh wait, I was thinking for a second we had a Shio on the fell, but that is an NFL sitting on the top left. So we have a first turn belonging to the Assure. We can go for a strip, and we can go for pushbacks because the Olive moves right after. We're going into the Okeanos, mainly just for this reset, because the silence will be taken off or thrown back.
Yeah, it will be using that skill 1 right there from the Oki. But how much can Layla get in here? Anti-cleanse?
Ooh, not that much at all, which is potentially a good rotation for the Devaraja if there's nothing too much just yet there. Also, no silences this time around, so ooh, but there you have the stun. That's all you need. It's gonna go back to full HP, but we're gonna have the bond actually preventing from taking the next turn. Are you gonna instantly take this out? I think you might take it out, but if you don't take it out, 49k heal on that unit right there.
Wow, huge amount of heal coming out from the side of Tito. I've just realized as well, Seimei being on that field really prevents the use of Annabelle's skill 3 there as well, Sage. Only 1 defense break turn.
Yep, 1 defense break turn. So we also have the silence being thrown back. So it's still very dangerous if the Devaraja takes the additional turn, if the Assure takes the additional turn. Those are the things that Tito is hoping for at the moment. But let's see, we do have the Sierra with a potential explode. But in this case, the bomb is just gonna go off natural, and we're actually taking off the Oliver with just chip damage.
Yeah, Oliver getting out of the field right here. You've got that defense break. Oh, wow, double bomb time.
Double bomb time, that's definitely gonna take it out. We're probably looking at over 50k, 41k, not the highest of Sierra damage we have seen out there. definitely enough damage to take it out. We had a 32k heal, but as mentioned, it is not that easy to take turns when your enemy has two forms of attack bar absorb. Skill 3 Okeanos' attack bar absorb, skill 3 of the Sierra's attack bar absorb. And you have the slows of the NFL, so sure, on paper, a Same sounds very strong, but you actually have to take those turns to get anywhere.
Yeah, you really do. And I mean, just showing the benefit of having that Sierra going in with the bombs from the side of Typhoon. I mean, he can bring back this Oliver to insert those cool times, but I think it's only a matter of time, eh?
Yeah, this is definitely just a matter of time, because in the end, Okeanos does also insert those cool times back on the Azure. Azure has very low cool times, but if he is reset, it still takes 2 turns regardless. And even right now, with the same on the field, we're just sending all of the skills. Sure, if the Azure does take a turn, it is full HP once again. But does he get the chance to take a turn? The answer is no. There's too much work on those silences.
Yeah, and there you go. Okeanos can clean it up for Typhoon as he takes a 2-1 lead in our match number 2 here. He's 1 set away from going through into that lower round bracket number 2. So, I mean, you could see there, kind of changed again. Same isn't always the best response to this Layla.
Yeah, that's the big issue. You have the slows, you have the silences, you're taking turns, but you're not taking them to the full extent. You have difficulties taking your turns because of the slow. Enemy has so much cycling, so it doesn't really work out that well. We're actually going back to an Okeanos pre-ban, and we're having a Shiho pre-ban.
There we are. We've got them coming out right here for those pre-bans. First pick is going to be going to Typhoon right here. Oliver potentially on the board already. If you want to take a Ciara as well, are we going to see the instant lock-in? Woo!
This time around, we do have it with the Joe gun in the pair. We also don't have a counter to a Shio right now, which is actually kind of awkward for Typhoon himself, because that is the position he would have liked to lock it in himself. But going back to that Layla, that worked very well, plus Hagang.
Yeah, bringing her in. I mean, she did so much in those previous sets when Typhoon did get the win. Why not bring her back? But Tita, how are you going to respond? You saw that the Same couldn't really deal with all of those slows, especially if Typhoon in that 4th and Fick maybe wants to bring an Annabelle later on.
Yeah, the potential for an Annabelle, like in this position, you see a lot of wind kind of threat, so you're thinking about fire, but that's probably not going to help you. Neither is this Misty, because once again, the Misty is facing off against slows. I can see an NFL coming up again. Double slows and pushback. The Mei Wang definitely does feel a lot stronger in this matchup than a potential Misty.
He definitely does. I mean, it could be signaling already that you might want to be getting rid of him if you're on the side of Typhoon, not having to deal with him. This 5th pick is going to be important. Marsha in again. When she was on the field last time, it didn't quite work out.
Yeah, let's see what Tito can do right now. He still has the Gianna. He could go for a potential Gianna ban Hagang. Big question then is, if your speed lead is banned out, are you fast enough? If your booster is banned out, are you fast enough? And is Layla going to land her skill? So if you go for Gianna right now, it's definitely a risk. Actually is gonna go for a Douglas. Haven't seen too much Douglas just yet. Probably a Masha ban, probably a Douglas ban, because you gotta respect those 2 units. 2-1-2-1 right there.
Exactly, banned out right here. So we're going to have speed leads for both TITOGOFLETTE and Typhoon in our set number 4, potentially the deciding set here in our Europe Preliminaries day number 3. Let's see what happens, say.
We got a Blossom Painting, but we right away have to follow up on the other side. We're not getting all of the strips once again. Here comes the Ghost. Are those providing those stops? Ooh, still. Sierra is sitting at a potential to bomb later.
Yeah, she is, and I mean, she's not had that taken away, the immunity from her. Oliver can look to try and now control into that Misty, potentially.
Yep, we're definitely going to go for the Misty control. Also, good damage right there. We are glancing on this Monkey. Do you still send it for an S2, or do you get a potential stun? What are we looking for? Probably still has to send the S2. Does send the S2, does do a good bit of damage. Is he trying to take out the Layla right away?
Exactly. If you can land this bomb and detonate, let's see if it would be enough to actually take it. Or do you need to start preventing an Oliver from cycling? That's what he's going for.
Oliver cycling prevented. 22k bomb damage. Additional turn. The dot is still remaining over there with a little bit of chip damage. It is nearly taken out, but it's not enough just yet.
It is an wow. Jogan comes in right now. You can get that scroll trap. Does land it on the Annabelle as well. Huge. Can you take out that Oliver?
Yeah, probably does not take out the Oliver just yet, but the chip damage is definitely still there. You have to go for the Sierra skill 1, but the Sierra did take that additional turn, if I'm not mistaken. So we're looking at a bomb potential once again. If you land this bomb on the Layla, give a little bit more chip damage to that Oliver. Oliver taking out Sierra once again, taking the additional turn. Layla is going to be saying goodbye in the next turn.
Yep, she is, and I mean, then it's going to be still potentially 2 fire units versus the Annabelle and the Heigang, but wow, Monkey is really turning up.
Well, once again, it's TAYFUN actually not connecting the strips he need. The strip that he needed the most was the strip on that Sierra, because Sierra, he has to deny the turns off, not get those bombs in, and once again, the strips on the side of TAYFUN were not connecting.
No, they weren't, and Monkey can land defense breaks, and with this bomb and the attack buff right here.
Yep, simply taking out 36.5k damage with attack buff. That is why you like to see that pair with a Joe gun.
Yep, you can see this time it wasn't his Joe gun that missed the strips for TAYFUN. It was his brother Heigang that didn't manage to get that most important strip on the side of TITOGOFLETTE, and he just took over from that moment on. We're going to a full best of 5 right here, say. I mean, all up for grabs, eh?
Yep, but also besides the Heigang missing that strip, also the Layla has a chance to strip. It is a little bit lower in chances, but also did not manage to strip on that Sierra, and that is pretty much all that TAYFUN needed in this matchup. So let's see if he can leave that match in the past and focus on this next match, because that's always difficult to deal with as a player.
Exactly. How are you going to manage to take this and turn things around? You're constantly going 1-0 up, but your opponent just keeps bringing it back. They're always hanging around the next corner waiting for you when you do get that point ahead. And this is why the guys are taking so much time, I would say, right now. With those pre-bans, wow, the partnership has been taken away.
Partnership has been taken away. That does also mean Tito will have the potential for the Oliver first pick. So TAYFUN is not going to have neither the Oliver nor the Sierra. So has to be looking at a Megami or something else. Tito did that before with the Vanessa. But let's see what TAYFUN is looking at. For now, we're just going to go into a Heigang and an Okeanos very early.
Yeah, bringing those ones in probably needs still a speed lead in that 3rd or 4th pick right here. If you're Tito, you've got the options. Wow, okay, we're going to steal then.
We're going to go for the steal. Are we going to go for the full steal with also stealing a Layla? Or are we going to go to countable units such as a Shio? Shio is kind of already taken care of by a Heigang, but it's still a very strong unit. So let's see what he likes to pair that up with. Because in the end, Layla is countered by an Okeanos to a certain extent, but it might still be a good unit in partner.
Yeah, does not want to face against it from the side of TAYFUN right there. But with all of that attack bar manipulation, Tian Lang joins us on the field.
Tian Lang joins us on the field, but this is the position where I really do like the Misty and I really do like the Maya Wang. Because last 2 times where I said I don't really like this Misty over here, TAYFUN had a lot of slows, TAYFUN had Scroll Trap, TAYFUN had a lot of pushbacks. In this case, Tito is having all of those things himself, so he's not being counted on neither the Misty nor the Maya Wang.
Yeah, we see a Win Nabara coming through as well on the side of TAYFUN. He's going to try and deal with all of those debuffs that are going to be coming out from the side of TITOGOFLETTE. You just get rid of a damage dealer?
Well, you have to get rid of either the Misty or the Mei Wang, whichever you think is easier to kill, but both of them are going to be very hard to kill, and the Mei Wang was the most difficult.
It was, so he's been taken out as well as that Tian Lang, not going to allow any of the cutting in between with the attack bars. Speed lead and crit rate lead going into this one. It's our match 2, set 5 of the Europe Preliminaries, day 3. TITOGOFLETTE or TAYFUN, who can make their way through to face off against MINA in the next round.
Ooh, we're taking a little bit of an awkward turn on this NFL on the very first rotation. It does make sense for having this rotation on your units in case that your Layla is being stunned before she takes the turn. It is also very weird to see a Nobara on Wilrus. It is a counter to the Joe gun, but in general sense, it's kind of awkward because you're just taking less of your potential attack by increase. But with the strip, you still have that. Juno's also moving right after.
Wow, that additional
turn, that's so much damage. Plus, we have the Heigang pushing up the attack bars just a little bit. With the strip over here, the Okeanos coming right after. We have all of the debuffs. We actually have a Gianna kind of looking unit over there. Is this going to be enough damage? I don't think it is enough to take out the Misty, but the Annabelle, I'm fearing for her life. It's not enough just yet, but the rotation absorbing so much attack bar, getting the additional turn right there, taking out 2 units. Units just started disappearing. Nobara is seeming so strong right here.
TAYFUN taking the 3-2 win against TITOGOFLETTE there to make his way through to the lower round bracket number 2. I mean, we were saying it from a few matches before, even last weekend. When Nobara, we weren't seeing her at all as a deterrent on the field. And right there, she's just done 50% damage on all of those units from the very first moment. Wow.
Yep. Yeah, it's a super strong unit. You definitely do need that additional turn to get to the 50%. Otherwise, it's 25. It's still fairly strong though. But it also did show a route where TAYFUN was getting quite unlucky with those strips in match 2 and match 4. But then it's like completely turned around with the Nobara just taking over the whole field. Nobara said like, this guy is due. Let him give that victory right there.
Exactly, and he's managed to do it. He has knocked out TITOGOFLETTE. Again, commiserations to him. That is going to be at the end now of his SWC journey for this year. But managing to take it all the way to a 2-3 in a best of 5 and losing to a Barber win that very first day as well. I mean, he had a tough competition to face off against and can probably take some sort of merit against the 2 opponents here. But for TAYFUN, it is confirmation he will be facing off against MINA in that very next set. Is it all about momentum? Is he going to be seeing some more Layla and Nabaras as we get through today, say?
I definitely do think we're going to see a fair bit more of those, but it was also very interesting to see is the moment that TAYFUN was drafting the Layla plus the Annabelle every time. The moment it got stolen, he had an answer and it worked very well. So let's see if other people in this competition also pick that up. But first off, we're going to have our match 3, CYBERNINJA against Glorious.
Yep, CYBERNINJA and Glorious are next 2 competitors here in SWC Europe Preliminaries day number 3. And I mean, if you already look ahead through to who they would be facing as well, this is going to be 2 very tough matches for all of these players to try and get through into the qualified players of our Europe Cup. CYBERNINJA and Glorious have played each other a total of 9 times over the past 2 seasons. Currently, Glorious is 7-2 up in those ones as well. But what can you tell me a little bit more about CYBERNINJA's play from last week?
Well, CYBERNINJA is a new face to the competitive scene for SWC thus far, but he has been using a lot of that Layla as well, definitely looking into the meta units. We also do see a Rakuni being locked in. Rakuni was actually, funny enough, one of those units, was picked 6 times, made it into the match 6 times, and thus far day 1 and day 2, lost all 6 of them. So we do see a 3-0 against Golem Pichaga, so he definitely had to play against someone that very well understands the meta. But now he's playing up against Glorious, who I think also knows the meta very well. But then again, Glorious is a streamer, so he does tend to show what he's playing.
Definitely does. I mean, for CYBERNINJA as well here, yes, he did lose 3-0 in the very first match from Preliminaries Day 1, but it was against Golem Pichaga, who actually ended up qualifying all the way through for that Europe Cup. And right here, Glorious also faced off against a very strong competitor in his Preliminaries Day 2, losing to ISMOO 3-1. I mean, he's got a career behind him. He's been to the Europe Cup. He's managed to make it before. You can see here, though, a little bit more dangerous and snipe action coming out.
Yeah, a lot more snipe with that Sonya, but he also has the back pocket picks of things such as a Tianlang, such as a Wunsa, such as a Neftis. There's a lot of LDs that Glorious could utilize. Even a Dark Gojo. There's a lot of options out there that he could utilize that you always have to keep in mind. It's like, okay, if I lock myself out of a certain draft, sure, we're looking at the meta units, but I still have to think about the other units as well on the side from CYBERNINJA towards Glorious.
Yep, and let's see what these guys can do right here. I mean, say, favorites in the previous matches, we kind of got it wrong on a few occasions. What do you think here?
I give the slight upper hand once again to the player that has more plays and matches in with the pre-ban, and that goes in this case to Glorious.
Let's see then if you're going to be correct here, say, as we're going into it. My Wi-Fi went down, but it came back stronger. Talk about a glory router. Let's find out in this one. Our match 3, set 1 between CYBERNINJA and Glorious. Pre-bans looking to get locked in right now. Parter and that Sierra.
Sierra not on the field right now, which mostly does leave a Oliver being picked up right away. But we have seen it a few times that people utilize the Shio rather than having the speed leads as in the Oliver. But Glorious in this case goes for the Oliver.
Wow, okay, so we're seeing a Shiho partnered up early with an Ashur here, not really caring too much for the speed leads, but bringing in some damage.
bringing in the damage, but also bringing in a lot of potential disruption, protection on yourself, healing, cleanses. These units are so all around and therefore they're meta. On the other side, we do see also very meta units, and we're going back and forth. Very fast pick right here. CYBERNINJA is not here to play for a long time in this draft. He's locking in units fast.
Yeah, Tianlang being locked in as well there for the side CYBERNINJA. Glorious was seeing that Annabelle coming out. Oh, no, my God. Oh, say.
Ooh, we go for the Chow. Are we actually going to be locking in a Chow? Is that what it is? We have the Shizuka actually rather than the Chow. So let's see if that was the right play. I would have said a Chow doesn't look that bad over here, but I think in the end it would have probably been bad.
Yeah, here we are. Layla coming out in that 5th pick potentially from CYBERNINJA. Must be an instant ban, I would guess, maybe. But Juno changes it up.
Let's see if the Juno does have any potential to disrupt the whole draft. It's definitely one of those units that you lock in where you go for an for a Hagen kind of unit to remove from the draft. But let's see if that's actually good enough in this matchup.
Yeah, let's find out. Bans coming in. This is our set 1 of match number 3 of our Europe preliminaries. Shizuka being banned out and that Juno as well. So we've got the speed lead against the attack lead. It's here. CYBERNINJA versus Glorious. Who is going to make their way through to that next round to face off against PINKROID?
Yeah, let's see. We have the first turn going for the Shiho. Okeanos for the stun. However, not for the stun. Hagen would have cleansed that anyways, but we have the Tianlang moving right after. Resets. Do we go for the resets towards the Assure?
Manages to get it as well on that Assure. Maybe a waste to use a skill through with the rest of the team with that immunity. But here, getting that defense break is huge.
Defense break is always super huge. It gives you the setup, but we also have the NFL going in for it very soon. So let's see if the NFL probably does go for the cleanse right there. Would have to go for it, but do you actually want to go for anything else? No, actually goes for the cleanse right away, which does make a lot of sense.
It does, but Josephine can come in, get that provoke as well to try and get stunned the next time. There's no immunity, so you can look to even get stuns, but Ops knocked him.
Yeah, it's interesting to not go for the stunts right there, so let's see if that does work out. We do have the Oliver going in for resets. Resets are always looking very good, but NFL, do you send the skill 3? Does send the skill 3. Can potentially get stunned. Did get stunned in the end. Assure, do you get the additional turn right now? Does not get the additional turn.
Yeah, it would have been huge, and he's going to be pushed back even more with that cool time from Oliver right there to prevent the healing coming out. Tianlang setting up that defense break. He's really trying to get rid of this Okeanos. Can he hear?
Ooh, doesn't get it, but right now we have the Okeanos moving, but does he have any skills available? We're also going for the resets, going for the counter, does go for the stun. We do have Rain of Stones coming in right now with a lot of damage.
So much damage right here, and I think Annabelle is close to having that skill too as well to get some healing. Can you cycle here?
Going for the cycle. We did not get the cycle, but we do have a potential reset sitting in here right now. Do we get it? We do get the reset, but we're actually going for the kill.
Yep, and with that glancing from the monkey, Okeanos is going to stay alive even longer. Wow, Glorious has managed to keep him alive, and he's doing so much damage.
So much damage, and his Oliver is doing so much work. Glorious is sitting in the driver's seat right now. All of these units are looking very lively. Monkey cannot get those stuns off, has the glancing, has not a full activation rate, so therefore did not even pop out as a resistance. But Glorious sitting once again in the driver's seat.
He is pushing back this Tianlang right now. Maybe he can even get some additional damage going through onto that monkey with that Oliver, and it's going to be a 1-0 lead going into it for Glorious right here.
Yeah, always a comfortable position to start off with that 1-0 lead. It's also interesting, the LD that both of them do share, the Tianlang, was on the side of CYBERNINJA this time, but once again, it does also show that the meta units are often stronger than the LDs.
1-0 for Glorious then against CYBERNINJA in our very first set here. You were noticing there, say, around that Tianlang, it's one of those things we always tend to say, right? If you've got that unit, you kind of know how to play against it as well. And I think there you're just seeing that demonstrated from Glorious. Yes, he had the Oliver to deal with the attack bar, but he also had some cool times and some extra slows going through.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the units. Tianlang is super strong in the meta, but you mostly want to pair it against a Megami or against something that takes a lot of attack bar every turn it does, but also where you control it, that it takes the attack bar, which in the case of the Megami is the case. In the case of an Oliver, Oliver still kind of does his own thing when the Oliver is on the field next to a Tianlang.
Wow. So we're getting a Mi Ying being pre-banned out here already from the side of Glorious. We didn't see it in that last match, but maybe it's to prevent any sort of bruiser.
Yeah, it's definitely a potential where I see Glorious going more for a turn 1 kind of rotation with more stuns, but Definitely more stuns is what you have right there with a Sierra and a Shiho.
Yeah, we're seeing here a response then. Okay, another good combo when partnered together right there, the Parter and that Hair Gang.
Oh, that's why we do see a Tianlang. This time around on the side of CYBERNINJA, we see 3 units with attack bar gain. So is that going to be the main counter? In the case of the Pater, it's just on himself, so it's not as strong. But in the case of the Hae Gang, it's always on the whole team. And we're actually going to go back to a Robo. Haven't seen that for a fair bit, but does not believe in it himself neither.
No, is instead going for that Misty. Believes at the moment then that it could maybe solo through that team if you were to get rid of an Oliver for any pushbacks.
Yeah, let's see what the counter is on that. The Mei Wang is a good counter to a potential Misty. It is also good to break up the pair of the Misty and the Mei Wang together, because if you're facing off both and you don't have good counters to one of the two, it is always difficult to have those in the match. And we do see a double Monkey coming up. On the other side, we had a Lucy being flashed in for a second. No, we're actually going to take that away, and we're going to go for a Seimei. Nope, still taking that away. Lots of options where Glorious could go for, but he's not sure which is the best option. And that is the issue with having too many units. At some point, if you have one unit, you just locked it in. That is the counter to that one thing. But if you have 4 or 5 different options, which one is the best? Seimei is his answer of choice.
Yeah, I think whatever he was picking there, it was going to get banned out anyway. So here we have it, the speed leads of Glorious and CYBERNINJA going into our set 2 of the Europe Preliminaries, day number 3. CYBERNINJA 0, Glorious 1. Can he extend that lead?
Can you extend the lead? Also in this case, we have the Misty not on Will Runes, where we're going to place the hits. We're going to place it over there, but in this case, since there's no Will Runes on this Misty, Misty will be losing the attack part. No, Misty is actually losing nothing, but giving a hit to this Oliver.
Yeah, wow, managing to cut in there then with that skin line, getting the defense break on the Oliver, but this is what you need, Monkey. Wow.
That's just simply a lot of work right there. And the Misty is sitting at glancing, but can you still do it? I see a potential world where it takes down triple miscrit, but still managing to take it out. So now all eyes are on this Vader. We've seen Vader do a lot of damage. We're looking at full armor break across the board, but the big question is, do you go for a takeout on the Sierra right now? Because the Misty is already shaking off that armor break.
I mean, he's got the defense break going in 23k, was that?
24.5k taking out that unit right there, but he's definitely not done yet, because this is really one of those matchups where a Misty might simply take over the whole match. You have to go for an armor break setup from this Monkey, but the Monkey is not here to stay that much long. Ooh, taking some stuns. Can you get the stun over there as well? Gets a good amount of stuns. We're going for the Ghost Appearance once again. Does land the armor break, but Monkey will shake that off himself pretty soon. Plus, I think the Moonlight Blaze is available.
Yep. Oh, not quite yet. I mean, right now it's Misty. Oh, God, huge. Okay, gets that immunity. Can you get rid of this Misty in time now?
Gets rid of the immunity. Doesn't have the skill 2 available right now, so the hard hitting skill is going to be gone, but you have a little bit of chip pushbacks. Plus skill 1 right now. This skill 2, ooh, actually has the skill 2. Wild Blow available. Another 24k, taking out a Misty right there with the combination of the Dark Monkey and the Pater.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Tianlang, Glorious just thinking through exactly how he can target this. That was a perfect cycle at the beginning for CYBERNINJA. That Monkey managed to get the stuns, the cleanse blocks, and it's going to be one apiece between CYBERNINJA and Glorious right here. Maybe some trauma pre-bans coming in that next one.
There could be a Zongchen Lao pre-ban right there. In the end, the unit did show a lot of potential. It's kind of like an Okeanos, but a little bit different. It provides the armor breaks, and because of the armor breaks, units like a Pater have this like alley-oop setup where they can just simply dunk it in and get a lot of damage on the unit.
Definitely can. I mean, send it on those skill 2s if you're hitting 24.5Ks as well. That's why you've got maybe a bit of a respect pre-ban coming out there with that Parter and Ciara being taken away, so Oliver can be up for grabs.
Oliver is mostly up for grabs for these players. We've seen Olivers in the first pick. We have seen Shihos in the first pick. It's going to be one of those, and in this case, it's the Shiho.
Shiho being taken through then, so you've got that that Water Monkey right now looking to be able to do skill 3. Do you already come in then with your own Oliver? Are you looking to potentially even bring in Okeanos? Yep.
Yep, definitely the comfortable core units that we do like to see. But on the other side, we do see a Megami being popping up. If you pick a Megami right now without a Josephine, you are like a 99% sure guaranteed that you're playing against the Josephine. So keep that in mind. If you already go for Layla over here, you kind of have that more or less covered. However, might be not as strong as against other units. If you go for an Ashura right now, you're definitely going to be targeted by a Josephine.
Going for an early Misty then right in there, and Josephine is going to appear on the field, partnering up then with that Mi Ying.
Miying also a great bruiser unit into all of those stuns. So 2 stun deniers, whereas Glorious is already showcasing 2 stuns. We do have the Layla being locked in right now. Let's see what he likes to pair that with on a 5th. You could potentially go for a Mayo Wang, but it's not feeling as strong in this matchup because Mayo Wang does lose a 1v1 against the Miying mostly.
Here we are then, partnering up with that Raccoony. But if you're CYBERNINJA, you can bring some more monkey business. Constant damage coming through right here. I mean, do you have to respect that Miying or go for the monkey? Is banned out.
Oh, monkey is banned out. That will make the Miying and the Josephine very hard to deal with. But the moment you can get a good stun rotation where you double stun them when the skills are not on cooldown, that's why you want to have them.
Let's find out then, Monkey. You've got that skill 3 going into the Okeanos. This case doesn't get that stun, importantly.
Oh, no stuns, which also means Layla's not getting her turn. In this case, if you hit anything else than the Megami will take the turn. Also, Raccoony, because of Nemesis, took the turn right now. So now he can still freely try to stun out this Okeanos. And he goes for skill 1, interestingly enough. But we're going to go for a rotation on the Raccoony. What are we aiming with this Raccoony skill? That we rather did that than that skill 2 on the Megami.
Let's see, he's boosting up then that Layla. We've got skill 2. Need some anti-cleanse as well coming out here. Oh.
Ooh, does get some anti-cleanse, but it's just sitting on the Megami. We also have a reset, or another reset. We have a silence sitting on the Oliver. We have cleansing sitting on the Okeanos, so that will probably prevent a few stuns coming in right here. And for that reason, does not go for the stun, gets the additional turn right now. Can definitely not land on the monkey right now because of wrong element. Decides to therefore also not use the skill 3 just yet.
Yeah, puts it onto that Megumi. Is going to be able to try and prevent some sort of stun, but going in for that defense break again. Big stun coming out right now.
Big stun on that skill 1. We also have the slow still sitting at that Oliver. Raccoony taking the extra turns. Josephine, where would you like to place your stun? On the monkey. Does get on the monkey, but also gets an additional turn.
Yep, and that is, though, going to provide it with that skill 3. So even if you're using this skill 2 to get some sort of pushback on one of the units, likely to proc that passive.
Procking the passive, but you can go for skill 1 on that Layla right now, which is probably the thing that you have to aim for. Actually does not go for it just yet. Once again, additional turn on that Josephine.
Yeah, right here. I mean, he has got the full range to try and control into that Layla. It is going to get resisted, though, on the skill.
That is resisted on the skill, which does also mean Oliver in the next turn will have that one off turn where you cannot land any skills. If you go for stun right now, if you stun and you don't take it out, whereas I do think you take it out, but he did not want to take that chance right there.
No, didn't need to right here. You're looking to boost up yourself, get Layla into this turn again. We need some anti-cleanse, some silences. Oh, Oliver.
We're getting the anti-cleanse, but Oliver is untouched by neither of those skills at the moment. Monkey's once again sitting at stuns, but Megami can do the same thing. Decides not to stun the Oliver, but to stun this Miying.
Going in for that Miying then right here. He's maybe worked out that Oliver didn't have skills right there, so it's going to be how quickly you can get rid of this Miying off the field whilst preventing that control from an Oliver.
Yep, Oliver has the S2 available next turn. Also, Josephine has the passive once again available, denying all of those turns on the monkey. Oliver being also stunned, but Josephine has more shields.
Going into that Layla, it is going to get resisted as well here right now. Can you provide some silence and a stun of your own?
Stun of your own, but Oliver had something to say about that with the additional turn. But we're definitely seeing the potential right now where some of the other units, Layla, can you get back into the skills?
Yeah, I mean, right now, if Layla can start cycling through, maybe even you want to get this monkey cycling through as well to get some damage on the Miying. I just feel like the more that Miying's still here, he could do something later on.
Yeah, the Miying, at some point, like the attack power going up is most deadly from all of these units here on the field. On that Miying, if the Miying takes one additional turn, it's simply instantly taking a unit out, especially if that defense break is instantly landed. So let's see if he gets the chance at any point. But thus far, we're looking at a lot of stuns controlling the anti-stun units.
Yep, it's working perfectly for him right here. I mean, you can't really hit that Miying. Maybe you just need to finally try and get rid of this Oliver as well.
Yeah, let's see if we can do anything against the Oliver. We have more ghosts to come over here. Can we get more stuns? We do once again get stuns. We get slows. Layla's once again showing that she's so incredibly good with all of those debuffs. So much work on the cleanse block, but also so much work on potential stuns, getting that many turns. And we have a Shio coming in with a skill 3, probably taken out, does take it out.
Wow, there you go. And he's going to just clean up the rest right now, even with that Josephine. We were saying it earlier today, saying, you just mentioned it then, Layla has been so dangerous when she's coming off right here in Europe Preliminaries day number 3. Seimei wasn't the answer before, and to be honest, neither was Mi Ying there for CYBERNINJA.
No, the only answer we have seen so far was the answer that TAYFUN gave in his own match against the Layla. Win Nobara, but it is always a tricky thing to do because you're losing a lot of HP potentially for dealing the damage on the enemy side. So it's always a two-edged sword to be drafting in the Nobara, but if it works, that is definitely an answer right there. Let's see if more of those gentlemen do pick it up.
Let's find out going into our 4th number set right here. Pre-bans are open, ready for both of them to see how they're going to target their way through this next one. Glorious is only 1 set win away from having to potentially face PINKROID in that next set, but can CYBERNINJA sweep it round now? And that's why we've got that trauma ban of a Layla coming out.
Yep, I mentioned it earlier today. At some point, I wouldn't be surprised if that Layla is gonna get pre-banned. This is the moment. On the other side, we actually see a Mi Ying being pre-banned. Mi Ying being so much of a dangerous unit that even though it did do absolutely nothing last match, just sitting permanently stunned, it is still a danger to fight, and Glorious likes to take that out.
Yep, and we're seeing Glorious respond here then with that Oliver, with the Okeanos as well. CYBERNINJA going back for a different pairing again, potentially. Okay, already stealing that Tianlang a little bit earlier.
I like the switch towards the Tianlang. Otherwise, Glorious would have definitely locked in a Misty in the 3 right now, and then you have to start dealing with a Misty again. In this case, where you have the armor break set up for Pater, the Misty looks a little bit less interesting. Josephine is definitely not a bad pick, because in the end, CYBERNINJA is showing 3 units with potential stuns.
Yeah, and is that what he's going to look to lock in? He doesn't have a different response with potentially a Layla. It's not available for him. We're seeing then this Jogun come in. It's partnering it up the classic duo right now.
The classic duo, but also the classic duo next to an Oliver, so it does have both of the speed leads at the moment. So, ooh, with the Sonya, I'm liking the draft of Glorious a lot right here. Big question is, any Sonya traps on the side of CYBERNINJA or not?
Yeah, I mean, have you prepped it? Did you see that Glorious was tending to use that Sonya in those very first few days of SWC Europe Preliminaries? And this is the mind games right now. It's 1 set away potentially from Glorious winning through, Jogun being banned out, and that Josephine, so you're going to have to deal with a monkey along the way. Defense lead versus speed lead, it's here. CYBERNINJA 1, Glorious 2. Can he make his way through to that 2nd round of the lower bracket?
Well, we're definitely taking out the Shio. Shio is the easiest target. 36.5k is not enough damage to take out that monkey. That is insane.
Wow, I mean, and that's going to provide that invincibility, so Monkey's not going down anytime soon right here, and you can't get anything off. Maybe that was just enough of a trap.
Well, just enough of a trap, but also the monkey was... Ooh, and the Sierra not connecting the skills. Glorious is not having this match right now. But also the monkey was still doing 2.5k hits per, while being on 37k HP. That just shows why this monkey is so good.
Definitely does right there. I mean, resisted from that defense break. And I mean, he just needs to wait for the cycle to come round, really, to get rid of that immunity if you're Glorious, because you're going to be waiting a while.
You're gonna be waiting a while, and also during that wait, the monkey gets stronger and stronger. And then I'm not talking about the water monkey, the fire monkey. The fire monkey will be very difficult to deal with.
Definitely will, especially with 10k coming in hits there from the Pater on no defense break. Then look to try and get some stuns. Wow, I mean, it was a great effort from Glorious bringing out that snipe, but that monkey survived by a slither of health.
Yep, went for the monkey to try to take it out right there. I would have actually utilized the Sonya over there to try to see what is a death trap and what is not a death trap, just for future information. But in the heat of the moment, I absolutely understand that you tried to take a W still there, which was maybe the only chance where Sonya could have resisted or maybe glanced a lot of skills, get skills back up fast, but it was definitely an uphill battle from there.
Definitely was. I also like your insight there, Sir, because I was thinking the exact same thing. Why not use that skill 2 on potentially, was it the Hairgang or on the Pater, just to see if that was even a trap as well. I mean, heat of the moment, maybe it's going to come back to bite Glorious in the bottom with that next final set number 5. Pre-bans coming in, who do you expect?
Oh, I definitely do expect some trauma pre-banning. And once again, Pater is showing a lot of trauma. But on the other side, the Shiho is showing a lot, which is also a very interesting thing. A lot of these players are pre-banning things that they have themselves, but it's just one of those things. Like, in the end, CYBERNINJA has a crazy good Shiho if it survived the 36.5k hit from a Sonya. But it's still one of those units like, okay, I still don't like you to play with it. Like, when I'm playing with it, it's fine, but I don't want you to have the potential of having that unit.
Exactly, and we're seeing here first pick coming out, then the Okeanos on the side of Glorious, changing it up from any of those speed leads. We have CYBERNINJA right now. Wow, okay, we're fully changing things up.
We're definitely changing things up, and I'm not too sure because that gives Glorious towards a free Sierra or free Oliver, which in this case he likes to take the Sierra, so definitely going by the chance. We have a counter on the side of a Hagang, but Hagang is only a hard counter to it if you do actually provide a speed lead as well. Otherwise, a Jogun Sierra combination mostly does tend to outspeed after a skill 3 with a Jogun if the Hagang position does not have any speed lead.
That's fine here. We're seeing Dooman coming out right here, and we're getting an Annabelle. Can put up some 3-turn defense breaks, get some more slows out as well through to the other side of the team. You were mentioning a speed lead here. It's still an option.
It is still an option, but I wouldn't be surprised if Glorious is locking in a draft on just simply banning the 5th pick. So whatever CYBERNINJA locks in here. Well, that's definitely a speed lead. Speed lead you don't see all too much, but the speed lead that also does signal your Jogun is not going to make it to the match.
Yeah, let's see then if they are going to be looking to ban out then the Jogun, yes, and that Kiara as well being banned out. We've got speed lead versus the accuracy lead. This is it. Our Europe preliminaries day number 3, set 5 between CYBERNINJA and Glorious. Whoever wins is going to go through to that next round.
We have the Okeanos being perfectly in tune for a reset. Does get the reset. Still have Dooman moving right after. So the Dooman can go for a skill 3. Right now, there is one counter to a Dooman, however, and that is called shields. And Josephine has a lot of those.
She definitely does, but are you even needing to proc it right now? You're putting that bomb on. Is it even the needed to explode to put it in? No.
I don't think it's necessarily needed because in the end you have 2 turns before you have back on the skills of the Bayek itself. So in this case, just simply, as he's playing right now, I think it's the right play. Ooh, we do get a big stun on this Annabelle, however.
Yeah, right now you're going to be targeting into that Annabelle, preventing... Oh, maybe trying to get rid of the Dooman off the field early. Wow.
Trying to get rid of the Dooman. Big question is the Dooman on a resistance build or is it just super high on the HP build? Also, Karma skill 2 right now, you can send it towards like a Hagang, but it's simply not doing that much, just going for skill 1.
Yeah, putting more damage into that Ursure right now. It is going to be falling very soon. I mean, you've got plans for another bomb. Is it just going to see how many you can get on before you need to explode them?
Yeah, definitely does not need to explode them there neither, because if you explode right now and it's not fully dead, you get the shields, and that is what's countering the Dooman skill. So just landing them on the Misty once again prevents them from doing anything right there. Oh, this is really a difficult decision, but I do agree with him. Just going for skill 1, not going for skill 3 right there. We do have the stun, we do have the shields being available right now, but does he get enough? Does not get enough value from there. Awkward thing is right now, if you strip anything, you give bar to the Hagang, you might still lose your unit.
Yeah, you might. And, oh wow, Annabelle cuts in, skill 2 can look to cleanse there, say.
Ooh, 18k heal, that's absolutely what Glorious was looking for. However, not that much damage on this Misty just yet. So Sierra is the main target because Sierra is the unit to best take out this Misty. However, Dooman is also really good at that job. In this case, Okeanos, just a bit of chip damage, but there's way more damage on this setup right there.
Yeah, I mean, Dooman, how can you get another S3 off here? Because if you can take out
You
that
have
unit...
to land.
Oh.
Does land the curse of that. That's 2 turns for this Misty. There's also slow on the Misty. Wait, this might be even enough. Yeah, with this additional turn, that is enough. So we're gonna say goodbye to the Misty. That's actually way more damage to the Misty than I think Glorious was expecting in the first place as well. We have reset sitting on the Josephine. So in this case, Annabelle definitely has an upper hand over Josephine in most cases. But is this Josephine maybe a super high accuracy one that can make work? However, 18k heals are do your team very fine.
Yeah, it looks like Glorious has managed to work his way through CYBERNINJA in this one. I never want to say it too early with a Josephine out on the field, but I think the moment she goes down, say, Glorious can be reaping in his rewards of the Dooman.
Yes, and Rain of Stones will definitely take out a unit with that much additional damage, and that makes where Glorious goes to the next round. Once again, Annabelle also doing very well in this meta.
Doing very well. Those heals, all of the utility and all the skills, and Glorious confirms it. A 3-2 win against CYBERNINJA, and we'll be going into our second round of the day 3 bracket. He didn't make it through so easily though. CYBERNINJA taking him all the way to that best of 5 right there, say. I mean, it shows how close it really is between a lot of these players in the Europe prelims, right?
Yeah, it definitely shows that it's super close, but it's also one of those matchups. Like the meta is really depending on like what works at what moment. If a unit simply does not connect the skills, we have seen it with Joe Guns before, we have seen it with Heigangs before, also with Duman in this case. If she does not land those skill threes, it's super dangerous to actually have that unit in there. But then again, if she connects, she's just simply taking things out, and sometimes you have to take those chances.
Exactly. Risk versus reward for all of our players in the Europe preliminaries. It is going to be sad that we're going to have to say goodbye right there to CYBERNINJA. It was his very first time ever being in this competition, so great to even get to this stage so far, but he won't be joining us any further. Glorious, on the other hand, that next matchup that he's got to be looking forward to is going to be an absolute mammoth of a game right there. Say, I mean, going up against PINKROID, previous guildies, very much know each other very well. I mean, that's going to be fireworks, right?
I'm expecting a lot of fireworks on that one. And also, funny enough, we saw it in the brackets earlier. PINKROID is sitting with 10 matches. Like, he made it to the lower bracket, but he played all the way best of 5 thus far. Glory is sitting on just the best of 5 right now. Is this the case where PINKROID has potential to play all of the 50 potential matches to qualify? Or is maybe Glory's gonna overtake that? But first, we still have that 4th match with SAMBSEPP against Charge.
Yep, SAMBSEPP and Charge. Both of these guys from the first weekend managing to actually, I think SAMBSEPP was facing off against PINKROID. Charge himself also had some tough opponents. These guys over the past 2 seasons have played each other a total of 12 times. SAMBSEPP currently sitting at 7 wins to 5 against Charge right now. So it's all whether or not he can manage to take this through against Charge. I mean, SAMBSEPP as well, did bring in through of Alaska in those previous matches, which was very exciting for us. I mean, what more can you tell me about him?
Well, the Valeska is one of those units. It was nerfed, but it's still there to show that it's really strong. Also, he did not lose against a nobody. He lost to PINKROID all the way best of 5. What is funny to say though, both of the 2 victories came from a Valeska victory, which is always just that is fireworks of a unit right there, just taking the extra turns, getting so much damage in, taking out multiple units in a row. But then again, is that something that would work against your next opponent, against Charge? Because Charge definitely plays a bit of a different game, because he likes the Viva Gel. He likes some other kind of units.
Yeah, Viva Gel, super dangerous as that LD. All about kind of timing as it takes place through for Charge. And SAMBSEPP is no fearsome opponent. We've seen him before at the SMOKEZZZ European League as well. But same for this man, Charge. He actually lost 3-1 against MINA, who was the player that managed to get all the way through to the final of that France Open qualifier already. So, I mean, taking a loss there isn't such a heavy thing. You can see here as well, FAMICOM seeming to be his response in terms of the speed lead as well, say.
Yeah, it's definitely a strong speed lead out there, but it does also signal that Charge doesn't like to play the Sierra Jogan combination as much. Probably still has it, because I do know Charge has a lot of good runes and very well in the rune depth. But then it's also the thing, do you want to go for locking in your best set, or do you want to lock in maybe your 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th best set? Because in the end, your best set can only be at 1 unit.
Definitely can. SAMBSEPP versus Charge in our lower round 1 final match here, number 4. Who are you opting for, say? Who are you favoriting?
I gave a slight upper hand to SAMBSEPP in this one, but this is definitely a very close match for me.
Definitely is right here. Who can charge to a victory? There is still the price of pain to pay. Let's hope he doesn't pull an Arsenal of sacrifice. Here it is, SAMBSEPP versus Charge. Pre-bans coming in. Are you already going to respect that Velasca knowing it might come out, or are you going to play around those current meta units? Viva Gel is a response from SAMBSEPP there.
Yeah, the Viva Gel is definitely something that Charge plays pretty much all the time, so that's very understandable. Whereas on the other side, the Valeska was played a few times. So the Heigang ban right there is understandable. But then again, we do see a very fast lock-in from SAMBSEPP on that Sierra and the Jogan.
Yeah, I think we can usually skip these first few picks, to be honest, of every draft. Say, if we're seeing that Oliver, we're seeing the response come through the Jogan Sierra. But Sekhmet this time coming out.
Segment is a unit we don't see all too much, and it's also a dangerous unit because there's 2 speed awakening units on the side of charge right now, whereas SAMBSEPP doesn't have the potential for any of those. So the Jogan might be in a little bit awkward position where your enemy already has a 33 lead and 2 very fast units. So I think SAMBSEPP has to go more towards turn 2, does that very well with the Jogan, and we're gonna go for Layla.
Yeah, the queen of today coming out there, Layla on the side of SAMBSEPP, pivoting in that 3rd and 4th pick right now. Charge, are you just going to carry on into that first turn dominance and get some more snipes, or do you also need to be prepared?
Well, it's definitely still the option where there are, well, I would say even if Charge locks in a second speed lead right now, or let's say SAMBSEPP locks in a second speed lead, it's not going to do that much. However, something that is potentially very strong is a Nobara into a Layla. Let's see if he's actually going to lock that in. Let's see if it makes it into the match, because we've seen it before with TAYFUN. It worked very well over there. But if it's going to be this case as well, let's find out.
Yeah, I mean, Mei Wang partnered up with it as well. Just if you're going to allow that Nobara through or not, you're still going to have to deal with the monkey business damage coming out from the side of SAMBSEPP here. Potentially, it looks like he might also be looking to ban that last pick on the side of Charge.
Yeah, I would say that Charge could definitely ban the 5th over here, whereas I think SAMBSEPP has to be banning out the Nobara. It's almost running out of time, is locking in another speed lead that we haven't seen too much with a Silver.
Yes, Silver making his first appearance in our Europe preliminaries over here right now. I mean, do you just take advantage of that 33 speed lead, or do you need to get rid of it?
It's a little bit awkward right now, because if you ban the Oliver and your Jogan is not banned, you're sitting very well. But then again, if your Jogan is banned and you ban out the Oliver, it's not that great of a pick in the first place, because then you definitely have to respect the Nobara. But no, we actually do still take out the Nobara, but the main damage from the side of SAMBSEPP is taken out in its own response.
Yep, speed leads then 33 for both SAMBSEPP and Charge in our Europe preliminaries. Day 3, set number 1 between SAMBSEPP and Charge. Is it going to pay dividends right here for our players with that monkey going first?
Monkey going first, Segment going second. Where are you going to place your skills? Because this is definitely a matchup. You have to control the Layla, you have to control the Hacker. Actually decides to try to have control. Ooh, this is the awkward position right now, because since you did not land the stun, you still have to land this skill 3 right now, and he has to send the skill 3. Does also not connect. Neither of the 2 skills are working. The question is right now, do you put something in the scroll? I would almost say not, because you have more debuffs that way spread out through all units.
Yeah, manages to, well, you should, but apparently you get no debuffs right there.
That is the least amount of debuffs I've seen from a Layla thus far, but fair is fair that Jogan was resisting a lot of the things in his own regard. Plus, we have an additional turn from this Hacker providing the immunity.
Yep, here we go. Now you've got those debuffs coming out onto the side of Charge. It's not looking healthy right here. Look at all that suppression as well that's going to prevent turns. Oh.
Yeah, ooh, it's also not good to see that this Josephine is not on that much damage, and because of the Josephine being on not that much damage, taking anything out will take a lot of time. So the only real damage out there is the Layla with additional damage artifacts. So that will take a long time to take anything out, especially in the case for a Monkey. Well, Monkey is something we don't have to deal with as of yet, but we first have to go for a lot of cycling with a lot of debuffs.
So much cycling right here, getting those debuffs. That also, again, wasn't so much damage, though, coming out right now, so he really needs to keep in control.
Yeah, the damage is definitely going to be an issue. Also, in this case, did not manage to land the stun. Is that beneficial? Is that disbeneficial? That's up for the question. If you send the skill 3 right now, you are losing your segment. So are you choosing to do so? Does choose to do so, does connect the skills. But you can still first stun the Oliver, does stun the Oliver, and then we're going to lose that segment off the field.
Yeah, you can look to get your kill right now. Decided not to, but I mean, Hacker is going to be able to get through. I mean, confirm your kills, SAMBSEPP.
He's confirming the kills, but he does know that the ooh, that is why you do always have to confirm your kills. Well, I don't think he's going to be sending that towards the Jogan. He cannot actually send this towards the Jogan because he's sitting at that glancing. But getting rid of this monkey is going to be so difficult because nothing is really dealing damage to the monkey at all, and the monkey is going to start to deal a lot of damage.
He definitely is, and I mean, with that extra control from the other units like that Oliver. Wow, good silence though.
Very good silence. Also, the 2-turn provoke sitting on that monkey does do miracle works. However, there are a lot of cooldown reducers being applied on other things. Once again, this Hacker likes to take the double turn in every turn. It almost feels like he has a pass.
Yep, he's taking those turns. Right now, can you look to even get some stuns coming in? doesn't get it on that hacker, and he's again cycling even more.
Cycling even more, and with the chip damage, the monkey on the left, the fire monkey, is also going lower and lower in HP. 3k per hit is not a lot, but over a long duration of time, it does actually seem to work out, but still this monkey is surviving. We're definitely looking at an HP for Josephine over there.
Yeah, definitely, because right now, Layla confirmed that kill on the monkey. Oliver versus these units. Wow. SAMBSEPP proving again, the queen of today is Layla.
Queen of today is absolutely Layla. She's doing so incredibly well in all of those matches. Nobardo seems to be the only answer that has been working thus far, but it was banned out.
Wow, SAMBSEPP 1-0 up against Charge here then in our preliminaries for Europe, day number 3. Charge, how do you look to respond to that? Last match, he in that draft phase, he had the win Nobara ready to go, say, but with Layla, do you just have to get rid of it in these pre-bans?
Well, the thing is, all of these players potentially have a Layla, and all of them will, if they have a Layla, have it ruined up. So it's always kind of awkward to be pre-banning a unit that you might have to need in your own draft at a later moment. Whereas pre-banning something that is like a first pick or a second pick is a little bit more predictable of what's going to happen right after. Whereas pre-banning the Layla, which we do actually see right now, is always a thing. It's like maybe you end up in a 4th position where it's like, ooh, wait, in my 4th or 5th pick, I would have really loved the Layla right now.
Exactly. Is it going to bite Charge in the bottom as we're going into this one right here? Oliver getting that first pick. Say it to me, say, what's it going to be?
Well, we're looking at a She-Ho plus a something. Well, could also be a Jogan plus a Sierra. But as I mentioned, does Charge actually use that? Because, yep, he does actually use that right there.
Yeah, we've got it coming in. The Sierra and that Jogan coming out. We're seeing his brother Heigang on the side of SAMBSEPP right there. Won't have to deal with the Layla.
Yep, definitely doesn't have to deal with the Layla. Could go for a She-Ho already to lock in fast units. Also, the fast unit from the segment from Charge is already taken out by the pre-ban. So let's see what he wants to go for, because in the end, Heigang is a good counter to She-Ho as well, so it's not a must pick.
Devaraja coming out then.
That is an interesting pick in a slot 3. That's mostly a pick that we like to see in a slot 4, slot 5. But I could see a world where he goes a lot of those kind of units. So he adds in the Rika, he adds in the Bludger, he adds in an Asima by all means to counter all of those units, and he can only control 1 out of the 3. Is that the gameplay that he's gonna go for? Because Rakuni is kind of disabling that already. Plus Sierra will most likely take out 1 of those 3. So let's see if that is the game plan or he's gonna deviate from that as well.
Wow, it's been a while since we've seen a Wedjack coming out into the field.
A little while. It's been a really good long time for Wedjet to be on the field, and it's one of those units that's currently not that strong in the meta. But SAMBSEPP is showcasing that there's not just normal units with LD or speed leads. There's also LDs with speed leads.
Yeah, and there, Winnabara coming out onto the field right here. Maybe against that Devaraja.
Well, the big question right now is that Wedjet super fast? Because Wedjet on 33 lead will probably overtake a Jogan. But then again, Marsha's taken out. I think that Devaraja can do a lot of work on this matchup, but the big question is, how much damage does the Devaraja actually take? Plus, Rakuni, how much can you cleanse?
Let's find out. SAMBSEPP versus Charge in our Europe preliminaries, day 3. Currently 1-0 up. Can he extend that lead? And that is a very fast Wedjet.
That is Wedjet on one of the fastest sets. We do actually get double Despair stun from this Heigang, looking very much like a Gianna right there.
Definitely is. Looking to get this cool time into that Ciara and does manage to push it back.
Pushbacks, but no cool time inserted, so we're not going to see her taking a turn just yet, but we're going to have that one off turn from the Oliver coming soon. We have the Devaraja. How much damage are we looking at? That is some good amount of damage, plus also an additional turn. So those are good odds for Rakuni to do the same later on.
Definitely is, and I mean, getting those provokes, not in allowing the attacks to go anywhere else. Oliver has free reign to control again.
Oliver has free roll to control again, plus the Rakuni did not manage to strip or to cleanse any of those provokes. So 2-turn provokes are still sitting everywhere.
They are so annoying to have to deal with that Devaraja. I mean, that skill one last time didn't do too much, but chipping away slowly.
Slowly chipping away. Also, we're looking once again at a slow still being on this Devaraja. So Oliver has to start picking up a lot of pace and a lot of work to start to cycle on these units and increase those cooldowns, because otherwise Charge will take over your match.
Yeah, resisted right there, but I mean, Wenja has these skills, can look to get these extra buffs up right now, and Devaraja again, some more provokes.
More provokes, getting rotation, 2-turn provoke, nearly AoE, only the Rakuni was not being provoked, but that was the unit furthest away. Once again, Heigang, give me some of those Heigangs, because that is the kind of Heigang you like to use.
Definitely is right there. Can get the cool time into this Rakuni as well. And I mean, yes, Misty can solo units, but Devaraja and Heigang, it's all working so well for SAMBSEPP.
Yeah, no pushbacks, however, on this case from neither the Widget nor the Heigang. Good damage from this Misty, but the Devaraja, as long as it's not sitting on the slope, can take a lot of turns, can do a lot of provokes. Rakuni is down. He's gonna focus Rakuni, does focus Rakuni. Not down just yet, but would you just send it on the Rakuni for a little bit of damage, a little bit of chip damage? Is it going to be enough with this pushback? Does it get the pushback? Does not get the pushback.
Doesn't quite there, but also with that Devaraja on the field, just aiming at any of the fire units, you're going to get double hits. Rakuni's got something to say.
Rakuni got something to say, and that is always important to have one of the units on your side of the field that still has something to say. Big question is, Misty still moves, is going to be taking out a unit, but also healing a lot in the process, and in this case, actually missing the provokes.
Yeah, missing it on the Misty right there, but getting some glancing. I still think Devaraja looking so strong right here now.
It's looking very strong, but also the defense buff, the anti-crit, the glancing. There's just so many things working against the favor of this Misty, whereas a Misty can normally do a lot of damage, can get a lot of those hits in. But he first has to chip all of the other units, but the moment he hits the Devaraja, it's just going to be so difficult with those provokes, with those slows, with those pushbacks, with those attack bar gains. Devaraja was a great pick, actually.
Yeah, early pick, but a good one, and SAMBSEPP extends his lead 2-0 against Charge here right now. Devaraja, good answer. We saw again a win Nabara as a response from Charge that got banned out in the draft phase itself. And I mean, how else are you going to be dealing with that going into our third set right now, as Layla could be back on the field?
Yeah, Layla has potential pick over there. We're going back to the match one with a Viva Shell and a Heigang. Interestingly enough, Charge had the option to pick the Viva Shell in the match too. It was available, it was not pre-banned, but still opted not to do it because he did not feel comfortable with that draft. And that is why SAMBSEPP is also playing very well to just kind of deny the core units on the enemy side by drafting certain things that make it more difficult to draft them.
Let's see how he's going to respond then to this Oliver pick coming out from Charge in our third set right here. Is it going to be a 3-0 clean sweep from SAMBSEPP to get through to that next round? Or has Charge got it in him to start that reverse sweep right now against the Ciara and the Jogun?
Ciara and the Jogun, then we definitely have a Shiho on the other side. But what is the Shiho going to be paired with? Because most of the time, if there's Shiho, ooh, that's where we have the Layla. And that is where you do like to have a Layla potential, because you can also still use it yourself. So let's see what SAMBSEPP has as an answer on that Layla. It's going to be his own Nobara, but then it's more of a fifth pick. But fifth picks might be banned.
Yeah, they might be banned right here. I mean, we've seen it as the only real response so far today against actually this Layla. Tian Lang can try and get some of that attack bar to do some sort of prevention in between, and that's why it's partnered with the Win Nabara.
Yes, we're locking it in early right now. So let's see. Charge still has two potential counters against Nobara, or can choose to ban out the Nobara. But if you choose now already to ban the Nobara, the fifth pick of SAMBSEPP could be very good, because in the end, SAMBSEPP has a lot of LDs that he likes to utilize that most people don't play. We have two units to potentially deny that. Marsha, very strong into the Nobara. So let's see if that's going to be the ban from SAMBSEPP, and let's see what kind of unit SAMBSEPP can cook up with right now, because he has a lot of those LDs and he likes to use them.
Definitely does. I mean, that Marsha as well, if he can get a defense break. A Chroma is going to prevent everything from that Layla, though.
Akroma is a very interesting unit right here. You 100% have to be banning out that Marsha, but Akroma also has a silence herself. So if you silence the Vanessa, you can fully take out one of those units. Nobara is being respected right now. Akroma makes it into the match.
Yep, we're going to be having speed leads going into it for SAMBSEPP and Charge right here. SAMBSEPP one set win away, the potentially deciding set to get through to our next round of the Europe Preliminaries. Can Charge mount that comeback right now and get a snipe off onto some of these units? Monkey.
Let's see what the Monkey can do Can we get a stun? We're probably aiming that stun towards the Jogun. Can you get the stun right here? Prior things were aiming on the Jogun, did not succeed. Is the Jogun 100 resistance? There were a lot of resistance checks right there, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Jogun is actually sitting on slot 6. But his TL is pretty much doing the same thing that the Hagang was doing last match, stunning a lot of people.
Yep, getting there. Now Ciara has free reign to look to land some bombs. Maybe doesn't even have to detonate, but you can just to get through that Vanessa third skill. Oh!
Ooh, in this case, I mentioned it before. If he lands this, most of the time, Akroma not that high. Ooh, actually goes for the bounce. And was landing the silence right after on that. So many skills going back and forth.
They are going back and forth. I mean, this is going to look to push up the Akroma a little bit, but it's not quite enough right now. Skill 2s need to be thrown around where they can.
I actually would have rather seen a different rotation where you go for the Akroma skill 2 on the Vanessa. If you land the silence, you can really take out that Layla. Whereas Layla right now was stunned before. But since she died, she actually got the full attack bar from that first rotation. And therefore, a lot of your units are slowed and stunned right now.
They are. I mean, you've got it there again. You've managed to put them maybe even in the range of another bounce coming through potentially later on there, say. But your other units are falling pretty quickly.
Yep, we're looking at a lot of potential right here. Tianlang is taking a lot of attack bar, but also because of the reason Akroma is not gaining that much attack bar. Skill 1 on a Vanessa mostly doesn't do that much damage. In this case, not gonna do. That is bounce range. It is bounce range. Once again, going back to that Vanessa. Not taking any turns. You would have rather seen that bounce towards a Shiho or an Oliver in this case. But still, ooh, not taking out a unit just yet.
Yeah, that seal coming in the flux right there. You can get the pushback on the Tianlang. Oliver is very much in the driving seat right here.
Yeah, Oliver is having a good position against units that actually somewhat countering. At least the 2 light units on the field do counter him. But this gets the awkward position with the bounces of the Akroma thus far, because you kind of have to take out the Vanessa first, but you actually don't want to be hitting the Vanessa, but Vanessa gets the passive back anytime soon.
And even if you get those silences, Oliver's managed to get his way out of them already right here. And he doesn't have it. Can he get a cool time?
Yeah, he did get a cooltime over there. Akroma, skill 1, no cooltime, back inserted over there. So in the end, Akroma, it is a very strong unit, but it doesn't provide any sustain or anything for the team. And we're looking at a lot of damage right there. Akroma, in this case, definitely not going to solo.
No, it's not. Yes, it's not going to take any of these debuffs, but realistically, can it get damage out there as the damage is still coming into it? And with a monkey cycling, it's going to be pretty damn tough.
Plus, we have another unit back on the field again with an 8k heal, and SamBSEP does know that he's not going to be winning that match from that position on.
Reverse sweep time, maybe. Charge coming in then with that 1 set against 2 of SamBSEP. I mean, trying again, how do we deal with a Layla? It seems to be the only story of today, say, and it's not Akroma, apparently.
Akroma is not the answer. Well, to be honest, as mentioned before, I think the Akroma was sitting at low accuracy, and Vanessa already starts at the base by her awakening at 4, so therefore he probably did not want to risk that to send the silence over there. But if he landed that, he would have had a very nice rotation of just simply taking out the Layla, working on other units. But once again, we do have the Layla, even though Charge used it in the last match, he's like, okay, I still don't want to be playing against yours.
Yeah. The queen of today, Layla, is not going to feature in this one. And a pre-ban already coming out there of the Shiho. We do have a Ciara first pick this time round. We've seen an Oliver.
Oliver on the other side. Oliver plus Okeanos. Oliver plus a Jogun for steal. There are a lot of options, but let's see what Charge would like to go for in this case.
Here he is taking the full amount of time. Remember, it is a deciding set. If he does lose this, he's going home. But a Vivachel coming back out.
We're switching things up. First, Vivachel on the side of Charge. Also going back to that Vanessa. So let's see how kind of a pair that's going to be. We're actually going back to the Devaraja.
Devaraja coming in. What's going to answer to that? A Parter. Get up some immunity.
Payda for the immunity is also going to go towards the Payda Hagang combination, which you do often see to go for the double up counter, or if either one of the 2 is banned out, the other one's still available to do its job. Or are we going to go simply back towards like some more of meta units? But then again, most meta unit out there is Oliver. Oh, we're actually going to go for a Juno. Once again, a counter to the Devaraja.
Definitely pivoting to answer to that Devaraja right now, signaling he's going to be letting it through. If you're SamBSEP, you need to bring in some strong 4th and 5th, otherwise maybe your Ciara is going out.
This is the potential. You could go for a Mei Wang plus a Misty, but I'm not 100% sure if that's going to be good enough. It's actually going back for a more and a Sienna. Sienna is a unit he always likes to utilize a lot, but I'm not sure if she's still on that super strong set because she's not used as much anymore.
Wow, and then we've got double Druids coming out here with a Volantis on the side of Charge right there. Again, looking to get some disruption going through.
Yeah, that's a lot of disruption because the Pater does that against strips, but in the end, Volantis with the chance to counter and gain attack bar also does do it. So, respect Ben, probably towards that Volantis, but on the other side, let's see who he's going to be taking out.
Interesting match and draft coming up then for you guys. Not the usual picks that we've seen from current metas right here, say. So hopefully we'll see some new action going through into our set number 4. Jogun being taken out. Pater also being respected right there. So we're going to have speed leads for both SAMBSEPP and Charge available into our decisive set number 4. 2-1 up currently. SAMBSEPP, can he look to claim that final victory? Or is it one hurdle too far for him right here, say?
Yeah, let's see how the rotation is going to be, because I do expect the Volantis to be very fast, but does the Viva Gel take an awkward turn? No, actually the Moor is on Swift, and because of that, Moor gets the very awkward turn by not pushing back enough.
Oh, we've cycled through a round right now. I mean, Devraja, with that immunity, is not going to do much.
Yeah, it was actually the Moor being Swift making it very awkward, because if all of the units moved in front of, or if all Charge's units moved in front of SAMBSEPP, SAMBSEPP had a pretty comfortable match right there. But in this case, the glancing is working good.
Definitely is, and you've landed a defense break. Look at that 3.5k damage coming through on the defense break.
Also looking at that stun right there, this is looking very dire for SAMBSEPP right here, where he had super strong drafts, especially in match 1 and match 2. The draft over here definitely did not seem to work out.
Definitely didn't. I mean, too fast maybe for your own good as well right there. Devraja, can you get online? Can you start providing something?
Well, the big issue is you have to be fighting a Juno right now, but also Volantis stuns is taking care of the Devraja. So Devraja was one of those fool me once, it works, but fool me twice did not work right now.
Definitely didn't. He can clean up that Ziana. Get that Ciara even further down. I mean, bombs away, but maybe it's into that set number 5.
Yeah, I definitely do think we're going to be looking at that set number 5. I don't see a potential where a Devraja could go for full solo, especially if he keeps getting stuns.
Nope, if you get stunned, you're just going to be sleeping there in your wings. I mean, these extra turns from Ciara, use them to think of how you're going to go into that final 5th set right here. Again, Layla potentially back out on the field.
Layla's back out on the field, but it's also becoming one of those units. You have to draft it early enough so your opponent doesn't draft it. And it's not really necessarily a unit that you normally like to see being locked in anything earlier than like a 3 or a 4. More leaning towards 4 than a 3 even. So let's see how early the two players are going to be contesting for the Layla, because I think that might be a deciding one on this whole set.
2 apiece. Charge bringing it back from the depths of despair right there. Is the reverse sweep on for him to make it through into our very next round of the Europe Preliminaries. This is the last chance saloon for both of these players. Lose and you're going home. Win and you're going through. Vivachel and Hagang pre-banned out.
Vivachel and Hagang not on the field right now. So let's see. Charge. Are we looking at an Olive? Are we looking at Sierras? Or are we even taking a Shiho right away? Because actually between the two players over here, Shiho is not as much contested. And I think that is because of the Vivachel normally.
Yep. So we're seeing an Oliver coming out right here for Charge. SAMBSEPP. I mean, it's tough, right? That Layla is an option, but like you said, a first or second pick feels odd.
Yeah, it feels very odd. Well, you just lock it in with a shield. That's definitely an option right there. I was thinking, like, if you go for Sierra plus a Joe Gun, then the Layla would most likely end up on the side of Charge. So I actually do like this position right now, where the two of them work together. But then there's a Pater on the other side, which is always dangerous. However, you could still lock in a Sierra plus a Joe Gun right now. It just feels a little bit off against a Pater and a Josephine.
Let's see exactly how he's going to look to combat this. I mean, bringing that Fire Megumi, again, you're stripping your stunning stuff. You're providing some attack bar going in for Charge right there. Misty, is he going to be your solo answer?
Misty is going to be the answer, and that's why we once again have that Nobara. Well, Nobara is already locked in the banned position for SAMBSEPP. Can Charge make a very good 5th? I would say it's a decent fifth, but I could see it being a double stunt against this setup. So let's see if that actually does work out. SamBSEPP, do you have a great fifth? Or is your Layla going to be banned out? Because in the end, Layla could still be post-banned.
Definitely could be. I mean, trauma. I don't want to have to deal with it, but if you've got that Nabara, it's the mind games then, right? Wow. He's back.
We go back to the Geld there. We've seen it last week where it almost won against PINKROID. I think also in the deciding match in that fifth match. It is a very interesting unit, but is it going to be strong enough? Well, the interesting thing is there's a lot of buffs on your enemy side, and your enemy cannot fully control if those buffs are going to pop up. So I definitely do expect the Nobara ban right there, but maybe you heal too much by the Nobara. Doesn't even matter. Let's see if he leaves it in.
This is mind games right here. This is the deciding set for SamBSEPP and Charge of our preliminaries. Wow, Layla's been taken out. Win Nabara as well. SamBSEPP will have that speed lead option as well as Charge. Who is going to make it through to our next round in the Europe preliminaries right here? SamBSEPP or Charge?
It's going to be a very interesting one and very hard to predict from just seeing these units on the field who's going to win in this, because it could sway either way, and all eyes are on like how well can Geldnir heal all of the units, how well can Ying take the turns to start killing things, or how well can Misty actually provide all of the stuff that Misty can do.
Yeah, you're seeing healing coming through already right now. The double stuns, potentially that option later on. I mean, Parter right here. Maybe just use that skill one.
Just a skill one, trying to take that immunity and therefore not getting a provoke potentially. So let's see if the provokes do land. Oliver has free reign the first few turns. Provoke lands on the monkey, but we take an extra turn. No stuns right there just yet.
Yep, I mean, you can see this healing coming through. You're really going to have to get through every single time if you're on the side of Charge. But maybe you can time it to that point.
Yeah, you definitely have to time it to the point where the Geldnir doesn't have that much stacks going in, and that's what you're aiming for. Also still decreasing all of the cooldowns, but Geldnir still sitting at 2 stacks. Can we steal some of the immunity? He's actually going to go first for the target on that Ying. However, the moment that any counter happens, you get damage. Geldnir still heals, but also loses a stack.
Yeah, I mean, look, Geldnir, 2 stacks right now. Going to be going down to 1 here. Not a perfect rotation to try and get rid of a monkey, but how much is this doing?
20k, that's a lot of healing. Plus, there's 2 more turns being taken right after. The Ming takes the turn, but also this potential Oliver takes the turn. If not, the Josephine takes the turn. We could say goodbye to this monk. Ooh, he leaves it off for the Ming. Ming takes it out with so much damage.
Yep, Charge looking very strong right here. Big damage has gone from the side of SamBSEPP. Misty, it's your time to shine, buddy, if you're SamBSEPP.
Yeah, Misty has to do the uphill battle right now. Geldnir had the potential to do a lot, but 2-turn provoke on the Misty makes it where Misty cannot place the damage where you so please.
Nope, you can't. And Oliver again getting more turns. Pushing down that Geldnir with the amount of stacks that it's got.
Yeah, there's so many rotations going in back and forth. Geldnir is losing all of his potential. You have to go for... Oh, it was on Despair. That's what we also figured out right now. Geldnir, in this case, not going to get a stun. Or not going to get a turn because he's stunned.
No, he's not. You can get some more immunity up right here. And again, just need to cycle through attacks, get rid of Geldnir's stacks right here. And then you can time a moment to get rid of a unit.
Yep, this is one of those hindsight moments what you would say is like, because your Layla was banned, actually the ban would have not been on the Nobara. But that's always one of those super high risk things to do. Is like, okay, do you feel confident enough in your Geldnir to win this? And it was definitely the mind games in the draft. Because actually, if the Nobara was in this match right now, she would have done near to nothing.
Yeah, and I mean, again, stacking up through that Josephine passive if you're on the side of SamBSEPP. Just waiting for that moment where you can get another skill 2 from a Parter, some heavy damage from the Ying. You don't even... He's not used any other skill to skill 1 here.
Yeah, the Ying is just waiting for the moment with anyone with low HP or low stacks on the Geldnir, and that is the one moment that you go in. We're looking for damage. Ooh, Misty is not out just yet, but I'm still fearing the potential chance on this Ying.
Yeah, I mean, Ying, defense breaks landing, but Geldnir still has stacks. Try and maybe get some more coming out now. Yep.
More stacks coming out, but also a stun on the Pater at the moment. The Pater does not want to be stunned. Do we go for slows? We did not manage to get the slow right there. We can get a potential stun with a skill 1. We have seen it before. Does not get it neither.
Who are you targeting them right now? Misty. Can you look to then try and get rid of a damage dealer? The Parter is going for not the Mi Ying.
Not the Miying, but also the heals are still looking very strong. But once again, we're looking at 2-turn provoke. Wild Blow coming in. Not enough damage just yet, though. I also don't think that this Misty is sitting on a revenge set because it hasn't been revenging anything just yet.
No revenge is coming out right now. Can you land the defense break? Doesn't quite get it, and he's going to get hit again from that Jode's Beam. But wow, the stacks are fine.
The stacks are still fine, and also we're not at the point that any of these units can one-shot. Also, the beta damage will go down over time, but the Miying damage is only going up, which does make it very dangerous. 2 stacks on this Galnir, takes it out. Ooh, he does take it out with too much damage in 1 hit.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be all she wrote because of Mi Ying doing even more damage. It's going to be such an uphill battle. SAMBSEPP was cooking a little bit, but not cooking long enough.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting one to go for the Geltnir, but we saw it not work last week. This time around, it looked really strong on paper, but then again, it provides a lot of the healing, but it doesn't provide enough utility for any cleanses or anything like that. It did survive long enough against this Mi Ying, but it could not be able to take out that Mi Ying.
No, it couldn't, even though you're adding some more stacks on Geltnir right here. That skill 1 is enough damage, and it's gonna confirm it for Charge, who will be going through to our next round of the Europe preliminaries here. A reverse sweep of all things, say, as well. 3-2 against SAMBSEPP.
Yeah, very well played by Charge over there. Also, at some point noticing that Layla was the issue. I pre-ban it, I post-ban it, I just don't want to fight against it. And it definitely did show that Layla's doing a lot of work against those players, but FAMICOM was watching and waiting. He knows what Charge has issues against as well. So let's see if FAMICOM can make that work, or is Charge sitting in the driver's seat right now with all of the momentum of 3 victories in a row?
Exactly, 3 in a row. Can he continue it, make it 6 in a row, find his way into that Europe Cup already? Let's find out. Commiserations there to SAMBSEPP, though. Again, would like to mention it's, I think, one of the most interesting players that we actually had during this Europe preliminaries, showing the Velasquez, showing the Despair Geldners of the world exactly why those units shouldn't be slept on necessarily. Maybe you have to sleep on it tonight, though. That particular one, it didn't quite work out for him, but we'll be seeing Charge going through, and we've got our next round of matches, which all of those matches will be the final one to see who is going to be qualifying. One more match away. I mean, nerves must be kicking him right now, sir.
Yeah, this is 100% where the nerves kick in. This is like all the way to go to Paris for the cup itself, or if you're just gonna leave this as the last station. Once again, we're gonna see the brackets and we're gonna see exactly which 4 matches are coming up. We got SMOKEZZZ against ISMOO, TAYFUN against MINA, Glorious against PINKROID, and Charge against FAMICOM.
Wow, some stellar matches right there, say. I'm pretty sure everyone in chat is ready for that Glorious versus PINKROID matchup. But is there any more that stand out to you?
Well, I'm also very curious to see how SMOKEZZZ is going to play against ISMOO, because in the end, SMOKEZZZ is sitting on a 3-0 victory against the champion of last year. ISMOO is not a no one, but he won 3-0 against the champion of last year. So I'm very curious to see what SMOKEZZZ can do against ISMOO.
Let's be finding out very soon. I mean, I'm sure all of you guys are wondering. We've had our first 4 matches right here, and we don't just want to watch all of those matches for nothing. There's obviously going to be a little coupon heading your way very, very soon that maybe you can get yourself timed perfectly by, say, that was actually really good time.
I was kind of off. I started a little bit too early, or I had to slow-mo down a little bit further. But bring us one. Oh, it's over there in this case.
Bring on EU SWC, where you're going to be getting Mana, Mystical Scroll, and some more SWC emblems. Let us know which Nat 5 you summoned with that Mystical Scroll, but only let us know if you got the Nat 5. I don't want to hear anything about Mystic Witch or anything more about that one. And make sure you're stacking up your SWC emblems.
Did you see the meme? Lizard, 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 lizard.
Exactly.
That's why you have to follow all of the social medias of all of the Summoners War, because they also bring the memes, and that's why you find those.
Exactly. And if you haven't already, hopefully it's in chat, that code as well, to redeem in-game, either through the iOS link or on your Android device, wherever it might be. We hope you enjoy those little rewards, and don't be going anywhere, because we're going to be coming back very soon after a little break for those final 4 matches of today to see who is going to be qualified for our SWC Europe Cup happening in September. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Summoners War World Arena Championship Europe Preliminaries day number 3. We finally made it. You guys and us here say all the way through to the final 4 matches to see which players are going to be joining us at that SWC Europe Cup. This is the highest nerve pressure situation that you could possibly be at as a Summoners War player right now. Say, who do you think is going to manage to get all the way through? Well, we'll be finding out soon anyway. But how would you be feeling in this situation?
Well, it's always playing those matchups. It's always super stressful. It's also one of those things, especially in the lower bracket. It's like, okay, this is the last moment you can still lose. But something that doesn't lose is the coupon code, which we once again show you right here on the screen.
Exactly. Nobody's a loser here because if you haven't redeemed it already, I've already seen it posted in chat from our lovely CM team as well. Make sure you're redeeming that going into the game. Let us know if you got that Nat 5. Anything lower than that, don't want to hear it. Just don't bother me with that one today. I want to see the rest of these matches coming up right now. So, I mean, we spoke about it, or I said it a lot as well so far. Queen Layla. Queen Layla today, right?
Yeah, she's doing very well. And we saw her like kind of popping up in some matches here and there until we actually started noticing it's like, okay, she's becoming the pre-ban, the post-ban, everything is revolving around her, locking her in the second position even, and still being post-banned at the moment. So definitely a lot around that Layla being played. But let's see if the other players are also doing something like that. Also, if we're looking at patterns, we're actually having a 2 and a 3 pretty much everywhere, except for the Neff Smokes one.
Yeah, full best of 5s being used here, but can Smokes look to continue his 3-0 train over ISMOO in this one? Obviously, Smokes versus ISMOO is going to be our first match to decide which player is joining us at that Europe Cup. ISMOO and Neff, very good friends as well there, say. Is Smokes going to be able to take down, you know, both of the duo, or is ISMOO looking for revenge here right now? I mean, another stacked opponent for Smokes to have to beat here today.
100% a stacked opponent, but I did see ISMOO, where ISMOO normally likes to prepare by not playing that many matches, was actually preparing a lot of matches and playing a lot of matches the last few days. So let's see if Smokes picked up those matches to maybe prepare himself for, or did ISMOO get a really good preparation in those matches? Because Smokes has been playing quite a bit different before than he did against Rexus, but now against Neff, he played so incredibly well. So let's see if that works out again, because he was using a lot of Sibala. In all of the 3 matches against Neff, he didn't use any Sibala, and I think that playstyle worked a lot better for him.
Definitely did. He's still going to have that contest of the Yon Hong going up against an ISMOO right here. How is he going to be able to look to work his way around that one as well? And again, ISMOO, such a stacked box. A guy who has been at those World Finals time and time again, and usually deals with these high-pressure situations as well very good. I mean, there you can see beating Glorious on that very first day, losing 3-0 to Pafix, and again, another little chow in those most picked there.
A little chow in the most picked, but actually we haven't even seen a single chow being locked in today yet. It was shown once or twice, but then still taken off to prefer that Annabelle in the match. In this case, he's actually using both of them, but let's see if it makes it into the match, because in the end, sure, chow has a bunch of options, but the moment that Layla's being picked a lot, chow doesn't become that much interesting to be picking.
Definitely doesn't, but that Annabelle on the field is, right? We've got that utility with the skill 3 defense breaks, the slows, all of the healing that can come in through those S2 as well. Here it is, Smokes versus ISMOO. Is it quite obvious who your favorite might be here, say?
I would have to give it to ISMOO over here. Once again, being 2 world finalists before, having more preparation and having more feeling for best of 5s normally. But then again, Smokes just came from a winning streak, so let's see how that works out.
Let's find out. He's taken out one of the deadly German duos already. It's music to his ears in this one, as it's Smokes versus ISMOO in our low round 2. Match 1, set 1. Can Smokes look to get even a 6-0 victory over all the players? Layla, Queen has been banned out.
ISMOO has been watching these matches. He's like, that unit is way too powerful. I just don't want to deal with that. On the other side, we have a Hagang being taken out. So let's see what Smokes want to utilize with that. But I'm expecting something along the lines of an, well, Shield or Oliver.
Let's see then if ISMOO looks to lock that in his first picks right here. We've still even got a Ciara option as well going in there. But Oliver Yon Hong, aggressive.
Yep, and also taking the Yeonhong from Smokes, which is always a good play to do. Smokes has the option right now to go for a Sierra plus potentially a Joe gun, but you have to keep in mind ISMOO is already showing a fast unit, plus already has a speed lead, so there could be more of those.
Yeah, you can follow it up with that third and fourth pick. Do you want to contest that speed already? Wow, okay, double Oracles and Gianna coming out, and that's an instant response.
Instant response against 3 units being able to stun you, plus 2 units that do near same things. You stun me, I take a turn, and let me see how that works out from there.
Yeah, we're bringing then the cool times in the form of Okeanos. Do you need maybe even another one to try and get something going to prevent all of this disruption on the side of ISMOO?
Well, there's a lot going on both sides of the draft right now, and they're actually both really countering one another. But I have seen both teams actually also get a potential victory over here. So Smokes is taking his time for the 5th one. He's going into La Mila, actually what Golem Pichaka was using earlier. Let's see how that works out for him.
Yeah, I mean, used to great effect from Golem Pichaka in that day 1, managing to qualify all the way through to the Europe Cup already. ISMOO with that 5th pick right now, though.
5th pick cannot be a Heigang, otherwise definitely a Heigang would have been very good, but what's also very strong is always a Shizuka. Picking up all of those bombs, picking up all of those invisibilities, if it makes it into the match though, and not being reset by the Okeanos.
Yeah, exactly. You might have to put up with that reset, but again, Monkey being out on the field as Shiho provides actually so much buffs for a Shizuka, and that's why she's not being allowed onto the field, as we'll be having a speed lead from ISMOO with that Yeonhong against the accuracy lead. Is it going to be enough for Smokes, or is ISMOO going to take the first victory and lead here in our match 1, set 1 of today? Smokes versus ISMOO.
ISMOO is taking that first turn, but it is a little bit awkward where on the side of Smokes you have to control at least 3 units, probably 4. And I don't think, oh, missing that Yeonhong skill 2 does not enable you to do any of those just yet. Josephine is moving very nicely in tune in front of the Oliver, but then the big issue is you have a Jianing moving right after, you have an Okeanos moving right after. Even if you hit the La Mila right now, you still have 2 other very strong units moving right after.
Yeah, you can get that pushback, getting the resistance though on the skill, but with that provoke it shouldn't be too harmful. Wow, big resistances again though.
Oh, big resistances again, and that makes it where Oliver is not gonna have any of the skills right now. Do you have to do all damage into the Gianna, hope for an additional turn, maybe take it out? That would have not been enough damage to take it out most likely, but it does do a good amount of damage. However, you can go for, ooh, I think I would have rather sent the skill 3 over there, proc everything, and then just go for a rotation where you just go for a critical error, because right now critical error is an 85% chance. It is not full activation rate if you're not removing anything from the field.
I mean, the big resistance is coming out from the Mi Ying, the unit that usually you wanting to not provide that. 3 versus 4, but I still think Smokes is looking good.
Smokes looks semi-decent, but let's see how much this Rain of Stones can provide, provided all of the stunts out there. But we are 1 turn away from the passes from both the Mi Ying and the Josephine. So if anything takes an additional turn, things might just swing around. But the additional turn goes to the Gianna with another bomb on that Mi Ying.
Yep, right there onto the Mi Ying. You can even send a skill 3 going into the Josephine right there then. Not getting a stun, so not passing any of the passives.
A lot of P's over there with the passives and the proc sense. Anything going on over there. But in this case, we do have this victory going once again to the side of Smokes. Smokes is sitting in a 4-0 victory lap for his matches thus far. And also, very well drafted in this one, because he did notice, like, okay, ISMOO can maybe deny the turns of one or two units, but if he has to deny all of the turns from all 4 of the units, then it will be a difficult draft. So well drafted by Smokes over there.
Yep, continuing his train through in terms of victories in our Europe Preliminaries Day 3. 3-0 against Neff. Already currently 1-0 up against ISMOO right here. Can he look to continue that and get through to the Europe Cup? Layla, pre-banned in the last one, could be available as an opportunity, or do you think Smokes doesn't want to face off against it?
Let's see what happens, because this time around it would have been one of those options that ISMOO also could have been picking out himself. But the interesting thing is, most of the LDs, if not almost all of the LDs, both players have. ISMOO does have a Gianna, Smokes does have a Yeonhong. There's a lot of like shared units right there.
Yep, and let's see who they've actually got fully ruined up going into this one as pre-bans have come in. Oliver and that Ciara, so speed leads are away. We're seeing the Shiho stolen this time from ISMOO. How is Smokes going to look to respond?
Yeah, let's see what kind of speed lead he wants to opt for this time around. Or is he just going to go for fast units, also looking in a Yeonhong or anything else that is potentially fast. We haven't seen too many Sonias or Ethnas today yet, which are normally actually common units to see into the Shihos that we do tend to see a lot right now. Yeonhong is being locked in, Josephine, early lock as well.
Yeah, preventing any of those stuns that likely will come out from a Shiho. Who are you going to partner it with? Again, if you're seeing that Josephine, is it to try and block a Fire Megumi pick here?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if ISMOO goes for an early Layla over here, because in the end, one of the best pairs for a Shiho is a Layla, or actually the other way around, because if the Shiho lands the stun, Layla moves at pretty much the speed of your Shiho, which is always a very comfortable position. The only thing is that they're not that comfortable with right now is which speed leads fit the draft, because a Megumi kind of fits, but you're already fighting against Josephine, so therefore it does not fit that well.
Nope, and we're seeing here a response in an answer to that Layla. Juno potentially coming out. Is it also a Win Nabara angle?
Yep, that is a Win Nabara angle. It is. Plus, we have a potential on the Miying on the side of... Wait, Smokes? No, Smokes doesn't own a Miying, so that couldn't be a fifth over there. Takes out the Juno, goes for a Gianna instead. I think the Juno would have actually fit better in this draft, I would say. But maybe he's fearing it from a Gianna on the other side.
Exactly. Is it a steal right now with allowing him to try and get that fifth pick also to be the Juno as kind of the cleanup action? ISMOO right here if he wants to continue the control or add some damage, it looks like instead.
Adding some damage, but that does also already kind of signal that you maybe have to be banning out that Nobara or decide with the Layla to not use any skill 2s. And we're going back to the Chows. Is an interesting unit over here. Has potential to cleanse all of the debuffs from the enemy there. But I could see a world where there's too many debuffs and Chow only cleanses 2.
Yep, I mean, if you're getting rid of that Win Nabara right now, can you pick a unit that's going to be super annoying for that Chow to have to deal with here, say?
Yeah, this Chow, I'm not too sure about it. Also, really depending on a great fifth pick over there. But then again, there is a speed lead on the enemy side.
Yep, there is with that Megumi. And do you really want to get rid of it if you've got a Josephine in your own draft?
I think he has to, because, well, then it's the speed gamble of how fast is this Shiho, because... Ooh, no, we're actually keeping that in, so it was actually kind of a bait pick. But then again, Sonya is really good into the Monkey as well, because there's less chance of actually stunning it.
Speed lead then for ISMOO, accuracy lead for Smokes. It's here as set number 2. Smokes versus ISMOO is currently 1-0 up. Monkey, over to you to get that stun.
Monkey for the stun. Can we get the stun? Most likely aiming for that Gianna. Does he go for it? No, actually goes for the Yeonhong. Does connect the stun right there.
Yeah, wow, quite squishy as well into that Yeonhong right now. Can you look to get a provoke onto that Megumi?
Provoke on the Megumi, or do you gamble for the provoke on the other unit? No, we go for the provoke on the Shiho. Does connect the provoke over there. So then the big question, can we get the stun? We do get the stun, so Layla has free reign of the skills if she so pleases. No armor break, however, which the Chow could have utilized.
Yep, deciding not yet to go for that skill 2 then right now. Chow, Justice, not quite enough, but wow.
Not quite enough, but this is the moment. If you throw the hairpins do connect on the Layla, so therefore Layla will go for skill 1, and skill 1 has a debuff.
Yep, so we're getting a little bit of health coming out right now. You've not got a second turn version though, so you are going to be cleansed anyway. Do you send it or?
I think you have to send it right now, otherwise you get a Gianna skill. Does want to try to deny the Gianna skills, but right now if you bomb the Chow, it's a little bit of a risk, but if you bomb the Chow, you have potentially 4 debuffs on the Chow. Chow might not even get out of this right now, but is still gonna give the turn to the Chow. Is he gonna go for the skill 3? It is 85 chance, plus we are not actually looking at we're looking at a glancing, so therefore decides not to take it out just yet.
Yep, killed off then right now. Hit through this, can you land a defense break? That's big. And Layla it feels like the wrong moment to send yet.
Yep, once again, wrong moment to send. We can go for pushbacks. If you land the pushback, does land the pushback, which means Chow will have a chance to hit on an armor break, and Chow very much likes to do that over there. Chow has a Justice available. This should do a lot of damage. 27k, cleanly taking out that Gianna. This Chow is here to stay.
Definitely is. I mean, Josephine's got this passive. It's just the moment. Does he even need to use any of these skills from the Layla to get rid of this Nabara, or is Chow going to be enough in the end?
I think this is the position where Chao is simply enough. Like, he's just simply gonna do damage. Every other turn, it's a strong hit over there. You do have this hairpin skill right now, and you do get some debuffs from it that way, but just simply skill 1. But this skill 1 actually now provided a 2-turn debuff, but it is a little bit too late. The Nobara doesn't have full effect right now, because that is something that you do want to see early on, and then you can start sniping out units, so Chao has a more difficult 1v4. Now Chao is looking at a 2v1 potentially, while he's even sitting with 2 other units on the field, and that is where Chao gets a lot easier of a match in.
Yeah, Chao is coming home for you, say, getting that win then for ISMOO, brings it back 1 apiece. It's his first set win in Europe Preliminaries, right?
Yep, and the first set win for Chao itself as well, because he was there for 11 matches thus far until he took his first victory. But then again, it was a very well placed one right there.
There we have it. Chao coming up clutch for ISMOO in that one. I mean, made a lot easier from those pre-bans, right? Taking away 2 of those wind units that can do damage, do some control. We will be seeing them next round. Maybe Chao needs to go back to sleep for a little bit.
Yeah, let's see. Once again, going back to the Layla pre-ban. Wants to be playing it with it himself, or doesn't want his opponent to have it. But then again, there is a Heigang being pre-banned on the side of Smokes. ISMOO does also have a Gianna. Could he go for an early lock-in on that Gianna? Because then you also utilize your enemy's pre-ban very early. No, we're going to go for Yeonho.
Yep, going back into it. I mean, ISMOO from that very first set did miss on the skill 2 with that Yeonho, which kind of led to his downfall in that set. Maybe trying to give it another go.
Yep, we could once again go for a Ciara plus a Gianna over here. Could go to a Jogun as well, but Gianna is always a strong option for longer bruiser fights, whereas Jogun is more for just very much that first rotation being strong.
Oh, going in for an Okeanos then. Looking to try and get some cool times reset into the likes of ISMOO here. I mean, maybe you're also even looking at some sort of Josephine?
Yeah, this is the position where I absolutely do agree with ISMOO's pick on the Gianna on that 4, because otherwise it would have definitely ended up on the side of Smokes. Plus, a very strong combination is Gianna together with a Yeonho. Have to be careful with the fast units on the side of Smokes right now, because he's already having a speed lead. 1 fast unit, 1 potential semi-fast unit, doesn't have the speed awakening, but still is mostly ruled super fast. So ISMOO has to be showing a bit of speed in that 5th pick later. But is Smokes gonna go for a double speed lead is the question.
Oh, we're seeing that Fire Megumi come out here then, so a good 28% lead here. I mean, 2 fire units, simple to maybe put a water unit in, say, maybe a certain little Chao.
Chao is definitely an option over here, but if you go for the Chao right now, it could be scroll trapped out, which is always a little bit awkward, because if you go Chao, you have to be banning that Ciara. But we're actually gonna go for an Annabelle. It's very all-round, is very hard to deal with for all of those fire units as well. However, the Jogun scroll trap does not care about it, but I'm expecting a Ciara ban. Other side, we might be expecting a Yeonho ban.
I agree. I mean, getting rid of that Yeonho, trying to prevent a first turn, getting your monkey off, and we do see the Ciara ban as well there. So speed leads for both ISMOO and Smokes. It's set number 3, currently 1 apiece between Smokes and ISMOO. Who can extend that lead?
First turn, we're going for the Shiho, which is always a little bit awkward because you definitely still have to send it for your own protection, but you don't really want to stun anything right now. So if you send it towards the Oliver, you have the least amount of chance of stunning, plus you can put it in the scroll trap.
Yep, trapped away, and now you can look to obviously strip the whole team. Is it a good Jogun? It is, and that's going to set up some stuns right now.
Setting up some stunts right now. However, you do often miss more pushbacks on the Gianna than you miss on the Annabelle, which is maybe a little bit of a misplay, because I think a skill 2 on the Gianna would have probably been stronger, because Gianna is looking at a lot of skills potential right now.
Which definitely is. You can even just look to cleanse it right now, get that Gianna taking a turn, land a bomb, and then strip stun.
Strip stun, landing the bomb, that's what we're looking for first. Yes, landing the bomb, critical error. Do we get all of those? Not everything, but the most important targets were connected.
They were, and right now, Josephine doesn't have that passive. You can look to stun again, if you so please, and resisted on that Annabelle.
That's also kind of a risky play to do. It is understandable to do, but then again, it is very risky. You don't want to be looking at the slows, you don't want to be looking at the armor breaks, but landing that on the 100 rest target of the wrong element is very tricky.
Look at all of those slows. 2-turn, plus that 3-turn defense break. Annabelle is set up for some damage coming in here. How good is that S1 damage?
as 1 damage. Not super high on the damage, but we also have an Oliver coming back from the trap with full attack bar. However, could not manage to steal the attack bar on the other side.
Yeah, couldn't get the attack bar. That bomb's going to be going off on the Okeanos next. How can you disrupt? Get that stun, but it's not going to be enough.
And Josephine, good 8k damage. Also bomb taking out this Okeanos, and ISMOO is having a very comfortable match using the pre-ban of your opponent, because a Hagen pre-ban is mostly utilized by Gianna owners to get your Gianna in. ISMOO also has a Gianna and simply use that right there. Very well played.
ISMOO 2-1 up then against Smoke. Has started that little reverse sweep from the very first set, and he's going for vengeance for his friend Neff, who Smoke's defeated in that very first round. Like you said, Say, using that Gianna to great effect, again pointing out how strong an Annabelle can be in the current meta right now.
Yeah, Annabelle, you have to keep it in the right tuning. If it moves in front of all of your units, she can provide the cleanse. She's 100% on that resistance in all cases. Plus, you want to have her against fire units, which just have more struggles of making those stuns work. We have the Layla being available, we have the Hagen being available, and we're going back to a match 2 of pre-bans with Oliver and Sierra.
Yeah, both of them being pre-banned out here. Then the speed leads. It's going to allow free reign for some water units to potentially get out there on the field. First pick, you've got that Shiho. Are we going to see an earlier Layla this time?
Ooh, let's see if a Layla still comes this early, because that might be a little bit too early to make it work. But if it is paired with the Shiho, I would say it works for slot 1, slot 2. But if the Shiho is already on the other side, it can become a little bit awkward. So let's see if he goes back to maybe something along the lines of the Yeonhong that he likes to utilize. Or is he going to go for something else? No, we're actually going to see a Layla being first picked right away, together with a Josephine.
Wow, already coming in clutch then with the Layla. Just doesn't want to have to face off against it in kind of, yeah, this second and third pick right now. Also feels very early for a little Win Nabara or some sort of Juno kind of version right now, eh?
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit too early to go super hard on the counter picks, and that makes a Layla first pick maybe not as bad, especially when a lot of the good leads are already out of field. Megami, very strong lead right there. But do we still pair that with something along the lines of Yeonhong? Yes, we do.
Yep, Yeonhong coming in then, stealing again. Getting that unit on the side of himself. Some high base speed units trying to take control of that match from the very first moment. I mean, right now Smoke's pivoted very much to a slower style of play.
Yep, slower style of play, but we still add in that Gianna. There is a potential Miying and a potential Hagang on the side of ISMOO, but he wants to deal with that just to get his Gianna in. Maybe he could even already go for a Hagang steal, but then you might end up with very little damage.
Misty coming out then, a potential solo unit. How do you want to look to respond right here? Wow, okay. Take that first turn and make it pay.
I definitely love an Athena pick right here. If you have it runed up, I would even say go for an Athena plus a Sonya, because Sonya can definitely take out a Misty. Misty's almost never a proper trap in that. Plus, none of the units of the side of Smoke are fire, so Athena has a free S2 into S3 rotation.
So, yep, there we are, and we're seeing a Shizuka as a response to that here. I mean, that Etna is still looking very dangerous, say, as you were mentioning.
Yep, I definitely do think that the Shizuka you have to respect in the end. You do have a good amount of strips, but getting 2-turn invisibility is always super dangerous, especially when there's so many stuns, bombs, and everything on the field.
This is it. It could be it. It's our set number 4 right here. ISMOO 2-1 up, banned out. Is that Etna respected? And the Shizuka. So we're going to have a speed lead versus likely an accuracy or an attack lead going into it for the side of Smokes. I mean, 2-1 up for ISMOO right here. He's brought it back to here. Can he now extend, get through to that Europe Cup, secure his spot in the competition? Let's find out in this set here.
This is going to be a very interesting play that ISMOO can make with this Yeonhong. There's a lot of options. There's no armor break on this Misty. He could boost up the Assure, give an S3 from the Assure towards that Misty, and just simply kill it, and that is exactly the play that he's thinking about as well.
Yep, he's going to send it. That's skill 3. Can you get a defense break? Doesn't. Wow, that was squishy.
That was super squishy, but this is also almost the moment where you just don't want to go for your skill 3. You want to send your skill 3 maybe on the Gianna. Doesn't want to take that as of yet. He's going to go for probably a stun on the Gianna. You still have to face off against the Layla and a Gianna with the Josephine as backup pair, which is always a little bit dangerous, but already one unit is off the field.
It is. Can you get that stun? You do. and that's going to prevent Gianna, but like you said, it doesn't. Oh, that was huge.
Ooh, that's really huge. No provoke. Buff still remaining. Buff still remaining. Monkey can have a chance to go for the all or nothing. Can we connect them all, or do we connect them nothing? We actually connect a little bit of half.
Yeah, you connect the one that you kind of needed there as well, and you are now getting some silences coming out.
Yes, two-turn silence. You cannot proc out of a two-turn silence, as our friend Sean B likes to call. Right there, and therefore the Gianna will have a very awkward turn.
Yep, she will right here. You can take that turn, but wow, ISMOO so clean here, say.
Yeah, very well played. Also utilizing that one unit of will with the Yeonhong. Yeonhong is always really a playmaker kind of unit. You just lock in a unit to move all the way first. You have to follow with so much damage coming in. Once again, we're gonna go for that Desert Predator, locking in a lot of damage. Armor break coming a little bit later, but we're gonna take it out in just a few rounds.
Yeah, we are, because you can now even send that skill 2. Guess the skill 3 going from this Shiho. ISMOO is gonna be making it through to the Europe Cup for what maybe seems like the fifth time in a row.
I think he's kind of on those numbers already. Yeah, he's been there for a lot of years, but this year he is definitely once again there.
ISMOO qualified for the Europe Cup with a 3-1 victory against Smokes right there, bringing it back from that first set loss to get all the way to 3 points. Mention it again, say, super clean draft in the end.
Yeah, it was definitely, that's also the issue of going for a Layla that early, because that's the moment it's like, okay, I know exactly what's going to come with that Layla. I know what you're going to be working towards. You're going to be working towards more debuffs. I can go for the super hard turn 2 counter, but you can also super hard turn 1 counter it, and that is exactly what ISMOO did over there.
Definitely did. Commiserations to Smokes. No mean feat. He still managed to get all the way through to that very last match where he could have qualified for the Europe Cup. It's not going to be happening this year. ISMOO is going to be moving forward to Paris on the 20th of September to face off against some more of the different players that we've already got there qualified from our day 1 and day 2. But that's not it, folks. We've still got 3 more of those matches as well to come to see exactly who's going to join him in our day 3 preliminaries. Wow. ISMOO, congratulations. Hope to see you there. Can't wait. Maybe you'll still have some hair by that one. Can we not have another hair match prior to the next one? Or maybe we do a Paul Phoenix hairstyle cut?
That would also be a thing to do, but who could really rock that haircut the best? Because in the end, you guys were saying that I could rock that haircut, but my hair has to be a lot longer to actually make that work. But then again, maybe Mina or TAYFUN, can they rock that haircut? I don't think so, but we're definitely going to see them in the next match.
We definitely are. TAYFUN versus MINA. We mentioned it a few times from last weekend. MINA, the only remaining French-speaking player that is actually part of the competition. World Finals being in Paris. Somebody needs to join Guts as maybe even an opponent or just simply a friend to support him at those World Finals. Will it be MINA, or can TAYFUN, in his first ever time in the SWC, take his spot? And the reign of Germans might qualify a little bit more. ISMOO's already guaranteed his ticket there. Can TAYFUN follow it up right now to be there as well? Say, I mean, this matchup right here, TAYFUN and MINA have played each other a total of 7 times over the past 2 seasons. MINA currently 4-3 up against TAYFUN, but what can you tell me about him and his Queen Layla?
Well, definitely a Layla player that we have seen a lot use that Layla. However, he also was using a lot of Irene, or at least it was banned a lot last week. This time around, wasn't using that all too much. But I'm pretty sure that he also has a 0-2. I'm not 100% sure about that, but Mina for sure is a 0-2 player. So that might be a high contested unit. If even just one of the 2 players has it, might be in the ban phase, but also might be in the phase where it's like, okay, I have to be drafting around it every other match.
Definitely do. How are they going to work it out against us players? He did lose 3-0 to Perfect on that very first day and did take the win here against TITOGOFLETTE on our day number 3. And his opponent, MINA, managing to take out Charge in that very first preliminary day for him, and then losing out to Raxaz 3-1. So up against a very strong competitor in his last match there, say. We see a Sonya player, a Misty player, very much an all-out attack there.
Yeah, definitely not showing too much support, except for that Josephine, which we can classify by support sustain as in the form of a shield. But interesting to see how well like it goes for aggressive kind of playstyle. But in the end, keep in mind, he still has the Zeratul. He still likes to play around Vanessa. So this is one of those players where if you have a Sierra and an Oliver being pre-banned, he can easily pick up a Vanessa because of the option for Oliver units right there.
Yeah. How is he going to work it out here in this one, in our matchup? Dare I say it, who do you think is favored going into this one?
Well, in the end, both are debutants, so it's a guaranteed debutant coming in, and I'm gonna sit on the fence. I give them a 50-50.
Wow. I hope your bottom hurts from having to sit on that fence right there, saying, let's see it in this match, because don't be a Mina, say, Chow is my type of fun in a Summoner's War. Let's get into it. TAYFUN versus Mina. Who is going to take that second spot of qualification from today? Pre-bans, who are we going to see?
Are we gonna go for some LD pre-bans? Could be a Tianlang, could be a Zeratul, could be those kind of units. Or are we gonna see meta units? Layla being pre-banned, Hagang being pre-banned, any of the speed leads being pre-banned, all of our Sierra. We actually have seen I think that this is the meta where you've seen the widest variety of pre-bans, because normally it's just LDs back and forth. Now, actually, Layla is being one of the top pre-ban contestants for the last part of today.
Yep, she's earned her respect from those previous matches of today. We're seeing now the Gianna following up suit as well from that maybe last match. Mina with that. What the?
I don't think he's gonna lock in that one, but that would have been very interesting. Probably signaling something to some of his friends.
Yeah, there you go. Secret message sent out right now. Unless you're going to do it in the second pick here, Mina?
I would highly doubt that. I think we're going to see more something along the lines of a Shiho. However, Shiho is already a little bit countered by a Hagang. We're still going to see the Shiho. Are we going to be pairing that up with anything along the lines of what we also see in the meta? Sure, maybe something else?
Yeah, I mean, this is the moment to do it. You've got that third pick. You're facing off against an Okeanos plus a Hagang. There's no speed coming out right now. The Asher to set up some good damage with a defense break.
On the other side, Josephine is mostly what we're looking at in the position 3 and 4 when there is a Shio on the enemy side. We're going for that Sierra. Ooh, we're going to go for the NFL, which is a counter on the units with lower accuracy that we do see 2 of them on the other side.
Yeah, how are you going to look to respond here then, Mina? Like you said, are you going to be able to deal with that damage coming out? You've still potentially got that first turn. Is it a thing where Josephine, you're even getting on your side?
Well, the Josephine is a little bit countered by the NFL, or it's actually quite a bit countered by the NFL, is a little bit countered by the Hagang as well. The only thing that I see for an issue for the Hagang on the enemy side is that the Hagang after turn 1 doesn't have that much value because there's no buffs on the side of TAYFUN just yet. So I'm definitely liking a Sonya pickup right there. But the big question is, can the Sonya actually kill anything?
Yeah, we've seen one Sonya check trap coming through earlier today. I mean, you're hopefully preparing for it, knowing that Mina had that in his like most picked from the very first couple of days right here. TAYFUN, that 5th pick right now. How are you going to deal with him?
It's going to be a difficult one because we're actually going to go countering the double speed units with the Misty and the Sonya with the Leo. I do think we'll respect that Leo on the other side as well. So probably a Leo and a Sonya ban.
Yeah, I guess it must be respected. One of the strongest units from that passive, the Leo right there, balancing everything out. And we've got a Shiho being taken out then, so different snipe unit coming out. Speed leads for both TAYFUN and Mina. It's our match number 2 of the lower round bracket 2. Set 1 between TAYFUN and Mina. Is there a trap set up?
If you're banning this confident not on the Sonya, you probably have your units trapped, and it is trapped. That is the thing. You know how your units are ruined. Your enemy does not know how your units are ruined, and therefore you make the trap, you ban according to that. And the moment you see a ban coming in where it's like, hey, that looks a little bit odd, you're looking at a trap.
Yeah, you've been trapped, and there we go. Skill 3, getting some good stuns. Land that bomb onto the Misty potentially and get it exploded.
No, we have to go for that Oliver first, which is a little bit awkward. Would have rather done that on another unit to take it out or on the Assure, because now Oliver additional turn, Assure additional turn, those are the things you don't want to see. Oliver does take that additional turn.
Okay, so Oliver's had that additional turn. I mean, Okeanos is going to follow up with a skill 2, but it feels risky again to send that.
What do we go for? We go for the Sierra. Not taking full attack bar right there. You probably have to go for the Assure right now, even though this is a killing range for your other unit. Does take it on the Assure. Also nearly taking out the Assure.
Yeah, nearly managing to take it out. Is going to get resisted right there on the Annabelle. Pushback, just try and kill that Assure now.
Yeah, yeah, sure. If you go for double S1, you will definitely take it out right there, and that is what you should be doing. Also, Sonya's coming back into skills, and that's often one of those things with Sonya traps. Sonya in the first rotation might be trapped, but the moment you have 10% attack up, Sonya might be out of the range where she gets trapped. But first, we have an additional turn to the Okeanos.
Yeah, Oliver, you're going to have to control for Mina right here. A lot of work is going to be needed to allow Sonya to also get some attack bar through.
We have the Hagen with a turn. How much can we do? Not enough to kill it nor push it back. So we will have another turn coming in for this Olaf. Olaf is doing a lot of work. Plus, getting rid of the Misty is going to be super difficult the moment that your NFL doesn't have the S3 available.
Yeah, if you can't land those defense breaks for a couple of turns, even Okeanos skills, he might not even still be on the field, Okeanos.
Yeah, let's see. Is he gonna send it on the NFL? Does he feel confident enough yet that he can kill it? I haven't seen the damage up going in yet. We do take it out, however.
Yeah, we're taking out, and from that trap at the beginning, Mina is now definitely in the driving seat. Just couldn't quite make his kills count, TAYFUN. Had to spread it out a bit too much.
Yeah, he definitely had to spread it out by the Okeanos missing the stun on the Oliver. If he landed the stun on the Oliver, he could have definitely went for a different bomb rotation. But since the Oliver was not stunned, you have to go for the bomb on the Oliver. But it was super tanky and therefore also hard to deal with.
Yeah, it was tanky. Got some good additional turns in that moment as well. And once Oliver is on the field and there's no immunity to go around, he's just going to keep on controlling right there. Say pre-bans for this next one.
Ooh, do we see a Sonya being respected on the other side? Also a fast unit being respected with that Yanhong.
Yeah, knowing this time now, TAYFUN has given away to Mina which one is a Sonya trap right there, so he can look to target a different unit like that Annabelle as an example. So he's pre-banned out that Sonya and the Yanhong to follow. Oliver, first pick.
Other side, we definitely could go towards a Sierra. Mina is also a Gianna owner, so could go for a Sierra plus a Gianna at a later moment. But probably first likes to lock that in with either a Joe Gun or something along the lines of a Shiho.
Let's see, using the full amount of time here for Mina to work things out against that Oliver. Who are you partnering it up with that Sierra right here? You mentioned a few of those ones earlier there. Say Shiho is the option that he's going for. Are we going to be seeing, wow, quick responses?
Very quick response right there with the two counter units with the Hagang and the Okeanos back on the side of Mina. What are we locking in right now? We could go towards the Josephine, but you're a little bit heavy on the water in that case already. Could be going back to an Ashur. Definitely the options are there. Or are we going to see that Layla? Because Layla is mostly picked in those positions in previous matches thus far.
It has been, but we're resorting back to a Misty and into this Joe gun then right here. Annabelle, another response?
Annabelle with the response. Is this going to be the response with the Annabelle and the Layla to counter the Misty? Because double slow definitely does counter a Misty right there. But you also still have to be careful with that Joe gun, because Joe gun on the enemy side will outspeed all of your units.
It will, but an Irene coming in right here also can look to put something in the bag. Opting for the sister then. Layla has made it out onto the field.
Yeah, let's see what the Layla can do in this case, because the Layla has a little bit of an awkward position where the Joe gun is fast, but also a Cigar. Haven't seen that one all too much yet.
No, we haven't been seeing in a lot of the Cigar right here. Is he going to be able to make it through, answering to kind of resetting the Annabelle or a Layla as we're going later on? Have you even got enough to fully get through that Shiho?
Well, it's going to be an interesting one, because the Hege could be banned out, but that is bad if the Sierra's banned out. But on the other side, also simple Oliver ban, make sure that your Cigar, if it's Swift or at least your Joe gun, is going to be faster. So we have the... Ooh, we have an interesting ban right here. So it's all eyes on how fast this Cigar is. Is that a random Swift Cigar?
Let's find out. Speed leads coming in as those Art Masters were banned out. Mina 1-0 up against TAYFUN right now. Shiho taking that first turn. Do you have to send it on the Annabelle?
You have to send it on the Annabelle right now. Otherwise, we have seen it before. It just simply gets cleansed. But Annabelle is 100 resistance, so it most likely will resist all of those. Lots of resistance popping up. No hit right there.
Nope, nothing right there, so it's not going to be able to cleanse right now, and skill 1 is a bit of a waste with all that immunity. Layla, let's get some silences.
Ooh, does connect the perfect silence right there, but did not strip that much, but enough for the setup on the other units. Do you send it right now on the skill 3? I think you have to, yeah, simply send it. Still not connecting that much on any of those units.
No, resisted there. A lot of resistance still coming through on the side of Mina right now, and Ciara's going to be slowly getting some pace going.
Yes, yeah, has some pace going, but also the Shio still has both skills available. Could be sitting at a glancing, but is sitting at absolutely nothing right now. So still has the immunity up there. Also no slow on the side of this Misty, which will have the full damage potential. So let's see where these hits are gonna go to.
Yep, I mean, you're going to need some stuns. Does get it as well on that Annabelle, so he can't look to get any defense breaks out right now. Another stun, maybe?
Oh. Well, that was the point where a monkey on multi-hit couldn't provide the stun, but the moment he went for a single target hit, could stun that Annabelle, and that's where Annabelle definitely could go for all of her skills. But in this case, when you're stunned, you cannot take those turns.
Definitely can't take the turns. He needs to get Annabelle online if you're TAYFUN right now. And can Misty just start getting rid of units, slowly chipping away?
Ooh, we have another chance for this monkey providing the stun on this Annabelle. I do think he still sends on the Annabelle because skills are still available. Lots of resistance going in there. That's what you would have liked to see in the last rotation.
Yeah, going for the skill 3, not opting to heal himself right there. Now Oliver can get back online and start controlling. Can Annabelle cycle quickly enough?
Well, the Annabelle also managed to land everything on both wrong elements over there. Good damage on this Oliver, but Oliver once again going to have an off turn the turn after this because of missing the cooltime increase. Otherwise, you would have had a perfect cycle right there, but it's still good enough where Layla might potentially pick up some, but she has to start stripping. She did not strip once again.
She didn't, and stun's not coming in, so that's going to help for Annabelle. I mean, it looks like it's the Oliver show again in this set.
Yep, Oliver is showcasing that he's here to stay, and Cigar, which kind of took over his role for a certain moment in the meta, is here not really doing his job because he's just simply sitting at cooldowns, debuffs, and cannot get his skills off.
He can't, and Oliver has got all of the world to play with right now. Cool times, pushbacks. Against these units, it's going to be all she wrote, and TAYFUN bringing it back 1-1 against MINA. I mean, both sets say Oliver has been very strong.
Yep, that is why Oliver is still all around the most big unit in the game, at least in G3, but I think in the other ranks it is also the case. Oliver, the moment he lands his skills, still a lot of damage and a lot of CC.
Definitely, and exactly he's being used to great effect by both of the players right now. Are we likely to start seeing some pre-bans towards him?
Well, it's definitely what we do see is that the pre-bans are kind of rotating. Earlier on in the day, we had more Oliver pre-bans. Then at some point, Layla became actually, people started noticing like, ooh, Layla is actually hard to deal with. We saw more Layla pre-bans. Then we saw a few people win against Layla again. And it's like, oh, wait, it was actually not that bad. So it's kind of rotating within the day itself, where we do see a lot of Layla pre-bans where you would normally expect like an Oliver pre-ban. But Layla's one of those units that has been feared a lot today.
She has a Misty joining her in that pre-ban right here. Likely Mina has that Oliver available right here, locking it in early. TAYFUN, are we going to go back to the classic duo? No?
Ooh, not the classic duo, but still, Okeanos is very strong. Has to be looking at some kind of AoE strip later on, so that's why we see the steal on the other side, but we have mentioned it before. A Jokum without a Sierra mostly doesn't do that well.
Nope, it doesn't. And Hagang right here again feels like it may be an odd situation. You're not bringing any more immunity with you or buffs for later on at the moment, say. But it does prevent, obviously, some stuns. Maybe that Josephine?
I do like the Assure in here. So the prevent of the first turn is very strong. But you definitely have to be looking at more buffs for longer duration. Because, as you just mentioned, Hagang without any friends that will provide buffs is only very strong for turn 1, but most of the fights do tend to take a little bit longer than just turn 1.
Definitely doing an Annabelle on the field is a great answer to an Okeanos and an Assure. Get some defense breaks, get some slows, and Mei Hu Wang to provide that damage.
Okay, so you don't have the Misty. Next best thing, back to the Mei Hu Wang, the good old monkey business. Let's see what TAYFUN can make for a strong 5th pick right here, while knowing that the enemy is most likely going to outspeed you. It's either the Jogon or the Shio that will outspeed you. What you can you do against it? In potentially the case where your Hagang is going to be banned out.
Yep. How are you going to work this around, TAYFUN? Oh, ciao, baby.
We go back to a Chow. That's definitely a fairly interesting one right there. I'm not too sure if I really do like it or not that much at all, because I'm still expecting a Hagang ban on the other side. It enables a lot of things to be pretty decent, because in the end, Chow is not that great when Chow is slowed. But let's see if he can get enough turns in. For ISMOO earlier today, it did work out.
Definitely did. Hair Gang being taken out and that Oliver. So it's Chow's time to shine as we're going to have a speed lead on the side of TAYFUN. Maybe we're going for an attack lead on the side of MINA here in our SWC Europe Preliminaries Day 3. TAYFUN 1, MINA 1. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Let's see what we have. Well, in the end, we can stun one unit. We can scroll trap the Chow, or we can scroll trap the unit we just stunned. But after that, you don't have all too much CC going on. We definitely have the stun over there and a good amount of damage. We also have the rotation of armor break into a Mayo Wing skill too. But the big question is it going to be doing enough damage? Because Mayo Wing does not have any stacks just yet.
No, you've not got the resistance there. You can set up some defense breaks right here. Oh, wow. This is quick work from MINA.
Ooh, also the big question right now, can you sleep the Okeanos? Because that prevents a lot from what the enemy can do. No, we're actually going for the slight bit of chip damage. Was not expecting the kill right there, but actually made the kill right away.
Yep, I mean, do you just have to send that skill 3, hope for some stuns to come out right now on the Annabelle, the Jogun, or can you get a reset?
Goes for the stuns, did not connect on the Annabelle. Are we going to go for the bomb on the Annabelle? Because the Annabelle does have the clans resisted on the Annabelle. We do not know if the Sierra is 100 accuracy or 85 accuracy, what you need for the max. But in a lot of cases, she often is not. But we have a second chance for a reset.
We do get the cool time, but there's a defense break on that Sierra right here. She's going to cycle actually through it.
She's cycling through it. She got rid of it. And we also have Chow coming back in the field. But the big issue for Chow is right now, he doesn't really have an armor break to work with. And he definitely needs an armor break for heavy damage. Because an 11k is good damage, but it's not good enough to take anything out just yet.
Definitely isn't. He won't be getting a defense break anytime soon or ever in this matchup right here. But there is a defense break on that Sierra.
Yeah, Sierra also, I think, has the bomb available right now because she had one turn in between. Therefore, we tried the pushback. We did not connect the pushback. Do we go for the bomb on the She-Ho? Because the NFL is going to be annoying, but she at least is a little bit reset. Let's see, bomb. Ooh, we once again go for the bomb on the NFL, and we once again missed the check on the NFL.
He's missed it, and to be honest right now, send that skill 3, get rid of the Sierra, follow up into that Okeanos, and then Chow versus the world. But wow, Annabelle.
Annabelle with the girl's prayer coming in. This is not a position I see a Chow win in ever, because he has to fight the double monkey, he has to fight the Annabelle, and Jogun is kind of there for show, but the unit just for show is gonna give attack buff to his allies at any given point.
Definitely is, and if you're landing defense breaks and slows, these monkeys are going to be eating it up right here. MINA looking very strong as a 2-1 against TAYFUN right here.
Yep, trying to take out the monkey first. Smart play. Maybe has a little bit more of the upper hand without that much damage from the monkey right there. But a Chow simply not dealing enough damage.
Not enough damage for TAYFUN in this one right here. Our match number 2 of the lower round bracket to MINA 2-1 up. Chow maintaining his loss rate.
Yeah, Chow. Well, we had that one very good Chow game from ISMOO earlier. But in this case, it already felt like Chow has a lot of an uphill battle before actually, like, any of his allies has to take out something before something happens. Yeah. In this case, we have a Gianna and a Yeon Hong being pre-banned.
Gianna, Yeon Hong. We're going off of the normal elemental units right here for the LD ones. First pick for TAYFUN, Oliver. Again, anyone who's had Oliver so far has won in these sets.
Yeah, Oliver is still doing very well. On the other side, we do see it once again being paired of the Sierra in combination with the Okeanos. And we see the Jogun once again on the other side. That is a little bit the awkward side because, sure, Oliver can have a little bit of value from attack buff, but it's not as much as Sierra bomb damage.
It's definitely not stealing it. We're going for that She-Ho as well. I mean, just trading these first familiar 5 units between the two of them.
Yep. Also, a unit that is available right now is the Layla, but is that a unit that actually wants to be picked up either against a Jogun? Does it want to be picked up against a Okeanos? It's mostly some of those units that it doesn't really fit that well into. So we see it being pre-banned a fair bit, but between the two players over here, we don't see it being utilized that much.
Nope, definitely don't. Josephine coming onto the field, and that Misty then as well. It seems to be a good response usually from MINA, and Annabelle, so good.
NFL, really good. This is a position where you definitely can go for the Layla. NFL Layla is a really good counter into a Misty. Plus, it does work for the cleanse blocks into the Josephine as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if he locks it in right now. Or is he looking towards any of his other LDs that might fit better? Nope, Layla it is.
It's Layla time. The answer, how are you going to do it? Do we just see a last-minute win Nabara pick coming out here?
It could be a Nobara, it could be a Sonya, but I expect TAYFUN to pretty much simply ban anything that comes out in the 5th. And I would say probably still is on the ban on the Sonya.
Yeah, has to. He knows now, Mina, from the last one that Annabelle wasn't a trap. So he's banning out that Oliver, taking away the speed lead instead. So we're going to have speed lead for Mina right here. And likely to have maybe an attack lead or defense lead coming in then from the side of TAYFUN in our set number 4. Between TAYFUN and Mina. If Mina wins, he's going to be joining at the Europe Cup.
Interesting choice to go for a defense lead, because in the end, the goal sprayer healing from NFL is scaling from attack. So it is an option to go for that. It's actually a seal sitting on that Shia over there. Very interesting to see as well. But right now, do we get some stuns? Do we get the cleanse block? We do actually get the cleanse block.
We do get the cleanse block right now. And it was quite squishy, I would even say, that Misty right there from the Monkey. If he can get another turn coming through, maybe Scroll Trap away the Josephine.
I would even say Scroll Trap away any of the 2 units that could proc and fully disrupt your team. I would have personally went for the Okeanos, because the moment Okeanos starts moving, getting Rain of Stones in, it's always super dangerous.
Definitely is. He's got that skill 1. He can throw it back right here. What is he going to be throwing?
Is he going to be throwing? Is he going to be throwing? He's going to be throwing double resistance right there. So actually not landing any of those.
No, he's not. And you can see there that Misty is looking very close to death. Wow, Josephine's got something to say about this, though.
Also interesting to see that the Layla was double resisting the Okeanos, whereas Okeanos most likely is 85 accuracy. Misty landed all debuffs. The Josephine landed all debuffs. Those are mostly lower accuracy units right there. So interesting direction. We do still have... Oh no, wait, we actually don't have the Scroll Trap. I was like, I don't see the Scroll Trap, so it should be still there. But it was resisted or was not resisted. Is this all or nothing for the Monkey? Nearly stunning everyone.
Yeah, I mean, Josephine just getting back online so early. Can you get rid of the units before you're procking her again right here?
Oh. Ooh, we have a proc sitting on that girls player for a 12k heal on the whole team. We also have a provoke, so still nothing said and done just yet.
Skill 2 going to come in from this Layla. Anti-cleanse, can you get some stuns? Oh.
Do get the anti-cleanse. Also a little bit of chip damage. How are the skills looking like for Okeanos? Because I could see an Okeanos with all skills available still winning from here. But you're not winning if you're sleeping on the job.
You're definitely not. I might need to take a little nap as well then.
Yeah, that's well, if you want to stop winning, then you got to start taking those naps over there. But yeah, if Okeanos had a Rain of Stone over there into Sierra's skills, I could have seen maybe a potential comeback. But right now, we have the Alter Ego skill coming in, doing a lot of damage. Nearly 4k per hit on that attack buff, simply just taking out units.
Yeah, but right now you can finish it off with that skill 3. Not quite yet, but strong comeback from TAYFUN right here. Again, we're seeing way more full set 5 matches today, say.
Yeah, I think almost all of these matches, pretty much, except the matches from Smokes, everything went all the way best of 5 thus far. So these players are really close to one another, but it also does show that this meta is really revolved around like a lot of key pieces, but how does the puzzle fit together is always the question, and therefore these matches are that close, because the puzzle is pretty difficult, because there's that many pieces that counter one another, and it just gets super close every time.
Definitely does get close, and that's why we're here. Our set number 5. Who is going to take it home to the Europe Cup? Mina or TAYFUN? Both debutants. It'll be their first time taking part there at the Europe Cup. And who are they going to be pre-banning along that way? It's going to be Layla. It's going to be the Sonya.
Sonya not on the field, Layla not on the field. We do know that the Sierra was a trap. It was a counter. However, it is one of those things you can only show once in a best of 5, and then your enemy will know. Oliver, on the side of Mina.
Yeah, going out straight away. TAYFUN, how are you going to respond right here? Looking for that Okeanos. Are you going to take your own speed lead this early right now with a Ciara, or are you going to partner up with that Hey Gang?
Early Haking right there. We haven't seen it too often where people go for the double wind speed lead, so people locking in an Oliver plus a Sierra. So it's definitely one of those things you don't instantly have to lock in your Sierra, but it is still something that might happen. You could go for a Sierra plus a Jogun in this position if you so please.
Yeah, you've got that second and third pick, you can keep that duo together to prevent a speed lead coming out from the side of Typhoon. But there are also strong units like that Shiho that you definitely want on your side.
Oh, we're actually going to go for more reactive play on the side of Typhoon this time around with the NFL, with the Misty. So it doesn't want to be facing against the Misty. Layla, in this case, is banned out. So Misty has a little bit more of a free reign. And that's maybe also why this NFL was being picked up, to give Misty, or to get rid of all of the Misty counters.
Exactly. Take it and use it for yourself right here. 4th and 5th pick, though, on the side of Mina. You can't snipe either. That Sonya's been pre-banned before. Going back to the Cigar.
That was a fairly interesting Cigar. Also a unit we haven't seen too much today just yet. Diana. But I do kind of like the Diana in this draft and in this position. But the Cigar, I'm not too sure about. You are probably a guaranteed on an outspeed. But even then, with your Shiho and your Jogan, I'm not too sure how that will work out.
Yeah, let's see then. Oh, Tian Lang has been locked in that 5th pick right now. Who are you looking to respect on either side?
I would say that Tian Lang probably does not participate in this match, because if the Tian Lang is in while the Diana is in, it's always super awkward for the Diana. But in the other side, do you have to respect the Diana for too much damage? No, we're actually respecting the Oliver for that speed lead.
There we are. They're being banned out, so we're going to be having no speed leads available for either player going into this one, which is the deciding set number 5 between Typhoon and Mina. If you win this one, you are going to the Europe Cup. Attack versus accuracy. Who's going to take this final set win, say?
Let's see what we can do. Once again, we do have the rotation of the Shio moving in front of the Jogan. You can simply just go for a skill 3 strip on that Misty, and therefore most likely not trigger enough. Actually decides against that. Did not want to trigger that at all. In this case, is hoping to outspeed. Does he outspeed? Nope, still not outspeeding. Who moves next? NFL moves next. After the NFL, who's gonna move? Is that going to be the Okeanos? Can you try to stun right now? Your glance against a 100 resistance unit is probably not gonna land.
Oh, that additional turn though.
Additional turn. Do we go for anything right now? If you go for the cycling right now, it's definitely not gonna happen that you're gonna go for a stun. Probably it's try to get a stun again. No, it's actually, that was an interesting one to not try to get a stun again, because the Misty you cannot stun on skill 1.
No, you can't, but this skill 3 can look to stun, and you get all 4. Wow!
All 4 stuns right now. Okeanos sitting in the driver's seat. We have to be looking at Cigar, maybe take an additional turn right now. But Misty armor breaks so much damage already.
Definitely is. Maybe you're even going into that Diana if she can get an additional turn.
Diana gets the additional turn, but that does also mean she has to take full cycling over here. She can actually take another additional turn right now because she had the normal turn she had right now. But she's probably sitting at a 12%. Does she get it? She does not get it.
Yep, clean up then. This is the cleanup job from Typhoon. Confirm those kills, get rid of units, and make sure you've got them off of the field right here.
Wants to first put that slow towards the Diana. It is understandable, but you have to take out that Shiho. We have no skills available on the Cigar, and Cigar was nerfed for longer cooldowns. So the moment you reset a unit that has longer cooldowns, it's just simply not going to be taking any turns for a very long time.
And it might even be enough to take out a Diana here. Woo!
Diana's off the field. Diana also once again did not do enough. It showed that the Hey Gang is here to stay against the Jogan, giving the turn to that Okeanos. Rain of Stones coming in, everything clutch again. And we have Typhoon qualifying for the European Cup.
Typhoon has qualified for the Europe Cup. He's making his way up to Paris and knocking out Mina along the way, a fellow French player. We won't have any more in the Europe Cup or the World Finals going forward. So what can Typhoon bring to that situation? Again, another full set of 5 that was needed to decide that match there. Say, we mentioned it earlier, Smokes with the only 3-0 against Neff. Everything else, 2-3, 3-2. It's been going around the whole day. It just really shows how close this meta is right now, how reactive your different picks have to be along the way. Maybe it also shows the nerves that are going through these guys. I mean, you're not getting clear wins, you're not getting away from anyone. You've never fully got it under wraps until it's needed. How do you think the rest of the players are going to deal with this going forward?
One yet, they just have to focus on their own matches and have to play their own style. But I think Typhoon from last year, wasn't he one of those players that wanted to qualify in the SWEL? But he was ranked 301. One rank outside of G3 just a year ago, not making G3. Now highest finish I think was ranked 34. also making it all the way to SWC. So it definitely does show that the moment the meta goes into your favor, the moment you do enjoy playing the meta with the units that you have, and it works out for you, you can make it all the way. And as you can see over there, once again, all the way best of 5.
Wow. TAYFUN joining ISMOO in the Europe Cup as one of our Day 3 qualifiers. What a stacked bracket this is going to be going into our Europe Cup. Commiserations to MINA, obviously managing to make it as a runner-up in that open qualifier, but just fell short of the final hurdle against TAYFUN, who we will be seeing more of as we go on through this SWC competition. Next match, say, I don't think we need to say much about it, right? 2 players that are very well known, 2 absolute colossals of players, Glorious and PINKROID. These 2 guys have played each other 12 times over the past 2 seasons. Glorious with the upper hand, 7-5, but tell me a little bit more about him.
Well, this is going to be a super interesting one because in the end, both players are streamers. Glorious streams a lot these days, so definitely something that PINKROID can look at. But it's also one of those players, they know each other very well. They have been in the guild together for a very long time. They talk to one another outside of the game too. So it's definitely one of those players that probably do not really want to face off against one another. So I'm very curious to see how this is going to work out.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, like you said, they know each other, met each other before. It's going to be interesting to see who they're going to tackle, who's going to get the favor in their hands as we're going into this one. Glorious, some very strong LD units, but also Pinky has pretty similar ones in that respect, right? We've got a Tian Lang if we need it in a back pocket. We've got, obviously, those speed checks with a Sonya. Are we going to see some more Sonya traps coming through from the side of PINKROID? And I mean, for him, taking out SAMBSEPP, just losing, falling short to a Barbo, some very strong players, and a career that is so stacked that next year, like we said, we'll have to get some more space for him to actually fill that in. Just a wide range of a box and a play style, right?
Yeah, he's playing a lot on actually Shio first back. I've seen him play a little bit on ladder, and he's not really caring that much about which speed lead he has, as long as he's having that Shio. So I think that Glorious probably also noticed that and wouldn't be surprised if he goes for pre-banning the Shio. But that's also, once again, as said before, it's a little bit awkward to do because you're also using that unit yourself. So it might be one of those contested units. If I'm having first pick, I lock it in. If I don't have first pick, neither of us are playing it.
Here we are. Glorious versus PINKROID. The winner will join us at the Europe Cup. Who are you favouring here, say?
I would have to give the upper hand to PINKROID. In the end, the man has been to so many cups, so let's see if that works out. Also, he's still sitting at a rank 2 or rank 3 in the current leaderboards. He understands the meta.
He definitely does. Need I say any more? PINKROID, you bore! Well, if you don't get that one, let's see. Glorious versus PINKROID in our match 3, set 1.
Let's see what we have for pre-bans. Pre-bans are going to be interesting. They're locked in. We actually have that She-Ho being locked out. And I think that also does mean exactly what I said. Glorious has the first pick. Therefore, PINKROID says, I'm not going to be able to pick it first. Therefore, neither of us is going to be playing with it.
Let's find out how they're going to work around this one then. In our very first pick, it's going to be Okeanos as a response from Glorious, allowing that Oliver pick to be taken out.
Okeanos as a first pick is definitely interesting. You mostly see, like, if the first pick is not a speed lead, it's mostly the She-Ho, but opting something else is interesting to see, because now we have a very different dynamic, because we have the Jogun already as a pre-steal, whereas the Jogun Oliver, as mentioned before, is mostly not that crazy strong. Plus, Megami, really good counter against both of them.
Definitely a good answer. Changing it up then here, Glorious, taking away that Ciara. Wow, we're going into some Sekhmet play.
Sekhmet play, very interesting as well. So if the She-Ho is not available, Sekhmet is a good option. But we're playing on the side of PINKROID for a very heavy bruiser matchup and very heavy on damage.
Very heavy on that damage. Can you get that skill 2 from a Marsha and take out a unit pretty quickly? Glorious, on the other hand, right now, showing some significant speed and carrying it on.
Yep, we're carrying on with the double speed lead, but we're getting kind of in a matchup where you have to deny the turns of multiple units on your enemy on the side of the field. But can you take down all of them? We're actually going to go back to, once again, a Chow. Chow is a really good counter into all of the units if the Sierra is not on the field. So is that the pan of choice?
Yeah, is it signaling a ban? But then the mind games come into play, right? Say, if you know that you're going to be banning one out, are you actually going to follow through with it? Or do you kind of wait until your opponent has made that decision? What are you thinking?
It's definitely a hard ban right now because the Chow is hard to deal with if the Sierra is not on the field. But I could see a world where it's still slightly possible. It's just fairly difficult. So I think that in the end, Glorious will respect it. But then big question is, where does the speed contesting go to? Because Oliver off the field makes it by a lot faster. But no, we're respecting the Chow.
We are respecting it. We've got speed leads for both players, Glorious and PINKROID. It's our Europe Preliminaries Day 3. Who is going to join the other players? Sekhmet, are you going to land?
Sekhmet goes first. However, there is no immunity to steal from your opposing side. So therefore, Marsha or Annabelle can provide a defense break on that unit right away. Annabelle is not going to be the one.
It's not going to be the one, but can you try and get some turn cycling through? Going into the Megumi instead to prevent a stun. Oh!
Ooh, stunned coming in. We could go for something on this Oliver right now, but you also still have to take care of that Marsha at a later moment. We're gonna go into the Marsha. Want to deal with it early on.
Yep, want to deal with it early on. You've got some cool times trying to get rid of this Okeanos. Big hits coming on.
13k crit, wrong element, and a Sierra not connecting her bomb. This is absolutely not what you want to see as a Sierra player. You want to be connecting those bombs. You want to be dropping that high, heavy damage. In this case, it's not happening. We have a Curse of the Beautiful over here. Is she looking like Nefties? Just a little bit.
Yeah, you're landing those defense breaks right here, but again, the moment Marsha can get online with Oliver helping out and pushing back, wow, it's going to be close.
It's going to be really close because also the NFL is currently sitting on the turn available to go for Girl Sprayer again. We do get a good amount of damage into this Marsha, but still can be cleansed off later. Also, we do not have any skills available due to the Oliver resetting the Sierra earlier on.
Yeah, the reset earlier paid off dividends here, and that skill 3, you can get some more cool times inserted in just control if you PINKROID.
Have more control coming in. No skills on this one just yet, but we do have this Girl Sprayer as mentioned. So therefore, can take a lot of damage on the enemy side. And that's the thing with the segment. If you're stunning something or if you're resetting something on your first turn that doesn't have any will runes, doesn't have any immunity, your cooldown on your third skill is going to be a lot longer. But in the end, he had to go for that Jogun.
He had to get rid of the Jogun right here. This is going to help a little bit. Kind of find Megumi, get some more stuns in, and allow a bomb to be planted. Cool time.
Cool time from the Oliver. Oliver showcasing even with additional turns is just simply not enough. And Oliver is just taking drain on all of those armor breaks right now. And Marsha would take out this match. Glorious does concede for that set.
PINKROID 1-0 up against Glorious right here. A previous 3-time Europe Cup champion, showing why he is going to be making it through. Can Glorious look to get a reverse sweep against him right here, say?
Let's see what we have for the pre-bans. Does Oliver, or does the Shiho also get pre-banned by Glorious right now? Meaning that neither of the two players are going to be playing with a Shiho first. Because if the Shiho is open for PINKROID to pick it as first pick, I would be very surprised if he picks anything else.
Yeah, let's see here then. Full amount of time. How are you going to work around it? You're up against some of the strongest players that Europe has to offer right here. These names could have already been at a Europe Cup. Unfortunately, they have to face each other to see who is going to make their way through to Paris for that Europe Cup pre-bans. A Misty and a Sekhmet even pre-banned.
Interesting. So we're not necessarily banning a unit specific, we're banning a set. Oh, Sekhmet has your fastest set, I'll be banning out your fastest set and I can play the speed game. But the Misty pre-ban is fairly interesting as well, because as expected, PINKROID is locking in that Misty, or locking in the Shiho.
Yeah, quick response from a Glorious though, maybe saying, hey, that's not my fastest set over there, maybe there's one on an Etna.
Definitely well possible right there, but Etna plays are always a little bit difficult to play in, because you do have to remember your enemy does have a tier lag. However, already picking up that Megami makes where the hardest counter on an Etna early on is not available.
Wow, coming in for an Okeanos and an Anavel right here, so showing no real speed in terms of the speed lead on the side of PINKROID, and Glorious taking another one for himself with the Water Twin Angels.
Water Twin Angels, is he going to be aiming towards also a Sonya kind of style of draft? Because that would work more with the Water Twin Angels, gives you more options for cooldown resets. It's actually going to go for a Sierra plus a Jogun. We have seen it before, where Hageg is enough to counter the Jogun, Let's see if that would work out in this match too.
Yeah, 5th pick can be coming in right now from the side of PINKROID. Tianlang is going to take that away from the Etna, and then a revive potential as well coming through with that Vanessa. Maybe signaling there's not a Sonya trap on the field?
I don't think that there's a Sonya trap on the field because of that Vanessa. Like Vanessa, ooh, actually back and forth on these picks. Normally PINKROID is a lot faster to lock in exactly what he wants, but in this case definitely does take his time to see what would lock in the best way. Also, Shizuka is a really strong pick that you probably have to respect, but the big question is a Shiho on a 33, 115 pace faster than a 28 lead and on a 119 pace Atna if you're respecting that Shizuka and if you're respecting the Tianlang?
I'll let you do the maths on that one, Say, because you said a lot of different numbers that obviously make sense around which one he's going to be taking that first turn. But is it going to be an option with the speed lead?
Well, that's the big question. We do have one speed lead on one side, 2 speed leads on the other side. So Glorious will definitely be sitting on speed lead. Big question is, are we respecting that Shizuka? We are not respecting the Shizuka, but the Atna will take that first turn.
Speed lead versus attack lead going into it. PINKROID 1, Glorious currently sat at 0. Who can get this second set win? And Etna, it's your time to shine.
Now we can go in for a capture, plus we can also right away put it in the scroll. So it's not just stunned, it's also stunned and not cleansable later on. Never mind, it is cleansable later on, so you have to work against that too.
Definitely do have to work against it right now. Maybe it's even worth getting it off the field completely. Going for the Annabelle instead then.
Yep, going against the clans. 36k instantly sniping out this unit.
Ooh, big stuns are right here. This could be a changing point for PINKROID.
Oh, where everything was looking very lively just a second ago. Tianlang skill 2 additional damage. Okeano skill 3 additional damage. So much damage coming in. Plus, in the end, we did stun the Shiho, but we did not take any of the cooldowns of the Shiho.
Wow, skill 3 coming in as well. Ooh.
Well, big issue right now. You can only drop it on the Tianlang because a Okeanos would simply throw it back. But this is a very hard hitting bomb right there. Big question is, can that Atna do enough work to kill anything at this moment? Because we're gonna get armor broken potentially, but even if not, lots of damage from skill 1.
Yeah, skill 2 fishing for some stuns right here from the Shiho as well. Can you get it going? Does get it on the Etna as well.
Does get it on the wrong element, does not get it on the right element, but that is exactly how the rotation is that you like to see. Taking out the Atna as well. Haven't seen how much damage that bomb would have done without the attack buff, but that is a second victory for PINKROID already.
PINKROID extending his lead there. 2-0 against Glorious right now. I mean, it was a moment where at the beginning it looked like Glorious kind of had it in the locker with that bomb damage, but just showing the additional turns and the stuns that come out from the side of PINKROID, very, very dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous. But it was also one of those things, like in hindsight, would you have killed anything else knowing that the Okeanos would take over the match that much more than maybe the NFL? Because sure, the NFL would have went for the cleanses, but would you have taken out half of your team with a skill 3? Well, potentially as well. So the draft, once again, for PINKROID was very well set there over there.
Yep, so much knowledge around what he's picking, where he wants to pick it, and how. Glorious right now. This is the time for you to try and pull off this reverse sweep to get to the Europe Cup. What are you? Huh?
I'm not too sure about that one. Maybe as a 5th pick, I could have seen it. But maybe he's also just out of ideas of what he wants to do. And then we're going to be locking in like interesting units. Rocky, Ataris. Well, to be honest, PINKROID on his profile did have Ataris as most picked on leaderboards. But that's mostly him having more fun rather than playing very serious.
Definitely is. But I'd love to see it right here. Glorious has that Fire Megumi, opting potentially for a Misty, we just saw them, but instead for this Okeanos.
Okeanos, and we do go back to a Masha, and we go for the Misty on the side of PINKROID. So we do have setups that are actually very strong with attack buff right now on that Joe gun. So let's see what Glorious has as counter to it. Megumi is kind of a counter to that, but is that good enough as a counter?
Let's find out. Ashur coming onto the field. Who are you looking to partner it with right here, right now? This is last chance saloon for you, Glorious. Currently 2 sets down. Is Volantis the answer?
Ooh, Volantis is a difficult one, but I do understand the idea between Volantis and going for a Heigang. Heigang would leave you with a lot less damage, and taking out a Misty right then would be a lot more difficult. But Volantis is that chance that you don't actually get attack bar increase The other side, we do see a potential Douglas. Douglas can take out all of the units on the side of Glorious, except maybe the Bayek. Bayek on the skill 3 could take out the Douglas, but I think you have to respect it still.
Are you going to respect it right here? Are you going to be respecting... Oh, God, we've seen a Douglas game in SWC, say.
Well, there is a slight way for skill 1 of a Megami to land attack break. And then you could do a lot of damage that way, but that's going to be super difficult. Also, Okeanos is outspeeding the Valantis. The rotation is off.
Rotation is off. You can't get that skill 3, but some good provokes coming in right there.
Very good provokes. Is this the moment where you go for an attack break? No, attack break actually landing potential more damage towards that Misty. If there's crit on this Oliver, you could do a good amount of damage on this already.
Can you look to try and get rid of it right now? Surprised he didn't try and stun as well, that Marsha. Oh.
Marsha sitting on glancing, but does have the additional turn. Are we going to go towards the damage of this Okeanos? No, just waiting until that glancing is gone.
Yeah, now you can keep getting that strip off right now. I mean, Douglas is going to be taking in between turns, but you're going to have to deal with him at some point.
How much damage is this Douglas going to be sitting on? That's also the big question. Skill 2 into the skill 1 does get both skills on, and that's a lot of damage already.
Definitely is. Again, if you hit skill 2, you're getting revenge most likely. Or not.
Not a single revenge from those. Let's see, Okeanos skill 3. So many hits, but none of them actually went for a revenge.
Wow. Douglas being playing at his own game at the moment, but I wouldn't want to call it too early.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, a rate of stones from Okeanos is 3 to 5 hits. Are you going to tell me 3 to 5 hits, none of them actually activated the glancing? That's fairly interesting. But yeah, that is also a thing that can happen to Douglas. Big issue that comes, however, at some given point. You have to hit it with every unit on the field, which does give you the chance. Ooh, you're going to be losing your attack break.
Yeah, you've lost your attack break. Do you just have to send it now and hope?
Well, you could wait it one more turn for the moment where it's at least the dots added in a little bit of damage. Best thing you can do right now is hit it with a rain of stones. So he's trying to lower the turns. If you get slow right now, you also have less damage output. Rain of stones is what you want to be dealing the damage with. So I think he might be waiting for the rain of stones.
Yeah, maybe not even using skill 3 right here. No, you don't want Oliver taking another turn.
That's the big question. Yes, simply going for skill 1. Do you go for potential stun on it right now? Because you might be getting an attack break on your Okeanos. And if your Okeanos is attack broken, ooh, once again, can't go for it. The dots are working. Does he go? Ooh, we don't go for the potential attack break. Rain of stones. How much damage are we looking at? 5 hits? I think those were 5 hits. None of them, once again, went for the glancing. I'm calling it. This Douglas was scamming PINKROID over there.
Wow, Glorious bringing back the start of his potential reverse sweep here, 1-2 against PINKROID. Douglas came to play, and then he fell asleep this time, sir.
Yeah, this Douglas was scamming people, man. That thing did absolutely nothing. Like, he didn't have a single counter going off. Well, he had like 1 counter going off on the Valantis super early, but then also the Valantis skills did not activate any of the glancing. So, yeah, sometimes it works, but sometimes it never works, it seems.
Yeah, that's... Well, there we go. In SWC, even the best are picking out a Douglas when it makes sense right here. Pre-bans. Back to a Sekhmet. Back to a Misty.
Yep, not wanting to have to deal with that Misty over there. But that does also mean PINKROID is back at his most comfortable unit, which is that Shiho.
Definitely is that Shiho. Are we going to be locking it in that first pick? We are. Glorious taking away the duo.
Taking away the duo over there. Let's see what PINKROID does have for answers later on. Oliver, still available. Could go into an early Hay Gang, but it's already locking in the Shield plus the Hay Gang. Might be a little bit too early. Or does he go for other comfortable picks?
Let's find out. Third pick coming in then for PINKROID right here. You've got Oliver, you've got that speed lead. Are you going to look to get another potential damage coming through there?
Ooh, that's an early Sonya, because you do know that your enemy does like to play Athena. So also locking in a 33 lead. So in this position, PINKROID has to be... Ooh, but that leaves your 33 lead for the enemy though. Like, yeah, that's a little bit of back and forth. Megami is in general the better unit, but if you don't pick one of the other unit will end up on the team of the other one. So we're locking in very fast units, like pretty much the fastest unit in the meta right now.
Yeah, it could be a pretty quick one going through some of these snipes right here. Again, Glorious has his speed leads, has his high base for units, maybe another one just to be very annoying.
Yeah, it's definitely the question. Can you lock in anything in the 5th position right now, which could deal with everything? Well, that's a very fast unit. Talking about the fastest unit in game, potentially Ginger Brave is the fastest unit in game. You would have to be banning out the Hey Gang, and the big question is, does the Mega be take enough attack bar if the Ethna is not on the field, which might be the case?
This is crazy. Seeing this Ginger Brave coming out right here into our SWC. Like you said, get rid of that Hey Gang. I just respecting into that Etna. The guys need to figure it out right now, as Glorious has started his reverse sweep, but is he going to continue it? No Etna, no Hey Gang, 33 speed leads going into it. Glorious versus PINKROID could be a deciding set here.
It's going to be the big question. Oh, we actually have the Sonya move first, but Ginger Brave moving second. Okay, that is an attack buff, but you would have had attack buff regardless. But the big question is, even if you land at S2 right now, you do have this skill over here. And yeah, then you're just pretty much a sitting duck, because right now, Oliver will move right after this. So the idea of the Ginger Brave was really nice. But the big issue was that Megumi.
Was that Megumi right there? I mean, you've got the strips, you've got the attack buffs, but maybe it's a despair?
Despair right here, but also looking at the HP of that Sonya, it's looking very grim, and I don't think that the Ginger Brave can take it from this point on.
No, I think it's too much of an uphill battle right now for a little old Ginger Brave to fight off against these units. Sonya will be cycling at some point very soon as well.
Yep, well, maybe if you stun every given turn out there, it would be a potential thing, but then again, you have to be working with the speed you have. Sitting on that slope is not nice.
It's not, and it's not nice when Oliver takes that turn, can get some cool time, just gets no pushback though.
No pushback, but is it enough? We're going back in for the Eagle. We have the Ginger Brave being stunned, which is actually an animation we don't see all too often, but it's a pretty funny looking animation.
Yep, he's tumbling from side to side, just as Glorious is right now, as PINKROID looking to extend that lead to a 3-1 and qualify again for the Europe Cup, say.
Yep, once again qualifying for that Europe Cup. One of very many times.
There we go. PINKROID is back again. Another player constantly at our Europe Cups, managing to qualify, taking out Glorious 3-1 in this matchup here. A previous back-to-back-to-back champion. Dropped out last year to Neff, but Neff won't be there in that Europe Cup. Is it going to be back to PINKROID's name on that trophy set?
Could very well be. Actually, I do think I got dropped out by ISMOO. So ISMOO is still in the competition. However, ISMOO is also on the lower bracket side. So therefore, cannot be facing against one another in that first match.
Definitely not. PINKROID has qualified then through to our Europe Cup. We've got 3 out of the 4 players from today that have now been confirmed as qualifiers into our Europe Cup. It is ISMOO, TAYFUN, and PINKROID have already made their way through, and the last 2 players to make the final decision of who's going there will be between FAMICOM and Charge. It's going to be another debutant player going through there, say. I mean, Glorious, commiserations to him. He'll still be around. Massive congratulations to even get to this point. Having to face off against PINKROID in your final deciding set. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
Yeah, that's always a very difficult thing to do. But looking at that next match is also going to be a very interesting one. Famicom actually sent Neff to the losers bracket. Was it Famicom? I do think so. Yeah, so also a very strong player right there.
Yeah, definitely very strong. Charge coming off the win against a SAMBSEPP from earlier today. How much momentum can he take going into this one against Famicom? It's all here to play for. That's why you've been with us the whole way through this journey so far of our Europe preliminaries, and it's going to be rounded off ever so soon between Charge and Famicom. They've played each other a total of 6 times over the past 2 seasons. Currently Charge sitting at a lovely 5 wins out of 6 against Famicom, but all goes out of the window when you're hearing this competition right now. Say, what more can you tell me about Charge?
Well, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. Charge is the only player that we have over here that's utilizing Viva Gel. And the Viva Gel is always a dangerous unit, especially into Shihos. Because of the Viva Gel, how the skill 3 works, you switch the attack bar and the HP bar, but you don't care about the invisibility on that Shiho itself. So it is one of those hard counters to a super meta unit. But then again, On the side of Famicom, there's so many LDs. We got the Yeonhong, we got the Gianna, and we got so many more. Plus, also using the meta units very well right there. So this is going to be a super interesting match because we have seen it before against SamBSEP. We were going into a lot more LDs that are not that common. I hope to see a bit more of that in this match too.
Yeah, let's find out if it is going to happen from both of our debutant players in our SWC. Charge managing to start off with this competition today. A win over SamBSEP, like you mentioned, but Famicom defeating also Neff along his way, that previous champion, and losing out in the end to Golden Pichaga, a brand new player in terms of our SWC. You can see here favoriting definitely towards this Ashur, so some big damage, but we see that deadly duo coming in, right? The Ciara, we see that Jogun. Can he use that to great effect, or is he going to take a learning from today? Is the Queen Layla going to be appearing in his draft?
Yeah, Layla is a unit that's some matches we see it being super hard contested. It's in the pre-ban, it's in every match where it's not in the pre-ban, but also some other matches we barely see it at all. And that's what we actually had for a very different dynamic between Glorious and PINKROID just earlier, is where it was not really a thing because we're just that focused on the turn one, on the Shio, on taking those first turns, and then making it work right there. Let's see what we will have in this matchup.
Last one to ask, say, who's your favorite going into this one?
I want to give the slight upper hand to Famicom because I think he's been playing very well on the current meta and the last few seasons.
Let's find out. Yo fam, trust the process. Greatness doesn't come overnight. It sure does need charging up though. Are they ready here for the Europe Preliminaries final match of our day number 3? Charge versus Famicom. Pre-bans coming in already. Oliver and the Pater.
Pater is one of those cruiser units that if you're a Gianna owner, you do not like to see. Also Famicom utilizing that first pick for a Shiho.
Shiho getting locked in then on the side of Famicom. Charge. You're, wow, okay, changing it up this time with a Vanessa speed lead, and we've got the Josephine.
Interesting to see a 33 lead still being contested. It does give more options later to go towards a Sonya or an Athena, but it also probably leads into a Sierra on the other side.
Yeah, allowing the Ciara and the Jogun as well to be partnered together, but that's maybe why he had that 33 speed lead, say the Vivachel is still super dangerous.
Yeah, Vivachel is always super dangerous, but it's also always the question at what turn does she, or like what moment does she take her turn? Does it move right after the Shiho? Does it move in front of the whole enemy team? And does it become where you just use the skill 1 and it becomes super not used at all? Let's see how that works out. Plus, we're picking up a Marsha.
Marsh coming in there then can deal some good damage, get some attack bar going through against the likes of a Ciara and a Jogun if it can stay on the field. Famicom, 4th and 5th pick right now. Maybe you still need another speed lead if you wanted to contest.
Let's see if we go for more speed lead contesting. No, we're actually going to go for a Dark Monkey. Interesting pick as well. Haven't seen that all too much just yet, but also going for a Lamila. I think that Famicom might be missing AoE strips for 2 AoE damage dealers or AoE CC units right now.
Yeah, let's see how he's going to tackle it then against Charge right here. Does he know something we don't, as we've seen a Volantis coming out on the side of him, obviously to get some sort of provokes, glancings taking effect.
I definitely do expect a Jogun ban on one side. On the other side, it could be a lot of things that are hard to deal with, but definitely the Jogun is the only AoE strip. Monkey and Lamila kind of want to utilize those AoE strips, so let's see if that works out. Or maybe the Monkey skill 2 strip on the Zhong Xiaolao is what he's aiming for. Curious to see how that works out. But first, what is going to be on this ban?
Yep, we're seeing that Jogun banned out, taking away the strip. We've seen a Vivachel that's been respected out of there as well, just because of the damage that it can provide on that skill 3. Speed lead likely to be taken from both Charge and Famicom in our lower round 2, match 4, set 1 between Charge and Famicom. Europe Preliminaries, we're nearly done.
Let's see where we're gonna bring our damage right away. There is actually no immunity on the side of Marsha, but Marsha is faster than all of the units except that Shiho. First turn, gonna go towards that Volantis.
Does get the push right now, looking to try and get some sort of provoke. Do you need to get it onto that Monkey right now? Yes.
Does get it into the Monkey. We're gonna go for armor breaks. Armor breaks. Do we place that on the Sierra? Are we gonna right away try to take out that Sierra with a Marsha, or are we planning to do anything else? Gonna go for that Sierra. Armor break is set up. That is what Marsha likes to be hitting on.
Oh, nearly taking out that Sierra right there. There's going to be an opening to get a bomb planted.
bomb is planted. Also, we will have a little bit of absorption coming in if you so please to explode it. Or is it just simply gonna let it sit? It's simply gonna let it sit because there's also potential provokes from this Lamila.
Yeah, skill 3, getting all of the branding, all of the provokes coming through. Can you get even some more stuns right now?
Getting a stun right now on this Valance would be really nice because the Valance in its own respect can stun your own unit. Ciara is living by the sliver of health.
She is, but you've got this skill 3 right now from the Monkey. Get some anti-cleanse, get the defense breaks. Wow, Famicom could have just turned this around.
Could turn this around. Lamila doesn't have any skills available right now. No additional turns from a Valantis coming in because most of the time it is on Despair, but it's sitting Despaired himself right now.
Yep. Do you just try and even dismount right now or maybe confirm a kill?
Confirming the kill. Let's see what he goes for next because Lamila doesn't have any skills available. And where I thought like, oh, he doesn't have enough work for his turn 1 rotation. He was like, I don't need turn 1 rotation. I'm gonna do a turn 2 rotation to make it work.
Yep. Do you get an additional turn right here? No. This doesn't have any room for a defense break set up on a unit you'd like.
Yeah, you have to probably go full into the wrong unit or wrong element. Actually decides against it. Goes for the unit with the immunity up there. Therefore also guarantees not being able to take it out.
Yeah, you can look to make the strip right now to get a defense break ready for a hit that's going to be following soon.
Ooh, trying to get that increased cooldown because we do know that skill 2 comes in from that Spectre Princess and she's doing a lot of damage.
Oh, 15k hits right there and you've nearly got rid of that Vanessa. I mean, Monkey looks like he's very much going to win this.
Yeah, all or nothing has potential to stun both. In this case, stun nothing. Marsha with a lot of crits and procs. Would we have seen something crazier? I think it could happen, but not in this case.
Not in this case right here. And Famicom is going to be taking the lead against Charge and gets one step closer to the Europe Cup as the Monkey confirms the kill right there, Say. I mean, like you were saying, maybe from the draft it looked a little bit odd without a stripper, but Famicom had in the back of his head, I'm actually not wanting that turn 1. I'm just ready for the second turn round.
Yeah, that's what we have seen in a few more drafts where sure you can deny the turns on 1 unit, you can maybe even kill 1 unit, but then you lose the 3 against 4 because you used all your skills and they still have like multiple targets which are high damage, high value targets, which will disrupt your team.
How are you going to disrupt them even further right here? With last round pre-bans were Oliver and Peter, but this time we're getting that Jogun and even the Shiho.
Once again, we're actually seeing the back and forth on the Shield where we saw some other players being like, okay, I either pick the Layla or I pre-ban the Layla. In this case, once again, same as what PINKROID did. We're doing the same thing on the Shiho.
We are Oliver being taken then by Charge, getting that speed lead coming in. It does allow here then Famicom to go in for that Ciara with a Yonhong.
Yep, Yonhong, next best thing if you don't have a Jogun available. Let's see what Charge has for speedy units. Or is he going to go back to a Vivachel? Does go back to a Vivachel.
Yeah, Vivachel coming out on the field. Super disruptive if she gets that turn at the right moment. Can use that skill 3, exchange the attack bar and the health. But Parter look to get some immunity up against it.
More immunity coming in. Let's see if Famicom also agrees to go more towards the Bruiser setup. Because in the end, Charge doesn't have any form of strip just yet. Ooh, we're going to go back to a Cigar. We have seen him earlier, but we did also notice the moment that Cigar is reset on the 3rd skill, he's very long off cooldowns.
Definitely is, but if you bring an Ashur, get a defense break landed up, get through one of the units, potentially if there's one that's left off will, especially with a Yonhong right here.
Going back to another speed lead, the Megami being picked by Charge, or at least Harvard thus far. Does he want to go for more immunity potentials? Does he want to go for more fire units? More fire units is what we're picking, and it is definitely Mailwing.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out there. We can get some defense breaks popping around as well for something like a Parter hit as well. This 5th pick right now, who are you looking to opt for?
It's difficult to say what's a good counter that becomes a must ban, because I think a lot of the things that you normally do tend to see in drafts are taken care of, but we're gonna see a Gazelle, which is a unit we normally don't see at all. It is the Hollyberry Cookie on... Yeah, it's the Hollyberry Cookie on Dark.
Yeah, wow. I haven't seen her in quite a while in RTS, so let's see if the content does manage to go through.
Well, I understand the idea. You're probably banning out the Megami, therefore you don't have any strip, and therefore your enemy has to focus into 2-turn immunity or a 2-turn invisibility. 2-turn invisibility while you don't have any strips is very hard to deal with, so therefore it is understandable as a ban.
There we go, banned out, as well as that Megumi taking away a strip option from the side of Charge. Speed leads for both Charge and Famicom. Famicom 1-0 up at the moment. Are we going to be seeing a full sweep, or what's going to be happening in this set, say?
Let's see, do we instantly go for the boost on the Cigar, or are we just trying to land that skill 2? Skill 2 doesn't have a full activation rate. It's always a little bit of a gamble. Does go for the Blade Fang, does connect the Blade Fang. Therefore, you can also push back 2 units.
Yep, you can look to get into that Viva Shell now. Gets the cool time and the pushback. Set up a defense break as well. Wow, it's going in the right direction for Famicom here.
Yep. Ooh, actually goes for silence, where normal stuns are cleansed. Silence are a semi-CC. Semi-CC isn't cleansed by the Pater. Also, we can still go for armor break setups. Where do we want to place that? Are we going to go for the monkey right away? We do go for the monkey. We might potentially go for a bomb, taking out this monkey.
Wow. Crazy play coming in from Famicom then. He'd thought through. Can he detonate this bomb? We can look to get rid of the monkey.
15k damage, so definitely more of a tanky base Sierra than we have seen thus far. But that is enough to take it out. You also still have your Charge Vitality available. So one of those skills just cycling and more bombs coming in. This is very well played. As I mentioned before, Yeon Hong is a playmaker. She's always so cool to see the moment it works out.
Definitely is. You can just even land some defense breaks coming out right here for a Bayek to hit on. That bomb placed lovely onto the Parter as well. So if he takes an extra turn, he's going to be exploding it on himself.
Yep, we do have the Viva Child taking 2 more turns, getting her own sleep in at that moment, so she will have the cleanse off later on, but not if your Pater decides to take the additional turn. Another Blade Fang coming in, 4k per hit, taking out that Pater.
Wow, Famicom came to play today, currently 2 sets up against Charge in our Europe Preliminaries day number 3. I must say, very, very clean play.
Yep, it's very clean played right there. It was a little bit by the chance because in the end, Blade Fang doesn't have a full activation. It's very often where you kind of have to go for the Charge Vitality, the skill 3 on the Yeon Hong first, because it's the safer play. But in the end, if you don't use that, and you're connecting your skill 2, you get your whole rotation off, it's just super clean and you're definitely steaming off towards a victory.
Definitely our risk versus reward right here. Pre-bans have come in, Yeon Hong has been taken off the board, as well as that Pater. Shiho, first pick from Famicom.
Going back to that Shiho being incredibly strong, also instantly accounted on the Josephine. Let's see what we have on side Famicom. We have a Sierra plus a Jogun.
There we go, we've got the duo back together. Charge right now does not obviously have a Pater on the field. Can't look to get any of the cleanses against these strips coming in from the side of Famicom. Viva Chell, is it too late?
Viva Chell's an option. Heigang is an option. Definitely still has the bruiser and the damage potential in there for the right given moment. But so far, it hasn't been working that much just yet. We're actually going to go for a Diana.
Diana coming in then, seeing a lot of those AoEs that could be coming out from the different strips, especially with a Tian Lang, but Tian Lang's going to love that attack bar.
Tian Lang is seeing a lot of attack bar on the enemy side. Heigang has attack bar push, Diane has attack bar push, Oliver has attack bar push, plus this Mayo Wing will be very hard to kill for any of those units on that field.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 kind of must-bans that is being drafted from Famicom right now here, sir.
Yeah, I think that Famicom is once again sitting at a very comfortable draft. Whatever Charge locks in the 5th, it can take a very long time to log it in to get a really good pick. I'm expecting that simply to be banned off. So let's see how well that works on the draft. And also Charge probably has to be thinking a lot, what can he ban on the side of Famicom? With the case of the Misty, I do still expect it to be banned. But it is kind of an option where Famicom could maybe find a better ban as well. Maybe towards an Oliver, but I would just simply take out the Misty.
Yeah, take it out. Understand how you're going to try and beat that last one. It is our set number 3. Potentially right here, Famicom could qualify for the Europe Cup. It's whether or not Charge can get the job done of a reverse sweep. Tian Lang banned out. Oliver also banned out. Speed lead versus water attack lead. It's here. Europe Preliminaries, day 3. Charge versus Famicom. Who's going to go through?
Let's see. We once again do not have any immunity on the side of the Misty, so therefore you can cleanly go for skill 3. I am not sure. I think you can go for skill 2 without the scroll trap. Does actually right away go for the skill 3. In this case, you do not want to go for the switch. Does not go for the switch. Big question is, FAMICOM damage on the Sierra was actually not that high. With an attack buff, it will be a bit higher, but he was doing 15k bombs. Really depends on the shield quality right now. Do you take it out?
Oh, no, you don't. And the Monkey probably won't be able to follow up enough with it unless you get an additional turn. And it's not going to happen here. Is Charge coming back now?
Charge might be looking at the comeback over here. The shield was too strong. The damage on this Sierra was too little. Probably a Sonya kind of trap unit right there to simply prevent other things, but therefore is lacking on the side of the damage. Monkey is taking a turn on the top left very soon right now, but is sitting on that glancing.
He's sitting on that glancing, and that's a huge stun right there. You can look to transform, get some more damage coming out on the water one.
Yeah, Water Monkey taking the damage over there. You can actually land the dots right now without stripping anything, but that's a lot of damage coming in from this Diana. Monkey has to be doing a lot of work, and then we're talking about the Fire Monkey.
Yeah, Fire Monkey needs to get online right here. Can you get the kill with the glancing as well? Oh,
Ooh, does manage to get the kill. So now all eyes from that Fire Monkey are focused towards that Diana. But then again, the Josephine, it's still going to be very annoying. Can you actually take that out as well on a later point?
oh, didn't get the stun, but did get that additional turn, and right now has that passive. Skill 1 into a Diana.
Yep. Ooh, this is the question. Where do you want to put the scroll trap? I think you do the scroll trap on the Josephine so you don't get the 2-turn provoke. And you can use your monkey to full focus on that Diana. And then you can care about the Josephine at a later moment, which is exactly what he's doing right now. Does he want the armor break right now? Or does he go for a skill 1? Save it for a glancing later moment. It is a 50-50. Oh. He lands the 50-50.
He does get it right there. And you need to confirm that kill. Skill 2. Are you fishing for a stun, or do you just want to keep with the skill 1?
Well, if you go skill 2, you give attack bar towards your enemy, but it also makes it that attack bar is at the position. You cannot go for a change right now. If you go for a switch right now, you will 100% lose your Diana. Does go for the switch, is hoping for an additional turn, does send it to the monkey, but we have the cut from the other monkey.
Yeah, a monkey comes into play, monkey business. It's going to probably end up being around this monkey business or Josephine.
I do think that a Fire Monkey wins against Josephine, especially if you start off with your attack buff moment to instantly crit on the skill 2. You have to go for the provoke right now. Actually goes for provoke on the other one. Does not really matter. Double crit, double 70k, taking out the unit. And again, is not here to stay. Fire Monkey, in the end, monkey business wins.
Famicom has qualified for the SWC 2025 Europe Cup. He will be joining the rest of our 7 players in the competition in Paris on the 20th of September. Commiserations there to Charge on his valiant effort to make it through our Europe preliminaries. But wow, monkey business is still always apparent, sir.
Yeah, it was very well placed over there as well. And also the Diana came a little bit on the early side, especially if you do know that your enemy does have a Tianlang. Going for Diana always becomes super difficult because, you know, the Tianlang becomes a must-ban, and he can lock in a 5th, which also is a must-ban. If you have 2 must-bans, you're probably on the back foot and you're going to be losing that match.
You definitely are, and you can see it from that one. Famicom, another fresh debutant, has made his way through to our SWC 2025 Europe Cup. Wow, we've really got a great mix, and I'm sure we'll have a look at it very soon. Of all the players that are going to be there, some of them more tried and tested, some of the more new players. Even in the qualifiers from today, say, you look at PINKROID, you look at ISMOO. Then on the other end of the spectrum, you have Famicom, and you have TAYFUN. It's completely different in both aspects.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of new players, like compared to any other region, but also compared to any of the other years we had previously. We had it in previous years that from, like, let's say the Europe Cup of a year prior to that into the current year, it was like 7 out of 8 players from last year qualified again. In this case, it is actually, I think ISMOO is the only player that qualified from last year to this year. We have 7 new players. Some of them qualified in previous years already. I think we have like 3 of those. But we also have straight up 4 debutants that have never made it to an SWC before.
And there we have it. Confirmation for everybody. Golem Pachaga, Obabo, Pafix, Raxaz, ISMOO, TAYFUN, PINKROID and Famicom are your Europe Cup players in SWC. September the 20th, 2 o'clock local time is when we'll be hosting that competition in Paris. And actually still today we will be making the bracket reveal draw as well later on. But I'm sure everybody's super excited for that one. How did your predictions look? Did you predict that? Were you lucky enough to get some even more of your emblems going towards that with the different rewards? Remember, we've still got one more preliminary stream tomorrow, which will be in the Asia Pacific region if you want to catch that one for the Japan qualifiers Group D. But from Europe, that is it. You've seen who our qualifiers are. Make sure you're using the different SWC emblems in game to redeem all of the different rewards from the different live stream coupon codes, everything from all attribute scrolls to legendary to LDs and Devilmons. Everything is there waiting for you. And just to add a little bit more to it, we still obviously might have one more coupon code that we can give away very, very soon. But just like you guys, we have to wait until we're told that we can actually say it for you. What an incredible day 3 it's been though. I mean, we've seen, like we said, some of the old players, some of the new players, and I'll let you introduce that coupon code.
Well, coupon code not there just yet, but we do know our 8 players. So once again, congratulations to everyone, and congratulations to you guys as well for this coupon codes.
Alice Gaben SWC 2025. Nice, we've had a bit of French from Adam Savage. I'll do a little bit of German apparently on this one as well. But yes, make sure you're redeeming that code for some energy, mystical scrolls, and 15 SWC emblems that you can look to redeem in the in-game event there. Now, what a crazy past 2 weekends that it's been, say. Highlights for you?
I definitely was. It was really cool to see some of those matchup with like glorious PINKROID, but also Obabo going against PINKROID. Like those are the matchups from like the streamers that everyone always is kind of looking forward to see in an SWC. But then actually on stage, in this case, we already had all of those matches in the prelim. So I'm very curious to see how far these players will make it in the cup itself.
Yep, we're all excited to see how far they are going to be making it in that Europe Cup. And I mean, for all of you folks still on the stream joining us, we will be hosting our Europe Cup bracket reveal live just in after this short little break that'll be coming soon. But it is going to be a farewell to Seishizo, as I will be joined by Shezu and Mards for that one. Say, it's been incredible. Thank you so much for all of your insights. I'm sure you've had a great time. Any final words?
Nope, I had absolutely a blast on casting this, and we'll see you with casting in the cup itself.
Exactly, we'll see you there. We're going to have a 20-minute break. We need to set things up, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you back very Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Summoners War World Championship 2025 Europe Cup bracket draw. We have now closed off the Europe preliminaries. We found out who those 8 players are going to be in our Europe Cup, and now it's time to decide who they're going to be facing and how their journey is going to continue in our Europe Cup. Now, obviously, there's not just me, Sam. I'm still Sam. I'm joined by 2 lovely, handsome gentlemen here. SMOKEZZZ from our French stream and Mard from our German stream. If you don't know who they are, where have you been? Because these lovely guys are going to be helping me out to draw the bracket itself. Mards will be going first with the qualifiers from our day 1 and day 2 in the top side of the bracket. And SMOKEZZZ will be for the day 3 players that have qualified from today on the lower side of the bracket. Now, all that needs to happen, let's get straight into it. Mards, who's that first player going to be?
Okay, I will pull the very first one. I'll make it exciting. So, the very first one is Puffix.
Ooh. Okay. Puffix will face in the first quarterfinal ISMOO.
Oh, Puffix versus ISMOO in our very first match.
That feels like a powerhouse match already.
Definitely. Let's get into that second one.
Okay. The next one is gonna be Raxas.
Ooh, Raxas in that first one. SMOKEZZZ, who's he up against?
Raxas is facing TAYFUN.
Ooh, TAYFUN qualified from today. Then he's going to be up against Raxas. Into the next one, Mart.
All right, and we also by default know exactly then how the last match will look like. So we have here Golem Pichaga.
Golem Pichaga, another debutant. SMOKEZZZ, who's he up against?
I don't know.
I know we don't.
He's facing FAMICOM.
FAMICOM, whoa. That means there's only one more match remaining. Can we get it for confirmation, Mards?
Of course we can. So, as expected, we have here Obabo
Against PINKROID.
Wow. Normally I would have said for you guys, which match are you most excited for, Mards? But which one could it be?
You know,
Whoa.
I think the most exciting one is obviously Obabo versus PINKROID. I love Obabo. I really do. I love his playstyle, and I really root for him, and I hope for him.
What about you, SMOKEZZZ?
It sounds like the final before the final, you know? It's like already the clash of the titans in the quarterfinal. Obabo PINKROID will be so exciting to watch. Yeah, this is the thing, yeah.
I mean, we've already technically seen it in the preliminaries, and Obabo did take the upper hand, but it's going to be Obabo PINKROID at the Europe Cup. But some of those other matches, some debutants playing each other as well. Golem Pichaga against the likes of the TAYFUNs and the Puffixes of this world. Mard, I'm going to press you. Who do you think is going to be our winner of the Europe Cup?
I feel so bad, but I think it's PINKROID. I guess. I hope. Maybe.
And what about you, SMOKEZZZ?
Honestly, I think it's Obabo's year because he won against the world, like Europe champion, already in this competition. So I think maybe it's this year.
I'm going to say Summoners War is the winner in this one.
Oh, wow.
I hope you like that one. That is our Europe Cup bracket draw done. All of the matches, we're now going to see how the journey is going to take place. September the 20th at 2 o'clock European time is when we are going to be streaming that event for you. So make sure you block it out in your calendar and get ready for all of the good stuff that's still going to be on its way in our Summoners War RTA universe happening SWC 2025. We'll see you there. Thanks, guys. See you later.
Cheers.